On November 11, 1111 AD, a blood-red meteor tore through the azure starry sky, heralding the beginning of the Doomsday Game. Humans were forced to become NPCs, facing brutal rules. Those who failed to choose a profession within 5 seconds would turn into zombies. One death in the game also meant permanent demise in reality. Amidst the bloody chaos and desperate cries, a young man named Yunqi, an ordinary youth, made his appearance. He was chosen by fate to become a human engineer, the world's only SSS-level profession. He possessed the ability to eliminate those marked by death. With this power, Yunqi could completely erase enemies from both the game and reality. The world had now transformed into a bloody arena, and he had to become the strongest to survive. The story officially began at 11:11 a.m. on November 11, 1111, Alliance calendar. The first thing that caught the eye was a horde of bloodthirsty, ferocious, constantly roaring zombies. The Azure Star was plunged into a doomsday nightmare, with zombies rampaging through every corner of the globe, bringing endless terror to the survivors. In the chaos, a pitiful girl stumbled and fled, drenched in sweat. Gasping desperately, "Get away! Stop following me!" Though fear nearly shattered her sanity, Lu Xian pushed herself to the limit, running towards the door ahead. She had only one thought: she must survive, she must return to her parents. She absolutely could not fall here. As long as she hid in the warehouse across the way, she would be safe. Tears streamed down her pale cheeks as Lu Xian ran headlong, her legs trembling so much she could barely stand. However, cruel reality offered her no reprieve. Before her, a zombie was feeding on the body of an unfortunate man. Even more horrifying, she recognized the person before the Reaper's scythe as her department manager, who always made things difficult for her. Despite his despair, he reached out to her, his voice hoarse as he urged, "Lu Xian, run!" But this terrifying sight seemed to freeze her legs. Lu Xian collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, unable to move. After knocking down the department manager, the zombie slowly turned, its heavy steps approaching her. Its blood-red eyes seemed to devour Lu Xian's soul, leaving her paralyzed in extreme fear. "It's too terrifying," she murmured, her thoughts a chaotic mess, utterly at a loss. Suddenly, the zombie lunged with astonishing speed, like a whirlwind of death. Lu Xian screamed in despair, "Help! Someone save me!" She closed her eyes, thinking her life was about to end. Just then, a figure flashed past like lightning. Yunqi, with cold eyes, leaped into the air, his weapon flashing with a cold glint. He appeared behind the zombie, delivering a decisive strike without hesitation. The sword's edge cut through the air, and the zombie was instantly cut down, collapsing into a pool of blood. Yunqi's eyes burned with fury, fixed on the countless monsters roaming before him. At the same time, a cold system notification sounded in his mind. Search, eliminated one level 1 zombie, gained 10 cumulative points. Lu Xian witnessed this scene, stunned. The man who had just saved her from the scythe of death now stood steadily before her. She blinked, still unable to believe the reality before her eyes. But before she could fully recover, another bloodthirsty zombie appeared behind her, approaching with a low growl. Yunqi showed no fear, becoming even more fierce. He gripped his long sword tightly, its cold light glinting. While Lu Xian was startled and looked down, he swung his sword, swiftly striking down the zombie. The system sounded again, eliminated one level 1 zombie, gained 10 cumulative points. Realizing time was short, Yunqi immediately grabbed Lu Xian's hand and pulled her to her feet. "What are you waiting for? Run!" Lu Xian snapped back to reality, nodding repeatedly and stammering a response. The two immediately ran, with a horde of roaring zombies chasing behind them. The surroundings became terrifyingly unfamiliar, the roars of monsters intertwining with the apocalyptic, heavy air. During their escape, Lu Xian looked up at Yunqi in a panic, her voice trembling as she asked, "Yunqi, I really can't believe it. Has the apocalypse truly arrived? Am I dreaming?" Although Yunqi was fully focused on running, he remained remarkably calm. He answered in a low but clear voice, "I also want to know if it's really raining." He glanced back at the relentless zombie horde, his expression gradually turning cold and serious. "I am Yunqi, 21 years old, the young master of the Yun family in Zhengdu. 10 minutes ago, I was just a playboy pretending to be an ordinary office worker. And now, I'm forced to contend with these zombies. 10 minutes ago, Junqi walked into the company, briefcase in hand, just like any other day." A slight smile played on his lips, a brilliant grin welcoming a vibrant new day. Lu Xian approached softly, her cheeks flushed, smiling shyly. She looked up at him, her voice gentle with a hint of shyness. "Today is the day of the Doomsday Prophecy, and I'm a little scared, so, by the way, could you walk me home?" Yunqi paused, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Ha!" But he quickly regained his composure, walking past her expressionlessly. "The Doomsday Prophecy was 10 years ago, what's there to be afraid of? Even elementary school students don't believe in that anymore." Hearing this, Lu Xian's face flushed slightly, and she awkwardly replied, "All right. As if seeing through her thoughts, Yunqi turned back, raising an eyebrow in feigned surprise. But, are you really scared? She nodded quickly, her voice trembling. Why yes. I'm so scared. Though she said this, Lu Xian was secretly pleased, thinking, I knew it. No one can resist my charm. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard Yunqi speak loudly. And he raised his hand, pointing to everyone in the office. Hey, the office goddess is scared of the end of the world. Can anyone walk the goddess home after work? This left Lu Xian and everyone else in the office stunned. Ha! Immediately, a crowd gathered around her, vying to speak. Goddess, I can. Lu Xian, I'm going that way too, let me take you back. Lu Xian, I can too, you should consider me. Surrounded by the crowd, Lu Xian was at a loss, unsure how to react. She glanced at Yunqi, secretly cursing, Yunqi, you insensitive jerk. You deserve to not have a girlfriend. Meanwhile, Yunqi had leisurely returned to his familiar seat. He gently placed his designer briefcase on the desk, a faint smile playing on his lips. As if he saw through all things in the world. The end of the world, huh? What a good excuse. Suddenly, Yunqi's memory went back 10 years. To when large armies marched grandly through the streets. Humanity's AI supercomputer, Titan, detected a dark celestial body approaching, predicting that Blue Star would face its end on November 11th, Alliance Year 1101. This news plunged the whole world into panic. Drones hovered in the sky, continuously broadcasting a cold, stark announcement: the end of the world is coming. The military zone issued an emergency order, requiring everyone to return home immediately and lock their doors and windows. Pedestrians on the road discussed animatedly, surprised, the end of the world? Oh my, that's terrifying. Will the end of the world really come? Of course, it's the Titan's prophecy. Hurry home. If I'm going to die, I want to die at home. Over 10 years, various conflicting pieces of information kept emerging. On November 11, 1101, Alliance calendar, a voice echoed across the globe, calling for humanity to prepare for the end of the world. But each supposed dark celestial body was merely a trick of fate, giving people a false alarm. In the following years, 1102, 1103, 1104, and then 1108, the Alliance calendar news kept updating with the latest information. But everything was just a futile warning. Until November 12, 1108, Alliance calendar, an announcement rang out, declaring the end of the doomsday curfew. See you next year, everyone. These words made ordinary people indignant, muttering, damn it, if the end of the world isn't coming, why bother with a curfew? It messed up all my plans to go out. Yunqi knew all this better than anyone. 10 years had passed, and the prophecy of the end of the world had become a joke in people's eyes. Only a few bored individuals still used it as an excuse for a jest. For example, a couple walking hand in hand down a long street, the boy smiling brightly, jokingly said, today is the end of the world, let's go watch a movie together. Just the two of us. The girl beside him laughed, gently nodded, and said, then never mind. Back to reality, a strange light flashed in Yunqi's eyes, and a subtle, enigmatic smile played on his lips. He mumbled, but I don't have that kind of free time. At this moment, what attracted his attention most was the ancient longsword placed before him. Its appearance exuded the majesty of ages, as if it were the treasure he had long sought. Seeing Yunqi's enthusiasm, a colleague beside him couldn't help but be surprised. Jokingly asking, Yunqi, bought another model, have you? You're in your 20s, and you're still obsessed with these childish things? These words left Yunqi speechless, unsure how to respond. How could a model be so powerful? He immediately bent down and carefully read the accompanying instructions. It read, Shaoqi, this blade is called the Blade of Annihilation. Made from rare titanium metal, the hardest material currently available. It cuts through iron like mud, slices through jade, and severs gold as easily as cutting vegetables. Keep it safe, for unforeseen circumstances. Sender, Yun Shi. After reading it carefully, Yunqi couldn't help but be stunned. This was no toy, it was a highly dangerous item, enough to be classified as a regulated substance. A hint of embarrassment flashed across his face as he wondered how this item had even been delivered here. He flipped the letter over, and several lines of reproach met his eyes. It's been 3 years and you still haven't come home. When do you plan to return? After reading it, Yunqi was startled. Had it really been 3 years already? Memories suddenly flooded his mind, pulling him back to the day he ran away from home with a suitcase. At that time, simply because he was unwilling to live according to his family's arrangements and refused to follow the predetermined path, he fled Zhengdu and came to live alone in District 105. It's been so long, this irresponsible act of running away should come to an end, he silently admonished himself. His resolve gradually firmed. He secretly decided that once this month's salary was paid, he would go home. Just as Yunqi was lost in thought, a piercing alarm suddenly blared all around. This heart-pounding sound left everyone in the company stunned, frozen in place. The strange sound startled Yunqi, who quickly turned to look around, before he could even figure out what was happening. The entire space was enveloped in a dazzling red light. Following the panicked gazes of the crowd, he looked up at the sky. The sight before him left him dumbfounded and incredulous, a fiery red meteor, streaking eerily through layers of clouds and mist, plummeting rapidly. All the colleagues in the company stood on tiptoes, murmuring, Is this the dark celestial body foretold by the Titans? Why is there no official news at all? Another colleague, pale-faced, stammered. Oh my, is it really going to hit Blue Star? Boss, I'm taking leave. I want to go home. Just then, a cold and mysterious voice echoed through the bustling streets. To all on Blue Star, welcome to the global apocalypse game. From this moment on, the apocalypse has arrived. In this apocalyptic game, you have lost your freedom as humans. Everyone has turned into a monster and relies on computers. This declaration struck everyone like lightning, leaving them speechless. In the suffocating atmosphere, that voice continued without pause. It is now the warm-up phase of the game. You have 24 hours to earn points in the game and upgrade your PC's secondary attributes. The higher the auxiliary attribute level, the greater the power. After the 24-hour warm-up phase, players will officially enter the game. You cannot truly kill players. But players can truly kill you. For you, it is imperative to be careful about everything happening before your eyes. Because dying in the game also means true death. These words made Yunqi's expression solemn, and his mind raced with thoughts. Humans turn into monsters, relying on computers in the game, so who are the players? Before everyone's eyes, a flickering information panel appeared, accompanied by the system's cold notification that global communication mode had been adjusted. The Game World channel has been opened, and all old communication modes are now invalid. Please complete your profession selection within 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the game will officially begin. As Yunqi was still trying to process this information, an information panel suddenly flashed before his eyes, displaying detailed text. Van Koi, Novice Village Level, B-Rank NPC. Each level up increases 2 main attributes, 1 auxiliary attribute, and 2 free attributes. Every 10 levels, main attributes gain an additional 10% increase. Points, none. As an NPC, you can only level up by earning points. Strength, 9, increases physical attack power. Agility, 9, increases speed. Spirit, 10, increases spell power. Constitution, 10, increases defense and stamina. Compatibility, 10%. Profession, undetermined. Personal talent, none. Profession specialization, none. Current skills, none. After reading, Yunqi couldn't help but be shocked. He murmured to himself, this perspective is exactly like a panoramic game. The system immediately continued its notification. Please select your profession. He seriously raised his hand to touch the system interface. He quickly calculated in his mind. If the apocalypse truly arrived, choosing a profession that prioritized maximizing strength would help him survive more easily in the early stages. Information about the warrior profession appeared before his eyes, filled with majesty. A warrior in splendid armor, holding a sharp weapon, appeared in the image, drawing his attention. Main attribute, strength. Secondary attribute, constitution. Note, melee attacks have a 5% chance to trigger a bloodlust effect, increasing strength by 5% and attack speed by 15% for 10 seconds. The first melee attack is guaranteed to trigger it, and it can only be triggered once per minute. Next, the system displayed 2 other profession options. The mage profession, more suitable for females, with spirit as the main attribute. Constitution as the secondary attribute. Note, casting speed increased by 15%. Finally, the knight profession, majestic in shining armor, with constitution as the main attribute and strength as the secondary attribute. Note, when constitution is the highest attribute, it gains an additional 20% constitution and ignores 50% of self-weight. After reading, Yunqi couldn't help but show surprise. He reached out and touched the sword on his back. Muttering, the knight looks really strong. If he chose the knight or warrior profession, this sword would indeed be useful. Suddenly, the sword emitted a fantastical, dazzling light. In an instant, the system before him vibrated, and a notification appeared, system detected you are carrying abnormal energy. Congratulations! You have obtained the customized SSS rank profession, Engineer Yuming. Yunqi was dumbfounded, hardly believing his eyes. An SSS rank customized profession. With a mysterious light flickering in his armored eyes, the system continued its detailed analysis. Profession, Nether Knight. Main attributes, Constitution, Strength, Spirit. Secondary attribute, Agility. The profession exclusive information became clearer. Death engraving, level 1, passive. All your attacks can apply an unremovable death mark to the target, causing the target to receive 10% reduced healing. When the target dies, their level drops by 1. Upon revival, they enter a weakened state, with all attributes reduced by 10% for 10 minutes. If the target is suppressed to level 0 due to the death mark, the target will permanently perish both in-game and in reality, including players. Note, for every level increased, the health reduction effect increases by 10%. When the target dies, their level is additionally reduced by 1, all attributes are further reduced by 10%, and the weakened duration increases by 10 minutes. Can stack up to 9 times. After reading this information, an incredible smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. He muttered to himself, his voice full of surprise, deathmark, in other words. As long as I'm strong enough, I can kill players myself. Is this considered a game bug? Before he could fully process it, the system vibrated again, displaying a new notification. Congratulations on awakening your personal talent, Planar Seer. A Planar Seer can designate up to 3 items in the game, and their combat attribute p-value will increase by 10 times compared to the initial value. If the change is determined to be permanent, the boost will reach 100 times. The skill cooldown is 24 hours. Yunqi couldn't help but laugh, his eyes shining. Another surprise? This beginner's benefit is so overpowered, what's the difference from a game cheat? Just as he was feeling pleased, the system continued to broadcast a notification to all players, profession selection complete. The game will start in 5 seconds. This sentence sent the people around into a panic. What's going on? Why wasn't I selected for a profession? Another person also panicked, me too. Did the system make a mistake? The system began its countdown, 5, 4, 3, the crowd stirred, filled with discontent. This is too unfair. Why do they have it and we don't? But the system continued its countdown coldly, 2, 1, Yunqi's gaze was calm. Looking out the window, as if he had already anticipated what was about to happen. Finally, the notification sounded, the apocalypse game begins. The next second, those who hadn't had time to choose a profession suddenly clutched their chests, spitting blood, and instantly transformed into zombies. This terrifying sight made a nearby girl stumble backward, her voice trembling. What happened to those people? Don't scare me! But before she could react, a bloodthirsty zombie lunged, pinning her heavily to the ground. Her pained screams echoed through the chaotic space. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the zombie opened its repulsive mouth and attacked the girl, ending her life instantly. This gruesome scene plunged the entire room into extreme terror. The crowd panicked, turning to flee, screams rising one after another. Zombies. The company scene instantly transformed into a chaotic battlefield, as ordinary people successively turned into zombies, their eyes murky, emitting low growls of hunger for blood. Yunqi realized the situation was worsening, a flicker of panic in his eyes. He muttered to himself, this is bad. These zombies are contagious. A disgusting zombie opened its mouth wide and lunged quickly at a poor man. The man was only focused on running frantically, helpless against the monster's speed. In the nick of time, Yunqi swung his sword, blocking the attack and saving the man. He shouted back, run! Don't let the zombies catch you. The man was startled, quickly replied, okay, and then took off running. The zombie's eyes grew fiercer, gleaming with a craving for flesh and blood. Coming back to his senses, Yunqi grabbed Lu Xian's hand and ran with her down the corridor. Not daring to stop for a moment, Lu Xian pointed the way as she ran, her voice urgent, this way. But suddenly, she stopped, her face pale, hearing strange noises from ahead. Yunqi, there's movement ahead. She became alert, her voice trembling slightly. Yunqi immediately gripped his sword hilt, his eyes cold as he charged forward, shouting, die, monster! But when he rounded the corner, it wasn't a zombie that appeared, but a panicked man, kneeling on the ground, pleading, no, don't kill me. I'm human, not a zombie. Recognizing him as a living person, Yunqi quickly retracted his sword. A hint of surprise in his eyes as he recognized the familiar face. Lu Yang. The man, Lu Yang, looked up, his face still trembling slightly from fear. Realizing time was short, Yunqi pulled Lu Xian and turned to leave, not forgetting to look back and warn, be careful next time. Don't appear so suddenly again. Sensing something was wrong, Lu Yang quickly turned back and scolded loudly, Yunqi, aren't we teammates? You just abandon me like this, and don't help me when I'm in trouble? Are you even human? Yunqi paid no attention to these accusations, even turning back. His tone full of sarcasm, am I human? I know myself. As for you, you've repeatedly stolen my ideas and achievements to take credit, and made female colleagues have abortions 3 times. You're definitely not a good person. These words enraged Lu Yang, who gritted his teeth and questioned, what are you talking about? But Yunqi couldn't be bothered. He decisively turned around, pulling Lu Xian away. Let's go. Behind them, Lu Yang kept pleading, wait, don't go. My profession is also a strange master. If the 3 of us team up, we won't be afraid of those zombies. These words made Lu Xian waver a little. She looked up at Yunqi, and asked hesitantly, Yunqi, did you hear that? He's a strange master, he must be very powerful. But Yun Qi's expression remained stern. He coldly turned back to look at Lu Yang. And replied, no matter how strong your profession is, it doesn't change the fact that you're a despicable person. Seeing he couldn't convince them, Lu Yang resentfully picked up the iron rod from the ground and roared, how dare you look down on me? He turned and charged at Yun Qi without hesitation, launching an attack. Lu Xian cried out in panic, watch out. But she didn't know that Yun Qi was the one favored by fate. He calmly gripped his weapon, turned slightly, and struck fiercely. Lu Yang clutched his stomach in pain, opened his mouth wide, and vomited up his entire lunch. The vomit splattered everywhere, emitting a nauseating stench. Just then, a shambling zombie appeared behind Lu Yang. Its murky eyes fixed on the three of them. Lu Yang turned his head, his face pale, and screamed in terror, help! Help me! But it was too late. The zombie lunged forward and overpowered him, leaving him no chance to resist. Yun Qi didn't hesitate. He said coldly, let's go. Despite some reluctance, Lu Xian followed him away. But she couldn't help but turn back and ask, wait. Yun Qi, are we really just going to leave him to his fate? Lu Yang's desperate cries still echoed from behind them. Suddenly, Yun Qi stopped at the end of the corridor, his gaze becoming sharp and serious. He turned to Lu Xian, his voice low but firm. Lu Xian, put away that useless kindness. Understand this, it's the apocalypse. When he turned back, his entire demeanor seemed to have changed, exuding a cold and terrifying aura. The scene outside the corridor came into view. The once beautiful city was now a brutal battlefield. Everything had changed, leaving only death and chaos rampant. On the streets, constantly mutating zombies roared, hunting humans relentlessly. Along the long corridor, Yun Qi coldly reminded, don't be as naive as you used to be. Lu Xian froze in place, speechless, at his words. Realizing time was short, Yun Qi immediately turned around, his tone urgent. There are too many zombies. Let's find a safe place first. As the two hurriedly searched for a hiding spot, a nearby door suddenly opened. Jia Jia, a familiar friend of Lu Xian's, appeared, urgently calling out, Lu Xian. Seeing a familiar face, Lu Xian couldn't help but exclaim, Jia Jia. But outside the door, zombies were still roaring wildly, pounding on the door, emitting a terrifying aura of brutality. After entering the room, Yun Qi calmly scanned his surroundings, his gaze cold. He vaguely sensed something amiss and turned his head to look in another direction. Muttering, there were so many people in the company, but now only 7 of us are left alive? In the small room, exactly 7 people huddled together, their faces filled with fear and contemplation. Jia Jia huddled in a corner, crying, her voice desperate. The world was fine just a moment ago, how did it suddenly turn into such a terrible state? A female employee next to her covered her face, sobbing, I want to go home. The man beside her quickly offered comfort, his voice trembling, surviving is the most important thing right now. As long as those zombies don't break in, I'll be grateful. Unable to tolerate the chaotic scene, a man in the corner slammed his hand on the table, angrily shouting, it's all Jia Jia's fault for insisting on opening the door and letting these people in. There's already no food, and now zombies are blocking the door. The one who spoke earlier was none other than the company manager, Chao Shaojian. He continued to roar, his face flushed, damn it, if you want to die, go die outside. Why drag others down with you? These words infuriated Jijian, the security guard. He stood up abruptly and sharply questioned, what do you mean by that? Yun Qi listened to the argument, lost in thought. He recalled the previous scene, Jijian secretly followed them, rushed into the room, and even brought in a few zombies. In the panic, he even pushed away 3 other people to squeeze in, which left Yun Qi puzzled. Patience, he muttered to himself, his eyes gradually turning cold. Ignoring everyone's gazes, Jijian still shouted carelessly, move aside, move aside. Hearing these words, Chao Shaojian became even more enraged, pointing and cursing, what, was I wrong? If you hadn't attracted the zombies, how would we have ended up trapped like this? Besides, you're covered in blood. You might already be infected and turning into monsters. You might as well have died outside. Yun Qi remained silent, observing with cold eyes. But Qi Jian could no longer hold back. He roared, you damn it. He rushed forward, grabbing Xiao Jin's collar and shouting, Chao, I've had enough of you. As a leader, do you really think you can ride roughshod over others? Chao Shaojian, how dare you say that? Be careful, or I'll fire you. Chao Shaojian's threat didn't faze Qi Jian in the slightest. He sneered, his eyes cold, wake up. This is the apocalypse. If you say I'm a monster, then I'll truly show you what a monster looks like. Xiao Jian panicked, stammering, what do you want to do? Stop, stop. Just as the two were grappling, the sound of shattering glass suddenly rang out. With astonishing strength, Qi Jian violently pushed Xiao Jin towards the window. He shrieked in terror, are you crazy? This is the 17th floor. Seeing this, Yun Qi gripped his sword hilt, ready to intervene. Xiao Jian's face turned ashen, and he pleaded repeatedly, don't kill me. But Qi Jian ignored him, roaring, go down. Luo Han, standing at the back, couldn't bear to watch and quickly shouted, wait. She pressed her hand to her chest, explaining urgently, Qi Jian, don't be impulsive. I chose the mage profession and have awakened my talent, holy light, which can purify wounds. Perhaps I can help you with your wounds. So no one will turn into a monster. Yunqi was speechless at her words, cursing inwardly, damn it. How could she be so foolish, revealing her profession information so carelessly? As soon as Luo Han finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Everyone looked at her with incredulous eyes, mixed with a hint of greed. Yunqi scanned his surroundings, his heart sinking. The greatest danger often came from within their own ranks. Everyone had been together for so long, yet no one had revealed their profession, clearly guarding against each other. Luo Han still risked walking towards Zhao Jian, and Yunqi couldn't help but worry, thinking that she might cause big trouble this way. Zhao Jian listened to Luo Han's words, showing a surprised expression. You said you're a mage? Luo Han stepped forward and nodded firmly, yes. So you don't have to worry about being infected. We can work together to prevent tragedy, and perhaps even change our destiny. Hearing this, Zhou Yujian quickly interjected, his voice trembling, Zhao Jian, did you hear that? She can help you heal. Go find her quickly. But as soon as he spoke, Zhou Yujian fell from the 17th floor. That guy's eyes gleamed with an indescribable cruelty, as if this moment was his chance to change his fate. Yujian realized death was near, and roared in despair. Lu Xian witnessed this scene, unable to look away, her face as pale as paper. Yunqi stood there, sensing that everything had far exceeded his initial expectations. As Yujian fell, the sound of bones shattering echoed, turning into a splattered pool of blood on the ground. Lu Xian stumbled back in panic, trembling as she asked, "Why?" Zhao Jian showed a triumphant smile, saying coldly, "Why else? Simply because I found this fat guy an eyesore." Lu Xian still tried to maintain her kindness, speaking up to stop him, "Just for that? Is it worth a human life? That was a living person." Zhao Jian let out a contemptuous laugh, his body suddenly transforming, becoming stronger than ever before. He roared, power erupting, human life? At this moment, the system announced, Zhao Jian has become a level 1 warrior. Zhao Jian laughed loudly, his tone smug, he was just a stepping stone for me. This proves that choosing the warrior class was indeed a wise decision. As long as I have strength, I can not only survive in this apocalypse, but perhaps even rise to become the ruler of the world. Watching Zhao Jian gradually turn ruthless, Yunqi fell into thought, a cold killing intent in his eyes. He mused to himself, in the apocalypse, when laws and morals cease to exist, human hearts will be more terrifying than imagined. Zhao Jian approached Lu Xian, laughing, his tone malicious, Lu Xian. From now on, follow me and be my woman. These words terrified Lu Xian, causing her to retreat repeatedly, her face pale, as she stammered, no. Fortunately, Yunqi immediately stepped forward, blocking her. He lightly swung his sword, performing a few basic sword moves, cold light flashing. Zhao Jian was stunned, asking in surprise, what? Are you also interested in this girl? Yunqi remained calm, switching to an assassination stance, and said steadily, to correct you, I'm only interested in her skills. He had already calculated that Lu Xian could assist him with her light talent. In the apocalypse, no one can guarantee they won't get hurt. Having a mage who can purify viruses by your side is a tremendous advantage. Zhao Jian was enraged by Yunqi's actions, smashing the fire extinguisher in front of him. He roared, how dare you steal my things? Are you asking for trouble? He immediately turned around, his eyes bloodshot, as if he wanted to devour Yunqi. Taking a deep breath, he raised the fire extinguisher, gripping it tightly, ready to attack. You'll be the starting point for my rule over this apocalypse. Zhao Jian roared, swinging the fire extinguisher with all his might, directly at Yunqi. But Yunqi reacted quickly, raising his sword in time to block and deflect the blow. A flicker of confusion suddenly crossed his eyes, as he sensed something was wrong. The bleeding wound on Zhao Jian's waist made him panic. It's over. Has Zhao Jian been infected? Zhao Jian's pupils gradually clouded, becoming the terrifying, chilling gaze of a true zombie. Yunqi tried to remain calm, lost in thought. He was just talking normally, could the time distortion depend on each person's physique? A powerful warrior like him, once mutated, would be several times more terrifying than an ordinary walker. With that thought, Yunqi didn't hesitate. He concentrated all his strength and struck fiercely, knocking the fire extinguisher from Zhao Jian's hand. Before the opponent could react, Yunqi had already gripped his longsword and rushed forward like a whirlwind. This ticking time bomb must be dealt with quickly. A sharp, decisive slash tore through the air, striking Zhao Jian's body. Blood splattered, painting horrifying red streaks in the air. Even the sturdy fire extinguisher was split in two by Yunqi's sword, as if it were just a bundle of vegetables. A wisp of ash, thin as a cicada's wing, drifted in the room, intertwining with the tense atmosphere. With just a few clean, swift movements, Yunqi had defeated Zhao Jian. Lu Han slowly approached him, her eyes complex. But the three remaining people in the room were stunned. Their faces pale as they witnessed the terrible scene. Someone's been killed, someone's been killed. Another person is dead. Lu Han stood quietly, her gaze fixed on Yunqi's firm back. She gently turned and walked away, trying to calm her racing heart. He had seen everything that had just happened. A strict teacher doesn't need to teach a second time, one lesson is enough to be etched into memory. Lu Han secretly warned himself, hoping to remember the consequences of naivety and no longer indulge carelessly. Yunqi scanned the room, catching the fear in everyone's eyes. Although he acted because Zhao Jian had begun to mutate, their fear now became an advantage, making it easier for him to control the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he turned, his gaze coldly sweeping over each face. His voice, steady and authoritative, rang out, "Now, is there anyone else who wants to contend with me for the selection?" Jia Jia quickly shook her head, her voice trembling, "No, there isn't." The two people next to her also nodded repeatedly, saying in unison, "Yunqi, we just want to survive, we won't do anything." Upon hearing this, Yunqi nodded slightly and silently sheathed his long sword. His movements gentle yet conveying authority. He turned around and instructed calmly, "That's good. Lu Huan, help them with their injuries." Lu Huan nodded and immediately went to Jia Jia's side. As a mage, she gently raised her hand, using her healing ability. A soft glow emanated from her palm, enveloping Jia Jia's wound. She carefully instructed, "Jia Jia, this is my first time healing, so you must tell me if anything feels uncomfortable." Over there? Realizing there was something important he still needed to do, he quickly pulled out his phone from his pocket. But when he saw the screen, a hint of disappointment flashed across his face, and he sighed softly. Sure enough, all his old contact methods were no longer working. The phone screen displayed cold text, "Sorry. Your current location is out of service area." Yunqi suddenly turned his head, his gaze fixed in another direction. Lost in thought. Currently, the only way to contact the outside world was through the world channel within the game system. But he knew that many others must be thinking the same thing as him. Without hesitation, he focused his attention on the system screen before him. The world channel was densely packed with chaotic messages. "Wang Qi, help! There are too many zombies here, can anyone save us? I'm in the city center of Jing City now. Debing, everyone, don't panic. I heard that the Second Hospital Alliance has dispatched an enforcement team to rescue residents. Our lives will return to normal soon. What's the panic? Stop sending out anime-style distress signals. The communication system is completely down, I can't even make a call now. Where did you get news about the council? Lao Fu, you have to live long enough to witness the end of days. Don't hesitate any longer. Pick up your weapons and fight your way out to survive. Those with courage, follow me. Gather at Zhongjin Building, C City. Lucian, my home is right next to Zhongjin Building. Big brother, please take me with you." Looking at the chaotic messages on the screen, Yunqi raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of helplessness flashing across his face. He couldn't help but shake his head, unsure of what to do. Clearly, most people were isolated and helpless, unable to get any assistance. To survive, they could only rely on themselves. He decisively closed the system chat interface, his gaze becoming more resolute than ever before. The system screen flickered, displaying Yunqi's detailed information. 130 to 200. Profession, Nether Knight. Strength, 9, Agility, 9, Spirit, 10, Constitution, 10. Compatibility, 10%. Personal talent, Child of the Plane. Can specify up to 3 items in the game, non-combat attributes will increase to 10 times their initial value. If the change is determined to be permanent, the increase can reach 100 times. Skill cooldown, 24 hours. Professional specialization, Death Soul Attunement. Existing skills, none. After reading these details, Yunqi raised an eyebrow slightly, lost in thought. Previously, due to the urgent situation, he hadn't had time to consider them carefully. Now, looking at the attribute panel, he realized that non-combat attributes could be increased by 10 times. Among them, points and compatibility were the most prominent. But what puzzled him was the compatibility item, at 10%. He stared intently at the system screen, silently weighing his options. Attributes like strength and agility were straightforward, but compatibility was vague and difficult to understand. He recalled the information about the Child of the Plane talent. If he chose a permanent change, the benefit could increase to 100 times. This was clearly an advanced skill, especially in the early stages, he mused to himself. However, before understanding the game mechanics, rashly using this talent might not be a wise move. Perhaps more new attributes will appear once the activation phase ends. At that time, this talent will play a greater role. Thinking this, Yunqi raised his hand, his movements cautious. and touched the points option on the system screen. Caution is key. For now, I'll increase the points acquisition speed by 10 times. The system immediately issued a congratulatory notification, adjustment successful. Points acquisition speed has been increased to 10 times its initial value. The following paragraph has been modified as requested, strictly adhering to style, punctuation, semantics, and visualization requirements, while preserving quoted dialogue. I have ensured no deviation from the original content, enhancing coherence and vividness, rhythm, and standardized spelling and address errors. Yunqi laughed aloud, his eyes sparkling with joy and anticipation. This is great. With a 10x bonus, his own strength growth rate will be 10 times that of others. He secretly made up his mind, his heart filled with fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Lu Xian had just finished healing everyone. She rubbed her stomach wearily, a pained expression on her face. So hungry. Perhaps it was due to the magic consuming her stamina, but she suddenly felt an unbearable hunger. Yunqi glanced at her, then surveyed the others in the room. They were comforting each other, but their expressions still showed anxiety. He sighed softly, a faint ache in his heart. This meeting room was empty, with only 4 bare walls. If they continued to hide like this, their ammunition and food would eventually run out. His gaze deepened as he silently planned his next move. Only about 20 hours remained until official players entered the game. Thinking of that eternal scene, a trace of worry flashed across his face. Those who chose powerful professions would not hesitate to suppress, or even eliminate, the weak. In 20 hours, Blue Star might face a massacre even more terrifying than the zombie outbreak. This thought strengthened his resolve. He gripped the long sword in his hand, its blade glinting in the cold light, and stepped forward, his will unyielding. The goal this time is clear: we must accumulate as many points as possible before the game's startup phase ends. Seeing him walk towards the door with a long sword in hand, the people in the room immediately panicked. One person stammered, their voice trembling, Yunqi, what are you trying to do? Are you going out? Jia rushed forward, blocking his path, waving her hands frantically to stop him. Are you crazy? There are so many zombies outside. The moment you open the door, they'll rush in and eat us. Yunqi's gaze remained cold, completely unmoved by their pleas. He warned in a low voice, move aside. Behind him, Lu Xian also quickly reached out, trying to stop his reckless action. Her voice filled with worry. Yunqi, do you really have to go out? It's too dangerous outside. We just barely managed to find a hiding place. Yunqi gently turned his head, his gaze calm yet resolute. He explained to Lu Xian, without supplies, even hiding will only lead to a dead end. I'll do my best to eliminate the zombies outside. As for you, if you want to wait for death, then close the door. His decisive words made Jia unable to hold back her anger. She loudly rebuked, even waiting for death is better than seeking it yourself. The 2 people next to her quickly nodded in agreement, their voices full of concern. That's right. Do you know how many monsters are outside? You have a weapon, so it's easy for you to say, but we have nothing. What can we do if we go out? But Yunqi remained unswayed, walking forward with firm steps. Lu Xian could no longer hold back, quickly reaching out to stop him, her voice trembling. Yunqi, why don't we wait a little longer? The army will surely arrive soon. Once rescue comes, we'll be safe. However, he paid no attention to these warnings. His gaze was cold as he turned slightly, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Due to the intervention of the apocalypse game, I'm afraid government rescue. He hadn't finished speaking when his thoughts were interrupted by a strange sound from outside. Yunqi and Lu Xian were stunned, their gazes simultaneously turning towards the sky. They exclaimed in disbelief, ah! It was in the sky, several search and rescue planes swept past, their engines roaring through the clouds. The light they cast, like torches, ignited new hope in the survivors within the room. In the sky, a floating airbase steadily hovered, symbolizing the unyielding spirit of the United Army. From the leading helicopter, the deep and resonant voice of Commander Zhao Liang was heard. The voice echoed through the broadcast, reaching every corner. I am Zhao Liang, leader of the Advance Unit's 3rd Squad. I order all squad members to immediately commence rescue operations. We anticipate bringing the situation under control within 3 hours. Residents who are able, please proceed immediately to a rooftop or the highest point. We will send personnel to assist you. This announcement was like a gust of wind scattering the gloom of despair. On the streets, survivors gripped their weapons, their faces beaming with joy. One person excitedly shouted, "This is great! Rescue has arrived! Everyone, follow me to the rooftop, quickly!" Zhao Liang's voice continued, warm and reassuring. Those residents unable to move, please immediately find a hiding place and wait patiently for rescue. Those who had been engulfed in fear were now crying tears of joy. One person choked out, "We're saved. This nightmare is finally coming to an end." In the room, the 3, including Jia, couldn't hide their inner joy. They burst into laughter, their eyes sparkling with hope, as they continued to listen to Zhao Liang's broadcast. Everyone, please ensure your safety and avoid infection. Please believe that we will never abandon anyone. A man in a business suit eagerly pointed outside, his face full of delight. Shouting, Luo Xian was right. The army really came to save us. Upon hearing this, Luo Xian clasped her hands together, her eyes shining with joy. She excitedly exclaimed, "This is wonderful." Just as Zhao Liang's deep voice continued to emanate from the broadcast, he suddenly paused, seemingly sensing something amiss. "We will do our best to rescue everyone," he continued, but his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the sky, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Just then, a cold, mechanical system voice suddenly sounded. Interrupted everything. To ensure the game proceeds normally, interfering factors are being eliminated. As soon as the announcement ended, the airplane in the sky suddenly exploded, turning into countless tiny glittering dust particles scattered in the air. Airplane debris rained down like iron, crashing into the gradually collapsing skyscrapers in the city. In an instant, sturdy buildings began to shake and collapse, emitting deafening explosions. Those poor residents who had just escaped the clutches of zombies now had to frantically dodge huge concrete blocks falling from the sky. Explosions echoed incessantly, and dust filled the ground, obscuring vision. Seeing the situation grow increasingly critical, Yunqi, Luo Xian, and their companions rushed forward swiftly, their steps hurried and resolute. The continuous explosions transformed the entire scene into a terrifying chaos. Yunqi gripped the long sword in his hand, its blade gleaming with a cold light. He forcefully plunged the sword into the ground, using it as a stable anchor. Fortunately, just before the building completely collapsed, he managed to pull Luo Xian out of the jaws of death. Behind them, 3 others, including Jia Jia, were left behind, panicking and feeling death closing in. Luo Xian, tears streaming down her face, pleaded desperately, "Yunqi, save me." But how could he blame her? The weight of 2 people was gradually draining his strength, and his body was slipping faster and faster. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it! This was truly a hell-level start." Just then, a cold prompt flashed across the system screen, ensuring a sufficient number of surviving NPCs in the area for players to eliminate, and supplies were currently being dropped. NPCs should find supplies themselves and strive to survive. Upon hearing the notification, Yunqi's expression instantly turned solemn. He quickly thought of the next plan. Gripping Luo Xian's hand tightly, he turned his head and said firmly, "I'll count to 3. And we'll jump together." This startled Luo Xian, who reacted in a panic. "What? Wait, jumping from this height, even if we don't die, we'll be seriously injured." Before she could react, Yunqi had already embraced her tightly. Without the slightest hesitation, he leaped down from the height. Luo Xian screamed in terror, clutching him tightly with both hands, as if he were her last straw. On the ground, debris and zombies swept past like a deadly whirlwind. Yunqi, with astonishing agility, moved between various landing points, his movements like a dance on the edge of life and death. With a loud thud, he landed safely with Luo Xian in his arms, completely unharmed. As expected of the protagonist's aura, everything around them seemed to exist only to highlight Yunqi's excellence. Yunqi's voice rang out, calm and decisive, "All right." Luo Xian slowly opened her eyes, her gaze fixed forward. Seeing that he was still holding her, she felt a little flustered and quickly said, "Thank you, Yunqi." She quickly slid out of his embrace, looking around to assess the situation. Just as Luo Xian was still pondering where to go next, Yunqi had already taken firm steps and walked forward. She paused slightly, her gaze suddenly falling upon a supply crate lying alone amidst the ruins. Luo Xian exclaimed in surprise, "It's supplies." She suddenly stopped, as if she understood Yunqi's intention. Did he jump down because he had already spotted that supply crate? She mused to herself, her gaze following his determined back as he continued towards the supply area. The more she thought about it, the more incredible Luo Xian found it. In such a critical situation, he could still remain calm, spot, and target the supplies. Yunqi's adaptability was truly astonishing. Meanwhile, just as Yunqi approached the supply crate, a massive zombie suddenly lunged from somewhere. Its body as huge as a moving mountain. Though slightly surprised by the creature's power, he did not retreat a single step. Without a moment to spare, Yunqi unleashed a sharp slash. The sharp blade aimed directly at the hordes of zombies surging from all directions. Sensing the situation growing more critical, he immediately retreated, his gaze cold, shielding Luin behind him. The mutated zombie roared furiously, its shrill cries piercing the air, seemingly summoning more zombies to swarm them. Luin felt the imminent danger, her face pale and her body trembling. Around them, the zombies had formed a deadly encirclement. In a panic, she cried out, "Yunqi, we're surrounded." Luin froze in place, her breath seemingly caught, her terrified eyes awaiting the arrival of doom. But Yunqi was different, his eyes burned with fighting spirit, completely unyielding to the roaring zombie horde before him. He was swift as lightning, speaking decisively, indicating, "There are too many zombies. Follow me, then split up and run. These words startled Luin, her bewildered gaze turning to him. Her voice trembled. Split up? What if zombies chase me? Yunqi didn't answer, merely glanced at her before rushing forward. His steps were light, as if completely unconcerned by danger. He didn't forget to look back, calmly gesturing, then lure the monsters away and run in circles. The sword in his hand swung, each strike sharp as wind, taking down the frenzied zombies that lunged at them. The system screen flickered, a notification sounding, killed a level 1 zombie. Gained 100 points. Yunqi glanced at it, a slight smile playing on his lips, then turned back to remind the still-stunned Luin, remember what I said. Immediately after, he cleverly drew the zombie horde, making them turn to chase him instead. The situation became extremely urgent. Luin had no choice but to run desperately, shouting in despair as she ran. Tears streamed down her face, her voice choked with a plea for help. Even if you say that, I don't know how to lure the monsters away. The two ran side by side, not far apart. Occasionally, Yunqi would swing his sword, cleanly taking down approaching zombies. Watching Luhan still dodging and weaving, tears streaming down her face, he suddenly chuckled, his tone so relaxed as if everything was just a game, thinking, isn't luring monsters like this quite good? Seeing Yunqi reappear before her, Luhan's face immediately lost its joyful expression. His longsword swung, its blade gleaming with a cold light, cutting through the air as if locking onto prey. At this moment, Yunqi was like a true hunter, every move fierce and powerful, continuously taking down those zombies with mighty strikes. The system flickered, a notification sounding, eliminated 3 level 1 zombies, gained 300 points. Just as this group of zombies was dealt with, from another direction, even more bloodthirsty monsters roared and surged forward. Luhan froze, her heart filled with confusion. Another group, she thought to herself. Yunqi didn't hesitate, gripping his longsword tightly, and charged forward. Each strike was clean and decisive, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, sending the zombies one by one to their end. After dealing with the weak monsters, Yunqi tilted his head slightly, his sharp gaze sweeping around to investigate. When he turned back, not a single zombie was left. The scene on the ground was gruesome, with zombies lying scattered everywhere. A strong scent of death permeated the air. Luhan was still standing there, her heart pounding violently from fear. Realizing the danger had passed, she leaned against the wall, sighed in relief, and whispered, "It's safe now, it's safe." Yunqi pursed his lips, joy sparkling in his eyes, as he gripped the longsword in his hand. A subtle smile played on his lips as he mused, with a 10x point bonus, killing zombies is truly profitable. Since my sister already sent the forbidden weapon, why didn't she also send a nimble handgun? With her capabilities, such a small matter would be effortless. He looked up, his sharp gaze falling on the supply crate still lying quietly in the ruins. He quickly walked over, almost forgetting this precious treasure. I almost missed these supplies, he muttered, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. As soon as his hand touched the supply crate, the system immediately flashed, and a notification sounded, "Congratulations. Congratulations on discovering the supplies dropped by the system. You have gained 1000 points. Notification, you can view your points on the point leaderboard." This news made Yunqi's eyes widen. The point leaderboard immediately appeared before him. Current ranking, 1. Feng Qian, 3430. 2. Wu Wenjin, 3060. 3. Yunqi, 2840. After seeing this, he was slightly stunned, an incredible feeling welling up in his heart. The point leaderboard? He was actually ranked alongside Feng Qian and Wu Wenjin. These two names were like monuments of the human alliance. Feng Qian's image appeared in his mind, a burly man, wielding a majestic sword, a war god from humble origins. He became the commander of the Alliance army through countless military achievements. And Yuan Jin, with his keen mind and calm demeanor, was the patriarch of the Yuan family, one of the 7 great families, known as the strategist of the Alliance Council. Thinking that he was ranked alongside legendary figures like Feng Qian and Yuan Jin, Yunqi couldn't help but feel shocked and disbelieving. Even with the apocalypse, these two individuals were like a spiritual stimulant, inspiring all residents of Blue Star. But the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was off. Over 3000 points? If these points were obtained solely by killing zombies, it would indeed be far beyond an ordinary person's ability. He mused to himself. Perhaps these two accumulated points by relying on their elite troops, through reconnaissance and collecting supply boxes. Just then, the system screen flickered, displaying a new notification. Do you want to remain anonymous on this leaderboard? Yunqi didn't hesitate, quickly pressing the confirm button. He already knew in his heart that, after all, they were symbols of Blue Star. If his name appeared next to theirs, it would inevitably attract too much attention. It's better to keep a low profile. He muttered, his gaze sharply scanning the screen. On the other side, seeing Yunqi standing still, as if lost in thought, Luxian asked with concern, Junqi, what's in this supply box? He leaned down, placing his hand on the supply box in front of him, and replied simply, "Let me see." Yunqi carefully opened the lid of the box, and both their eyes were filled with anticipation. However, upon seeing what was inside, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. There was no food at all. Inside the box was a pile of medical supplies, 2 bottles of level 1 healing potions, 2 bottles of level 1 combat burst potions, 2 bottles of level 1 antidotes, and a sharp dagger. Seeing these items, Yunqi's face suddenly lit up, revealing an incredibly bright smile. "I didn't expect them to be medical supplies." Yunqi quickly picked up a bottle of medicine, examining it carefully, a look of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. "Good, with these potions, I can handle ordinary wounds myself," he murmured. Yunqi glanced at Lu Xian, a slight calculation in his heart. With these items, perhaps he wouldn't need to keep her with him anymore. After all, Lu Xian had no combat ability and always caused trouble. Seeing the inexplicable smile on his face, Lu Xian pouted slightly, her heart full of questions. Suddenly, Yunqi was startled, realizing something was wrong. Catching him off guard, a zombie lunged, its sharp claws poised to strike. Fortunately, he raised his sword in time and easily blocked the attack. The zombie bared a ferocious grin, its murky eyes fixed on him, as if it wanted to devour him. Realizing his opponent was extraordinary, Yunqi shouted, "Get back!" Luhan quickly turned, desperately fleeing backward, not forgetting to warn. His voice full of worry, "Got it. You be careful." Yunqi suddenly drew his long sword, its blade glinting coldly in the air. The zombie paused slightly, unable to react in time. He took a deep breath and delivered a decisive slash, pushing the massive monster back several steps. But this zombie was not easy to deal with. It roared, quickly getting back up, ready to counterattack with astonishing force. The situation grew increasingly critical. The zombie lunged with surprising speed, seemingly intent on tearing Yunqi apart. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes, revealing a hint of fear as its sharp claws swiped at him. In that critical moment, he dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. The scene was utterly chaotic at this point. Explosions echoed continuously, and smoke filled the air, blurring everything. Despite this, Yunqi retreated step by step, maintaining an optimistic spirit, his eyes burning with the will to fight. Yunqi secretly assessed his opponent, realizing that the zombie before him was extraordinary. It was more dangerous than any monster he had ever faced. A hint of hesitation flashed across his face, and a question arose in his mind. Though this guy is as small as Lu Han, its strength is several times that of other zombies. Could it have mutated into a monster far beyond level 1? Without hesitation, he gripped his metal weapon, the blade glinting coldly in his hand. Taking a deep breath, Yunqi decisively injected a battle burst potion into his arm, preparing to counterattack. "This zombie is a bit tricky. It seems I'll have to use this," he muttered to himself. The system immediately lit up, issuing a notification. "You have injected a level 1 battle burst potion. All combat attributes increased by 20% for 10 seconds. After reading it, Yunqi couldn't help but panic. Only 10 seconds. This is a fake potion. He cursed under his breath, his mind a mess, unable to come up with a countermeasure in time. Suddenly, the zombie roared and lunged at him with astonishing speed. With no other choice, Yunqi gripped his longsword tightly and charged forward to meet it. The sharp blade pierced the monster's shoulder, pushing it back several steps. But this attack only enraged it further. The zombie roared madly, its murky eyes burning with a bloodthirsty desire. Suddenly, its pale, slender fingers gripped the blade tightly, refusing to let him pull it out. At the same time, its other hand swung its sharp claws, aiming directly for his face. Yunqi tried his best to dodge, but a shallow wound was still left on his face, and blood immediately flowed. In the distance, Luhan witnessed the entire fight, her face pale with fear. She trembled and cried out, "Yunqi!" Despite his efforts to retreat, he was cornered by the zombie. It attacked frantically, its claws flailing in the air, forcing him back step by step towards the wall. Panic was now clearly visible on Yunqi's face as he frantically tried to think of a way out of this dangerous situation. The zombie let out a furious roar, pinning Yunqi against the wall with astonishing strength, leaving him unable to resist. Despair gradually appeared in his eyes as he desperately searched for an escape. "Damn it, the burst period is over. I should have grabbed those supplies earlier." He regretted inwardly, glancing at the still open supply box, his heart full of regret. "I must find a way to get close to the supply box." Just as he was deep in thought, the zombie suddenly roared, its roar shaking the entire space. Yunqi gritted his teeth and made a desperate decision. Without time to hesitate, he swung a punch with his bare fist, aiming directly for the monster's face. At the same time, the long sword in his hand pierced its body, the blade glinting coldly in the air. Seizing this moment, he quickly pulled out his longsword and dashed forward, leaving the still glaring zombie behind. His goal was now very clear, the supply box right in front of him. But this zombie was not simple. As if sensing his intention, it roared and lunged with astonishing speed. Yunqi froze, cursing under his breath, damn it. It caught up so quickly. Just then, a voice rang out beside him, catching him. 2 potions suddenly flew through the air. Yunqi, agile, caught them instantly. He looked up, an expression of disbelief flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected that, in this critical moment, Lu Xian would risk running to the supply box and continuously throw potions to him for support. This action made Yunqi see her in a new light. Before Yunqi could even process this sudden act, Lu Xian bravely raised her dagger, flames burning in her eyes, despite her heart pounding wildly from fear. She shouted loudly, her voice echoing, trying to attract the zombie's attention, look here, look here. Though trembling with fear, she still tried her best to play her part, wildly brandishing her dagger to draw the monster's attention away from Yunqi. Tears streamed down her cheeks as Lu Xian fought and cried, her expression one of despair yet determination. This scene made the zombie pause for a moment, seemingly confused. Seizing the opportunity, Yunqi immediately stopped and prepared to act. There was no time to hesitate, he quickly injected the 2 potions into his body. An expression of pride mixed with surprise flashing in his eyes. This woman is quite useful in a pinch, he muttered. A slight smile playing on his lips. Sensing Yunqi's intention, the mutated zombie roared furiously, its blood-red eyes sharply turning towards him. But at this moment, Yunqi was stronger than ever. He gripped his longsword tightly, approaching step by step, each stride exuding an overwhelming aura, ready to retaliate against all the damage the monster had inflicted. The system lit up, continuously prompting, you have injected a level 1 burst combat potion. All combat attributes increased by 20% for 10 seconds. You have injected a level 1 life potion. Pain reduced by 80% for 10 seconds. Yunqi's gaze was as cold as ice as he provocatively looked up at the mutated beast. It had completely enraged him. He roared, his voice full of authority, the next 10 seconds are for a true man. The mutated beast refused to yield. It suddenly leaped, its sharp claws bared, ready to attack, its speed advantage making the air tremble. Yunqi showed no fear, gripping his long sword, and charged forward swiftly. A decisive slash cut through the air, piercing the beast's body, leaving it no time to react. He retreated slightly, his gaze cold, knowing that one strike wouldn't be enough to finish it. Raising his longsword high, he immediately followed up with a fatal blow behind the monster. The sharp blade sliced cleanly, cutting its body in 2. Fell heavily to the ground. Even though it was cut in 2, the mutated beast of slaughter still let out a furious roar, filled with extreme rage. Lu Xian was extremely anxious and rushed to his side. Asking with concern, Yunqi, are you alright? She quickly cast a healing spell, and a gentle light emanated from her hands, enveloping his wounds. She gently comforted him, let me tend to your wounds. Yunqi calmly observed, feeling his body gradually recover under the warm light. He mused that Lu Xian was growing faster than he had imagined. He couldn't help but recall the moment just now, despite her fear, she bravely picked up the dagger to confront the beast of slaughter, helping him. This action made him change his opinion of her. Meanwhile, Lu Xian was still focused on healing, her heart a mix of emotions. Yunqi was so powerful, and he had clearly obtained the supplies, he could have ignored her completely. But he still desperately protected her, she thought to herself, recalling the dangerous moment he blocked the beast of slaughter's attack. Without him, she would probably have perished. Determination burned in her heart, and she secretly resolved that she must do her best to help Yunqi overcome this challenge. After a while, Lu Xian smiled and said, it's done. Yunqi happily watched the wounds on his hand gradually heal, feeling the warmth and comfort brought by the magic. This magic truly works. Having a reliable healer is more valuable than a box of supplies, he thought to himself, a satisfied look flashing in his eyes. He walked forward, picked up the lonely dagger on the ground, and handed it to Lu Xian. He instructed her with a steady voice, go, kill that beast of slaughter. Just use this dagger to stab its heart. Although Lu Xian understood Yunqi's meaning, she couldn't hide her fear and asked with a trembling voice, me? His gaze was cold, revealing firmness. He sternly taught her, every word piercing her heart like a nail, no matter what, no one knows what the future holds. The most important thing now is to improve your strength. Not just me, you also need to accumulate points. Hearing these words, Lu Xian clenched her hands, her eyes gleaming with determination. She took the small gamma knife, thinking to herself, Yunqi is right. I must become stronger, I can't always rely on him. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she slowly walked towards the still growling mutated beast. Clutching her gamma blade, she raised her weapon high, letting out a shout to steel her nerves. With a decisive move, she plunged the blade directly into the monster's heart. Crimson blood splattered into the air, marking the end of this mutated beast. It let out a final wail, its cries gradually fading until it fell into eternal slumber. The system immediately lit up, a notification appearing before Lu Xian. Before she could react, she had slain a level 5 mutated beast and gained 500 points. Congratulations, you've received an extra reward, a level 1 healing skill, a single target ability, which has a certain healing effect on external injuries. Lu Xian was overjoyed. She turned and excitedly called out, "Thank you, Junqi. I got 500 points, and I even learned a healing skill." But her words made Yunqi's body stiffen, as if he had been struck by a sudden realization. He suddenly knelt to the ground, his face filled with anguish, tears streaming down. 500 points, if I had used the 10 times critical strike, wouldn't that be 5,000 points? That would be enough to surpass the Alliance War God and the Council President, putting me at the top of the rankings. The more he thought about it, the more he regretted it. His voice trembled, and it even gave a skill. Oh God, aren't there any more level 5 mutated beasts for me to take down? Seeing him both crying and complaining, Lu Xian asked in surprise, "Junqi, what's wrong?" He shook his head, slumping to the ground, his voice weak. "It's nothing. I just suddenly feel a bit weary inside." He silently observed his surroundings, his gaze vigilant, trying to calm down and assess the situation. A serious expression appeared on Yunqi's face, his eyes thoughtful. This person must be kept close. If someone else snatches them away, wouldn't that be too easy for them? Thinking this, he suddenly stood up, reminding Lu Xian with a resolute tone, "Let's go. We're out of supplies, we need to find a safe and stable hiding place first." Seeing that she was still standing still, he raised an eyebrow slightly, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Lu Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. She pointed forward, her voice filled with excitement. "Yunqi, I know a place with lots of supplies." The scenery rapidly changed. They arrived at a desolate area in the city. The streets were in chaos. Bodies lay scattered, and the ground was stained with blood. Lu Xian observed, and couldn't help but say in surprise, "Yunqi, it seems there was an intense battle here. The ghouls have all been eliminated." Yunqi nodded, his gaze sharp, and warned in a low voice, "Still, be careful. If any slip through, it'll be big trouble." He hid in the corner, silently observing his surroundings, his gaze scrutinizing everything. Suddenly, he paused, muttering to himself, "The hiding place you mentioned, is it that green residential building across the street? Isn't that your home?" These words startled Lu Xian, and panic showed in her eyes. She quickly asked, How did you know?" Yunqi turned around, smiled faintly, and explained, "Earlier in the office, several male colleagues offered to take you home repeatedly. I overheard. I'm not stupid, it wasn't hard to guess." Lu Xian blushed and quickly defended herself, thinking of the refrigerator full of food. "I really wanted to go home and see if my parents were safe. But I didn't lie to you, my mom loves to hoard things, especially natural vegetables. She often brings a lot from the farm to the attic, enough for us for a long time." After speaking, she turned her face away, her cheeks flushed, and whispered, "If you're willing, you can stay at my place for now. I also want to take you to meet my parents." Yunqi seemed unmoved by Lu Xian's suggestion, lost in thought, weighing his next move. "Since I'm already here, wouldn't it be a shame to give up now? Anyway, the ghouls nearby have already been cleared out, so I'll just make a trip for supplies," he thought to himself. After a moment of hesitation, he turned around, his tone firm, "Let's go." Lu Xian was overjoyed, hurrying ahead, excitedly saying, "Okay, it's just up ahead." But Yunqi suddenly stopped, his sharp gaze detecting something unusual. He quickly grabbed her hand and warned in a low voice, "Wait. Did you remember everything I repeatedly told you before we set off?" Lu Xian paused, then smiled smugly, turned around, and replied, "Don't worry, I remember it all." His instructions flashed through her mind. She slowly repeated, her voice full of confidence, "In the apocalypse, besides ghouls, there are 3 types of people you absolutely must not provoke." She continued, a glimmer of memory in her eyes. "The first type, those who were masters of combat techniques before the apocalypse. With the same attributes, their combat power is stronger." The system lit up, displaying information: profession, assassin. Primary attribute, agility. Secondary attribute, strength. Note, when performing melee attacks, ignore 15% of the target's defense. Lu Xian continued, especially assassins can also have enhanced professional skills. She paused for a moment, then continued, "The second type is the sniper. Currently, everyone is a level 1 recruit, and even a single bullet can instantly take them down. But in the game, only snipers are equipped with firearms, which makes them extremely dangerous. If you encounter one, you must escape quickly." The system displayed information again: class, sniper. Main attribute, agility. Secondary attribute, spirit. Note, when performing ranged attacks, accuracy is increased by 25%. Finally, Lu Han reread the introduction. The third type is the Beastmaster. They don't need to fight personally, they just need to command their pets to charge into battle for them. At this stage, they are the kings of the newbie zone. The system confirmed, class, Beastmaster. Main attribute, Constitution. Secondary attribute, Spirit. Note, for each pet activated, Constitution increases by 3%. Pet attack power increases by 3%, stackable up to 3 times. The more Luhan spoke, the more confused he became, muttering to himself. It seems that among the 6 basic classes, 3 are dangerous individuals. Are they really that strong? Yunqi nodded in confirmation, his gaze sharp as he cautiously scanned the surroundings, searching for any unusual signs. Yunqi's expression was serious, his eyes sharp. Be especially careful of snipers. If you clash with them, you might not even know why you were defeated. No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly realized something. A red light flashed, aimed directly at his chest. Reacting quickly, he immediately leaped to the side, dodging the bullet that grazed past him. Realizing he was targeted by a sniper, Yunqi panicked, filled with disbelief. Sniper rifle. Luhan stood by, pale with fright, and urgently shouted, Yunqi. From a distant corner, a second bullet came, aimed directly at him. Yunqi's heart skipped a beat as a sense of danger instantly enveloped him. The sniper maintained their firing stance, reporting through the walkie-talkie. Captain Han, Southeast A Zone, 2 living dead spotted. The situation made Yunqi flustered, thinking to himself, a sniper. Just as I feared, it came to pass. Seeing the situation grow more critical, he and Luhan quickly raised their hands, calmly explaining, don't shoot. We're just passing through. But the sniper remained vigilant, his voice as cold as frost, stand there and don't move. If you want to live, prove you're still human. Yunqi froze, muttering, prove it, huh? How are we supposed to prove that? As the two were utterly confused, a mutated zombie suddenly crawled out from under the car, letting out a frantic roar, its blood-red eyes fixed on them. Yunqi didn't hesitate, gripping his protective sword, he swung it decisively, instantly slaying the monster. The system lit up with a prompt, killed a level 1 zombie, gained 100 points. A strange smile subtly curved his lips. I'm just doing this to make them lower their guard and earn some points along the way. This is pretty easy, actually. He immediately focused, continuously swinging his sword to slay the surrounding zombies, while reminding Luhan, don't just stand there, get to it. He added, with a teasing tone, free points, you know. Luhan nodded quickly, still looking worried. She gripped the small dagger in her hand, took a deep breath, and decisively stabbed a zombie. The system continued to prompt, killed a level 1 zombie, gained 10 points. Amidst the continuous prompts, both their scores rapidly increased. Killed a level 1 zombie, gained 100 points. Killed a level 1 zombie, gained 10 points. Killed a level 1 zombie, gained 100 points. The sniper lost his patience, angrily walking forward, gun in hand, shouting, hey kid, bring your girlfriend over here. Stop messing around. Hearing the sniper's words, Yunqi was slightly disappointed and immediately stopped, his gaze sweeping over the approaching crowd. Luhan stood beside him, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment at the word girlfriend. The leading sniper coldly ordered, carefully check them for any obvious wounds. Yunqi scanned the crowd before him, realizing they belonged to a well-organized alliance. Some were on guard with firearms, while others were mages, summoning fantastical beams of light to support their teammates. Shadow assessed that most were archers, with a few mages. The rest included knights, warriors, and beast tamers, each in their optimal combat position. The apocalypse has just begun, and such a well-organized team has already formed. The captain must be a professional. Could it be the army? After a thorough check, a young woman returned and reported to the Golden Archer's deputy captain that neither of them was injured. The archer chuckled, his glasses glinting. His tone was teasing, you two jumped around so haphazardly, yet weren't infected, and then you just happened to run into our enforcement team. You two are really lucky. Yunqi approached in surprise, asking, enforcement team? Are you police from the city security department? When the apocalypse first began, the city center was filled with chaos. Captain Han led us to break through to the armory, establish a defense line, and protect everyone's retreat. Survivors in the nearby blocks have already been evacuated. We're about to withdraw too. Honestly, you two are really fortunate. Upon hearing this, Yunqi sighed softly, his gaze thoughtful. No wonder there was so much chaos along the way, and I didn't encounter anyone else, he thought to himself. Just then, steady footsteps sounded. A man appeared, looking serious and stern. Everyone immediately straightened up and respectfully called out, Captain Han. Captain Han. The man was Han Yi, the captain of the enforcement team, and he walked up to Yunqi. He went straight to the point without hesitation, his voice low, I am Han Yi, captain of the enforcement team. You two are survivors who just escaped here, aren't you? Why did you come here? Hearing this, Lu Xian quickly stepped forward, her tone anxious and hopeful, saying to Han Yi, Captain Han, we are residents of Green Bay community. Do you know what it's like there now? My parents are still there. Han Yi's expression grew solemn, his gaze darkening, Green Bay community. The danger level there is very high. If your parents are still inside, I'm afraid there's little hope. These words struck Lu Xian like a blow, leaving her stunned and disbelieving. What? What? She staggered backward, her legs barely able to support her. Yunqi quickly supported her, his gaze reassuring. Seemingly accustomed to harsh situations, he looked up and calmly asked Hani, Captain Han, all communications are down now. Many people can't send messages outside. How can you be sure there are no survivors left inside? Upon hearing this, Deputy Captain Shisho immediately stepped forward and angrily shouted, Kid, are you doubting our Captain Han? Hani raised a hand to stop him, calmly replying, It's fine. He turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the smoke-filled Green Bay community. Then explained to me and my teammates that we had been sending messages through the World Channel to contact survivors. At first, there were still people responding from the Green Bay area. But starting half an hour ago, no one has replied. His voice was low, and his gaze swept over the zombies scattered on the ground. Moreover, most of the zombies that surged here came from the Green Bay area. I'm afraid the entire area has already fallen completely. Even if you have weapons, you can't deal with so many zombies on your own. After listening, Yunqi fell into deep thought, a look of hesitation in his eyes. He seemed to have his own plans. Seeing Lu Xian still weak, her eyes red, unable to accept reality, he secretly thought that Captain Han Yi's conjecture was correct. Lu Xian's parents were probably gone. Going to the Green Bay area now was not a wise choice, especially with her difficulty controlling her emotions. Hani looked at him, his voice steady yet firm. I advise you not to take the risk. Now I believe your parents only wish for you to live safely, not to rush towards death. Just as everyone was still pondering, unsure what to say, a loud bang suddenly came from behind them. Everyone quickly turned around, their nervous gazes fixed on the source of the sound. A scout ran over, panting, and anxiously reported to Hani, It's bad, Captain. Something is rushing over from the north, and it's not zombies this time. Hani was startled, his gaze sharply scanning the distance. What is it? In the hazy distance, a strange phenomenon appeared. Yunqi was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. A group of mutated wild boars, abnormally massive in size, charged frantically, seemingly targeting only humans for their attacks. Everyone was in a panic. This was the first time they had witnessed such a terrifying sight. Mutated wild boars. Hani quickly calmed down, rushing forward with the soldiers in his team. His steady voice rang out, To your positions, prepare for battle. He decisively ordered all the shooters to move forward, forming a defensive perimeter at the front. The shooters immediately lined up, aiming their guns, ready to face the mutated wild boars. Hani continued to deploy, with the knights and warriors in the second row ready to provide support at any moment. The beast tamers guarded the fork in the road, ready to report any situation immediately. Everyone looked serious, their tense gaze fixed on the impending battle. After observing the complete formation, Hani spoke again, The remaining mages stay at the rear. When the battle begins, hold nothing back. Unleash your full magical attacks. The two mages nodded, answering concisely, Understood. Yunqi stood by, watching Han Yi's serious face, and couldn't help but feel admiration. They truly live up to being the enforcement team of the City Security Bureau. The apocalypse had only begun less than 8 hours ago, yet this team was already working together so seamlessly. He mused to himself, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The mutated wild boars charged like a whirlwind. The deputy captain quickly turned back to report, Captain Han, the mutated wild boars are within range. Hani didn't hesitate, shouting, Fire. As soon as he spoke, the entire team immediately sprang into action. Gunshots erupted, and bullets tore through the air. Mutated wild boars were struck down, collapsing heavily, with blood splattering around. The scene was utterly chaotic, filled with smoke and dust, the roars of beasts intertwined with gunshots. The mutated wild boars at the front fell, but the boars behind them leaped into the air, charging towards the team with overwhelming force. Seeing the critical situation, the deputy captain urgently shouted, Captain Han, this is bad. At this rate, those monsters will break through our defenses. Though Hani felt a sense of powerlessness, he still tried to remain calm. He couldn't help but curse inwardly, Damn it. Even with such intense firepower, they won't die? Having no other option, before the mutated wild boars could get too close, he roared. Everyone retreat behind the cover ahead. Hearing the order, the shooters immediately signaled to each other, shouting retreat, and quickly fell back. One shooter, running in a panic, suddenly stopped, clutching his leg and crying out in pain. My leg is injured, I can't run. A giant mutated wild boar, smelling blood, charged with astonishing speed. He could only look up in despair. Han Yi anxiously shouted, Old Wang. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a high-pressure water jet shot out, repelling the mutated wild boar and saving Old Wang. Han Yi and the others turned back in astonishment. It turned out that Yunqi had timely used a high-pressure water gun, precisely hitting the monster. Han Yi couldn't help but exclaim, that move was brilliant. Using a high-pressure water gun to stop a mutated wild boar, what a stroke of genius. He looked at Old Wang, who was limping over, and said in a relaxed tone, "Old Wang, you really dodged a bullet this time." Turning to Yun Qi, Han Yi was full of gratitude. "Brother, thank you for your help in saving our comrade." Yun Qi smiled, shaking his head as he explained, "Don't misunderstand. These monsters are very sensitive to the smell of blood. I just didn't want the smell of human blood to attract more monsters." Yun Qi's expression was slightly serious, his gaze flicking towards another direction. Initially, he had intended to observe the strength of the enforcement team in secret before acting. But he didn't expect to expose himself so quickly. The mutated wild boar horde before them was dense and astonishingly numerous. He sighed, feeling helpless. "Just how many of these things are there?" Han Yi quickly raised his hand to signal, his tone decisive, "Firepower team. Prepare to advance and provide support." Following the command, the entire team immediately gripped their weapons, shouting in unison, "Move out!" They charged straight into the mutated wild boar horde, with loud roars and swirling dust. Continuous explosions forced the monsters back, and wild boar remained scattered, with flesh and shattered bones strewn across the ground. However, even with only bleached skeletons remaining, some wild boars stubbornly stood up, staggering closer to the humans. Yun Qi witnessed all this and fell into contemplation. This isn't right. If we don't hit their weak points, no matter how many times we shoot, it's hard to completely eliminate the mutated boars. This efficiency is too low. Someone in the team shouted, firing a few more shells. "Blast these creatures into pieces." Another comrade sighed and replied, "I wish I could. But this is our last shell." Just then, Yun Qi's sword light flashed, blocking a shell. He walked forward step by step, his gaze cold, holding the huge shell in his hand. "Let me borrow your cannon," he said, not waiting for the young man's agreement, and quickly snatched the cannon. He acted decisively, aimed at the mutated boar herd, and fired forcefully. The shell whistled out, but instead of hitting the monsters, it flew directly into the building behind them, causing a thunderous explosion. Stimulated by the explosion, the mutated boar herd roared furiously and charged faster towards the enforcement team. The situation descended into chaos. The young soldier was stunned, shouting in a panic, "Newcomer, what are you doing? You missed every shot." The building shook violently and collapsed with a crash, huge rocks and earth pressing down on the mutated boar herd, pinning them to the ground as they let out their final cries. The smoke and dust gradually cleared, leaving only the scattered boar carcasses on the battlefield. The young soldier was dumbfounded, stammering, "What? It's solved just like that?" Yun Qi's lips curled into a proud smile. "Did you see the black smoke rising from the nuclear power plant and exhaust pipes over there?" Han Yi, standing beside him, couldn't hide his surprise and secretly felt relieved that his guess wasn't wrong. This kid really has some tricks up his sleeve. However, just as everyone thought the battle was over, a mutated boar suddenly stood up, its blood-red eyes fixed on them. Sensing the danger, Han Yi roared, "The monsters are starting to recover. There are too many of them, everyone, don't let your guard down." His gaze swept over the thick smoke rising from the ruins. Yun Qi pointed decisively into the distance and shouted, "Captain Han, did you see the black smoke rising from the nuclear power plant and exhaust pipes over there? The emergency generator's automatic protection system probably won't last more than 72 hours. Han Yi suddenly understood, so that's it. He turned to his deputy captain, his tone steady but urgent. "Deputy captain, I remember you're a professional electrician by trade. Grab your tools and take some people to the cable well in Zone B. Strip off the insulation from the ground cable, exposing the copper core." The deputy captain nodded immediately, understanding. Meanwhile, oil drops from the machinery splattered onto the ground, forming mottled oil stains. The deputy captain, leading a few people, hurried towards the oil-stained area, preparing for the next confrontation. Everything seemed ready for the new plan, and the air was thick with suffocating tension. The mutated wild boars, having recovered their strength, charged wildly towards the crowd, their heavy hooves shaking the ground. The deputy captain, holding the cable, quickly stepped forward and signaled to Han Yi. "Captain Han, the cable is here." Han Yi roared without hesitation and quickly threw it into the water. "Everyone else, get back." The deputy captain immediately swung the cable towards the monster horde, shouting, "Get back. High voltage coming." A powerful electric current violently struck the ground, directly hitting the charging mutated wild boars. They hadn't yet realized the danger, still charging fiercely as if to overwhelm everyone. Suddenly, a thunderous blast echoed. "Oh no, Xiao Lu!" The mutated wild boars were struck by the strong current, crying out in pain, their bodies convulsing violently. The system kept flashing, continuously reporting, "Successfully eliminated a level 1 mutated wild boar, gaining 200 points. Successfully eliminated a level 1 mutated wild boar, gaining 200 points." Similar notifications kept coming. Numerous mutated wild boars fell, their bodies piling up on the ground. The surviving boars were also barely alive, extremely weak. Yunqi couldn't hide his excitement at this sight. After this round of attack, even if some mutated wild boars survived, their combat strength would be reduced by 80%. Han Yi and the entire team were stunned by this terrifying effect, and couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of an emergency generator. This current is stronger than we could have imagined. But Han Yi quickly calmed down and explained. No, this isn't solely due to the emergency generator. When the building collapsed, metal particles and salt mixed into the water, greatly enhancing its conductivity, which allowed for such an effect. After speaking, he glanced at Yunqi, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Yunqi still stood there, observing quietly, seemingly calculating something to himself. Han Yi couldn't help but admire Yunqi's adaptability. In such a short time, he had used the terrain and available resources to break the stalemate. The more he thought, the more surprised he became, his gaze sweeping over the triumphant smile on Yunqi's face. His adaptability was truly awe-inspiring. But seeing the horde of mutated wild boars still charging fiercely, Han Yi sighed, and said in a low voice, "It's still too early to celebrate victory." Yunqi gripped his weapon tightly and charged towards the mutated wild boar horde with Han Yi and his teammates. He aimed at a massive, incredibly corpulent wild boar with blood-red eyes. It spotted him, leaped suddenly, and bore down with astonishing force. But Yunqi was fearless. He raised his shield to block, retreating agilely to maintain distance. Realizing this monster wouldn't be easy to deal with, he mused that in terms of sheer impact, it was even stronger than a level 5 killer. Seeing his teammates struggling against the mutated wild boar horde, he fell into deep thought, unsure what to do next, as a shield alone wouldn't hold. As expected, the vice captain reported in a panic, "Captain, we can't hold on much longer." Yunqi stood still, his gaze cold, rapidly weighing his options. If we delay any longer, the situation will turn against us. We must find another way. As he was still pondering, a ferocious mutated wild boar charged at him, its heavy footsteps kicking up gravel. Fearless, Yunqi gripped his weapon and rushed forward to meet it. Seeing his recklessness, Han Yi quickly turned back, shouting, "Hey, don't confront it head-on. You'll be instantly defeated." Ignoring the warning, Yunqi did not flinch, raising his shield with cold eyes. He calmly replied, "I will certainly not be the one instantly defeated." Just as everyone was stunned by his bold move, Yunqi slammed his shield onto the ground, shaking the entire path. The long sword in his hand shone brightly, pointing directly at the mutated wild boar's observation lens. A triumphant smile played on his lips. What a foolish pig. Unaware of the danger, the mutated wild boar charged wildly, baring its tusks and attacking. Just as calculated, Yunqi swung his sword, and the sharp blade pierced directly into its body, splattering blood. Seizing the moment the monster was injured, his gaze grew even more resolute. A series of decisive sword strikes landed one after another, easily felling the giant mutated wild boar. After a brief battle, the system lit up, announcing the successful kill of a level 1 mutated wild boar, granting 2,000 points. Yunqi smiled smugly, then commanded in a low voice, "Rest in peace, you foolish pig." Suddenly, the system continued to report, current total points, 5140. Acquired professional skill, level 1 Rise of the Undead. Detailed information was clearly displayed. Van Koi, level 1 PC Archer Village. Total points, 5140. Class, Nether Knight. Strength, 9, Agility, 9, Spirit, 10. Constitution, 10. Affinity, 10%. Personal talent, Planar Depth Perception. Class specialization, none. Skills learned, Rise of the Undead. Skill description, level 1 Rise of the Undead. Revive a unit whose level does not exceed your own to serve you. Upon revival, the unit will automatically synchronize its level with yours. While alive, the unit can retain NPC attributes. If these attributes are more than 2 levels lower than the user's current attributes, they will be adjusted to the user's attributes minus 2 levels. Additionally, all attributes are increased by an extra 5%. Note, only one unit can be revived at a time. If the revival bond is broken, the target will die immediately. Currently, players cannot be revived and controlled as servants. After reading this series of new information, a smug smile appeared on Yunqi's lips, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Yunqi looked at the motionless mutated wild boar, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Reviving the dead, he finally had a professional skill. He smiled triumphantly, immediately deciding to test the power of this skill. He confidently declared, "Rise, beloved of the evil spirit." He raised his hands, chanting a mysterious incantation in a low voice. Oh no! As soon as the incantation was finished, the mutated wild boar's eyes suddenly lit up, blood-red and terrifying. Just a second later, it slowly stood up, as if it had never been knocked down. A green aura enveloped its body, making it appear completely revived. The wild boar walked straight towards Yunqi, as if obeying its master. The deputy captain, standing behind, yelled in a panic. Rookie, get out of the way. That boar isn't dead yet. Just as everyone fell into a panic, Yunqi suddenly leaped up and quickly charged forward. This scene left the entire squad dumbfounded. He jumped onto the back of the mutated wild boar, riding it like a knight, charging towards the beast horde. The deputy captain mumbled blankly, "Boar knight." Boar. Hearing that title, Yunqi raised an eyebrow and looked back, chiding, "Boar knight? That sounds awful." But his gaze remained fixed on the mutated wild boar, his triumphant smile becoming even more apparent. This boar's combat power is exactly what I need. He raised his long sword high, driving the wild boar into the battlefield. Sharp sword light flashed, and the cold gleam of steel shimmered in the air, easily striking down one mutated wild boar after another. The system flashed continuously with notifications. Successfully killed a level 1 mutated wild boar, rewarded 2,000 points. Successfully killed a level 1 mutated wild boar, rewarded 2,000 points. Similar notifications rang out endlessly, and his points rapidly increased. Yunqi's bold actions left the deputy captain, Han Yi, and the entire enforcement team dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. He's too strong. Yunqi, like a true knight, rode on the back of the giant mutated wild boar, driving it towards the monster horde. He even made the revived wild boar savagely bite its own kind, causing them to howl in pain. His tacit cooperation with the revived wild boar caused mutated wild boars to fall one after another, their bodies piling up like mountains. The system flashed continuously with notifications. Successfully killed a level 1 mutated wild boar, rewarded 2,000 points. Han Yi could no longer stand by idly and plunged his longsword into the ground. His tone was resolute. "Everyone, snap out of it. Hold the line, archers, prepare your ammunition, cover that kid. We absolutely cannot let him die." The whole team immediately snapped back to reality. The wind crossbowmen fired wind bolts, directly hitting the remaining mutated wild boars. Yunqi, transformed into a boar rider, continued to swing his sword, slaying monsters with sharp sword light. The cold gleam of steel shone through the dust. A moment later, the battlefield gradually quieted down. The pervasive dust dissipated, revealing the scattered corpses of mutated wild boars. Yunqi observed with sharp eyes. The situation was about to stabilize. But when he saw a horde of living corpses slowly approaching in the distance, he quickly made a decision. "Once we deal with this group of living corpses, we'll be safe," he thought to himself, a determined look flashing in his eyes. Han Yi, seeing the favorable turn, excitedly spun around, his voice fervent. "After this battle, our mission will be successfully completed. We can finally go home and reunite with our families. Now, everyone, pick up your weapons and eliminate these monsters together." The entire team, following orders, raised their hands and shouted in unison, "Understood." Suddenly, a voice broke the joyous mood. "Wait, don't kill them." Yunqi turned back in surprise, his eyes full of confusion. Lu Xian, her face pale, walked over in terror. He quickly asked, "Lu Xian, what's wrong?" She trembled all over, her eyes misty with tears as she looked ahead, seemingly unable to believe what was happening before her. Understanding her feelings, Yunqi turned to look. What met his eyes was a pair of mutated living corpses, their eyes vacant, their minds lost, rushing towards them, mouths agape and roaring, trying to bite. Lu Xian wept in despair, her voice choked. "Those are my parents. Mom, Dad." Seeing her losing control, Yunqi shouted, "Lu Xian, don't come closer." His expression grave, he stepped forward, his sturdy back shielding her. He reminded her in a low, firm voice, "They are no longer the people you knew." Han Yi realized the situation and immediately turned to the team, yelling, "What are you thinking? Those are living corpses. Everyone, quickly grab your weapons." His voice was loud and authoritative. "Follow me. Attack." His teammates responded in unison, "Understood. Attack." They charged forward, weapons ready. On the other side, Yunqi rode his mutated wild boar, galloping past, charging towards the living corpses that were once Lu Xian's parents. Now they were just frenzied living corpses, roaring with open mouths and attacking relentlessly. He leaped up, riding a wild boar to knock down the surrounding zombies. Then he landed lightly, standing firm. But he miscalculated. At this moment, he was surrounded by frenzied zombies coming from all directions. Yunqi was stunned, a hint of trouble flashing in his eyes. Oh no, he'd run into a zombie horde. Looks like he's in for a tough time. Just as he thought this, the zombies lunged at him all at once, letting out fierce roars. Yunqi was startled, feeling a little flustered. Bursts of rapid-fire projectiles continuously shot into the zombie horde, as if clearing a path for Yunqi. Seeing the situation improve, he looked back, his eyes filled with surprise. What met his gaze were the gunmen of the enforcement team, continuously providing fire support. He turned to the other side, surprised to see Han Yi rushing towards him with a shield, without hesitation. This action surprised Yunqi. He walked over, his voice low with a hint of playfulness, "You rascal, daring to charge in alone. The enforcement team is here. Don't think you can be a hero all by yourself. His companions behind him burst into laughter, teasing in unison, that's right. Let's all go together. We can't let you hog all the rewards, kid. Hearing this, Yunshi couldn't help but laugh, a glint flashing in his eyes, then it settled. Whoever kills it, gets it. Don't try to snatch mine. Shouts of battle shook the heavens, mixed with the roars of the creatures. The battlefield descended into chaos, with fierce battles erupting one after another. Time passed. 20 minutes later, Yunshi swung his sword, eliminating all the creatures that dared to approach. Han Yi's expression was serious, his shield continuously smashing monsters. Corpses lay everywhere on the ground. The once dense horde of creatures was now reduced to a few dying husks, no longer posing a threat. A weary Yunshi plunged his sword into the ground and let out a long sigh. The battle was finally over. He sat down, smiling as he chatted with everyone. It's a good thing the enforcement team cooperated. Otherwise, dealing with so many creatures, I'd be half dead even if I survived. Just then, Lu Xian ran over, panting, and anxiously asked, Yunshi, are you hurt? Let me heal you. Before he could react, she had already stepped forward and softly chanted a purification spell. Under the gentle light, his wounds gradually healed. Seeing Lu Xian's reddened eyes, as if she were about to cry, Yunshi's heart trembled slightly. She bit her lip tightly, her eyes firm. Mom and Dad are gone. If Yunshi dies too, I'll truly be all alone. His wounds were almost healed. He gently reminded her, my injuries are almost better. You should go say goodbye to your parents too. Lu Xian froze, asking blankly, what? Yunshi slowly stood up, his hand gripping the sword hilt, his gaze thoughtfully fixed forward. Just now, a giant wild boar had crushed a zombie beneath its feet. When Lu Xian saw clearly, she was shocked to realize they were her own parents. They had already turned into zombies, roaring and lunging at her. Lu Xian's heart shattered. She rushed forward, crying out in pain, Mom. Yunshi stood behind her, silently watching it all. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes at her actions. His earlier rush forward was to give her one last chance to say goodbye. He gently handed her the treasured sword, saying steadily, go. Lu Xian trembled as she took the sword, softly saying, thank you. As the two mutated zombies continued to roar, she resolutely stepped forward. But even as zombies, her parents couldn't recognize their poor daughter. They merely growled, their murky eyes filled with despair. Tears streamed down Lu Xian's cheeks. She clutched the treasured sword, her hand trembling uncontrollably. Her eyes were filled with unbearable anguish. She choked out, Dad, Mom, it's Huan. Yunshi stood behind her, understanding the pain in her heart. Who wouldn't be heartbroken to end the lives of their closest kin? He stepped forward, gently suggesting, perhaps I should do it instead. Lu Xian's body still trembled as she said weakly, your daughter is still alive, and she's found a friend she can rely on. She looked up at the two still roaring zombies, saying firmly, Dad. Mom, I will live well from now on. With this resolve, Lu Xian raised Yunshi's treasured sword, preparing to act. So, Dad and Mom, don't worry about me anymore. Unable to witness the tragic scene, she tightly closed her eyes, her heart aching. The sword swung down, and blood splattered, staining the chaotic scene. The roars abruptly ceased, leaving behind a suffocating silence. Suddenly, a new notification appeared before Yunshi, your teammate, undead, has fallen. The next unit can be revived in 3 minutes. This news left him speechless, unsure what to say. Lu Xian, having just ended her parents' lives, cried out in despair, Dad, Mom. Seeing her in such pain, Yunshi hesitated slightly. His gaze turned to the mutated wild boar, his companion through thick and thin. He couldn't help but fall to his knees, crying loudly, my brothers. This action surprised Lu Xian, who stared at him in astonishment. Yunshi stood there, tears streaming down his face, his voice filled with sorrow. This was a power stronger than a level 5 killer, yet this kid killed it with a single sword. Beside him, he was busy burning the mutated wild boar's corpse, shouting, quickly, clear out these boar demon corpses, don't let them get infected again. The battlefield was cleared, and no boar demon corpses could revive. Yunshi weakly reached out, pointing at the mutated wild boar, seeing him so heartbroken. System, why is he so sad? Lu Xian stood by, feeling puzzled. Yunshi, these were my parents. Why do you look even sadder than me? He turned around, too embarrassed to explain, and just waved his hand, shouting, is there any other mage available? Someone here is injured and needs healing. Both were startled. Lu Xian quickly turned to say goodbye, anyway, regarding my parents' situation. Thank you. You rest for a bit. I'll go help treat the injured. Yunshi nodded, his gaze coldly sweeping elsewhere as he secretly calculated. This mage team is responsible, but also has its limitations. There are many mages among them, they definitely won't be concerned about Lu Xian's abilities. Watching her departing back, he began to formulate his own plan. Keeping Lu Xin busy can also help distract her from her pain. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Yun Qi's mind, "Hey, is anyone there?" The sudden voice startled him, and he quickly looked around, only to see Han Er's puzzled gaze nearby. Han Er approached, a fine sweat on his forehead, and asked, his voice full of confusion, "What's wrong, Yun Qi?" He shook his head, his gaze sweeping past Han Er, and replied, "Didn't you hear that?" This question surprised Han Er. "Hear what?" Yun Qi immediately turned away, muttering, "Nothing." But his heart grew even more flustered. He had thought the connection was restored, but it turned out only he heard the voice. Could it be coming from the game interface? The voice kept echoing in his mind, then jumped out again. Why isn't anyone talking? Is everyone quiet? Anyone want to chat a bit and liven things up? Yun Qi thought irritably, too noisy. When will this game add voice chat functionality? Just then, a new notification flashed on the system screen, appearing before his eyes. Various group channels suddenly appeared, ranging from squad, private chat, and team to world channels. He raised an eyebrow, puzzled. When did group channels get added? Before he could fully process it, the system continued to update the information. Congratulations, you have joined the 10th Walker team. This notification startled Yun Qi, as if he had been pulled into another space. A flash of light passed, and when he opened his eyes, he was standing in a spacious room. Around him were mysterious figures seated on chairs, gathered around a large table. He held his breath, observing, and wondered to himself, is this my consciousness space? His gaze swept over everyone, and the doubts in his heart deepened. Among NPCs, the team chat function has not yet been enabled. Where did these people come from? There were no options to leave the team or invite friends. Yun Qi's gaze gradually sharpened, sensing something unusual. All members of this team were fixed from the very beginning. He wondered if the others had more information. Someone in the room suddenly spoke, their voice full of doubt. "Excuse me. What is this team all about?" Yun Qi looked up, meeting the smiling gaze of a mysterious figure. The person spoke, "Number 7, you don't know either? Which family do you belong to? Didn't your family explain it clearly when they gave you that item?" These words made Yun Qi even more confused. He frowned at the person, his voice full of bewilderment. "What item?" Unconsciously, his gaze fell upon the swords neatly arranged on the table. A thought flashed through his mind, if his family had sent him anything recently. It could only be the sword his eldest sister sent. Could this sword hide some secret? The person in seat number 5 smiled smugly and replied, "In this team, don't try to pry into others' identities. Although we are all hermits walking the world, whether we will be friends or foes in the future, it's impossible to predict now." Yun Qi became even more confused after hearing this. He frowned and asked directly, "Excuse me, what exactly is the identity of these hermits walking the world you speak of?" The woman in seat number 5 was about to speak, but was interrupted by the man in seat number 7, who laughed loudly and raised his hand to stop her. I know. Hermits walking the world is the codename for the 10 people who possess Titan artifacts." His voice echoed, filled with excitement. 3 months ago, the Titan core discovered that an anomaly was about to descend upon the world. So it created 10 divine artifacts and entrusted them to the 10 most powerful individuals in the Central Lands. These divine artifacts are like a virus embedded in the world's game, carrying encoded programs, constantly analyzing game data to self-upgrade. Those who possess Titan divine artifacts will enjoy special advantages. In other words, they possess invisible authority, making it difficult for other players to eliminate them. After hearing the explanation, Yun Qi pondered, his gaze falling upon the Blade of Annihilation in his hand. So, this blade is the divine artifact allocated to the Yun family. He mused to himself, knowing that this item could increase survival chances, yet his father and eldest sister still gave it to him, someone who had run away from home. This fact stunned him, and an inexpressible emotion surged within him. Seeing his silence, the man identified as number 7 beside him softly called out, "Hey, number 7, are you still there? Why aren't you speaking? Suddenly zoning out like that is very impolite, you know?" Reminded, Yun Qi snapped back to attention, quickly looking up and replying, "Thank you, I'm listening. Is everyone in Zhengdu? How are things over there? Are all the major families doing well?" Number 7 hesitated for a moment, then calmly explained what he knew. The Grand Profound had already issued a warning, and all major families recalled their disciples from outside. "Why aren't you in Zhengdu? All the major families are safe now, only Elder Xie of the Xie family was unlucky. He turned into a zombie and was eliminated by his own son for the greater good." Hearing this, Yun Qi let out a slight sigh of relief, muttering, "Is that so?" Although he felt a little relieved that nothing major had happened to the Yun family, he still couldn't help but feel some worry. Just then, number 7 looked at the system screen and asked everyone in surprise, "Actually, I joined the chat to ask, does anyone know what this allocation degree attribute is? Mine is only 10%, what about yours?" The system immediately displayed information before him, allocation degree, 10%. Number 6 beside him remained silent, not answering. Number 7 looked at the information in front of him again and continued, mine is also 10%. He sighed, his tone a bit dejected, it seems this is a standardized value. The system didn't even explain what it's for, how boring. Immediately after, people in the room began to get up, not forgetting to say goodbye. Everyone, I'm heading out first. Remember to share any information you get. Goodbye. Back in reality, Yunqi stood before the zombie pig's corpse, his gaze thoughtful. He didn't pay it any mind, instead, he was still pondering their recent conversation. This conversation had come too suddenly. The few of us were wary of each other, unsure which words were true and which were false. But what was certain was that this blade of annihilation was part of this world's game. Its function might far exceed what he imagined. He lowered his head, looking at the treasured sword in his hand, secretly wondering, could something this cool also come with super system functions? Just then, a dazzling light flashed, transforming into a small dragon circling before his eyes. It smiled smugly and said, you finally figured it out. Not too dumb. Yunqi was startled, staring blankly at the small dragon, stammering, oh my, such a thing really exists. That's so cool. But then, he quickly covered his mouth, nervously glancing around. Aren't you afraid of being discovered, being so flashy? If someone targets you, it'll be over. The small dragon laughed heartily and replied proudly, not everyone is qualified to see me. Only those with supreme divine energy have this special honor. Watching it fly in the air, Yunqi was both confused and curious, asking, so, are you the core intelligence of the supreme system? The small dragon burst into laughter, its eyes filled with bewilderment. What are you thinking? With your current strength, how could you control the main brain? It smugly put on sunglasses and introduced itself, I am an avatar of the supreme system. You can call me Yanzu. Hearing the name Yanzu, Yunqi was speechless, secretly scoffing in his heart. Yanzu, I'm still the he. But then he smiled slightly, suddenly realizing that Tai Tan was humanity's savior. And its main body must be in the military's central command. He extended his hand to the small dragon, half jokingly, half seriously saying, Yanzu, we're in such danger right now, why don't you give me some special advantages? Yanzu heard this and replied indignantly, special advantages? I've already activated them for you. Do you think the profession of human SSS engineer and the position of Tianfu's trial participant are mere luck? With that, it circled in the air, stirring up a strange wind. Its voice continuing, I am currently analyzing the game rules. But before players officially descend, the world rules are not yet perfect, and my abilities are limited. Before that, contractor, you'll have to survive on your own. Good luck. After giving his instructions, Yanzu vanished from his sight. Yunqi stood rooted to the spot, muttering helplessly, this system seems completely unreliable, but there's no time to dwell on it. He looked in another direction, thinking to himself, to learn more, I'll probably have to wait until tomorrow, when the players arrive and the apocalypse game officially begins. Just then, Lu Xian ran over, calling out, Yunqi. She approached, a hint of worry on her face. What were you spacing out about just now? Following behind her was Han Er. Yunqi shook his head and replied, it's nothing. I'm glad you're done with your tasks. Han Er stepped forward, smiling, and said, she just helped our enforcement team with something significant. She healed several team members who were gravely injured by the zombie pigs. Lu Xian modestly waved her hand, it was nothing, just a small matter. A hint of expectation flashed in Han Er's eyes as he suggested, what are your plans next? If you haven't decided where to go, you could join our enforcement team. Yunqi chuckled and decisively refused, thank you for your kind offer, Captain Han. But we plan to leave the city. Hearing this, Lu Xian quickly grasped his hand, her cheeks flushed, and said firmly, I'm coming with you. Wherever you go, I go. Seeing how close the two were, Han Er could only put his hands in his pockets and sigh. This couple's decision is quite bold. Then I won't insist. Actually, leaving the city might be good. There are zombies everywhere in the city, it should be safer outside. Before leaving, Han Er handed Yunqi something and advised, just relying on your legs. You wouldn't be able to leave the city even by tomorrow. I have a hovercar here, enough for you to drive out. Consider it my thanks for you killing that zombie pig and saving so many people. Taking the car keys, Yunqi asked with a slight concern, Captain Han. If you give us the car, what will you do? Han Er turned back and smiled faintly, my teammates and I live and die together. With that, he walked towards his waiting companions, not forgetting to turn back and remind them. Both of you, be careful. Next time we meet, don't turn into monsters, or it'll be difficult to deal with. Understanding his good intentions, the two smiled in response, as a farewell. Suddenly, Lu Xian turned to Yunqi and asked in surprise. Yunqi, why did you refuse Captain Han just now? Isn't acting with the enforcement team better than acting alone? He calmly explained, not necessarily. The human ancestor's warning surfaced in his mind. The system said the game rules were not yet perfected. When players are on the brink of despair, who knows what anomalies might occur? The more crowded the place, the more dangerous it is, and you can't go back home either. It's best to find a less populated place to hide for a while, and only go to the central area once the world stabilizes. Thinking of this, he turned and asked, Lu Xin, do you know the exact location of the farm your mother often buys vegetables from? Lu Xin was surprised to hear this, and quickly replied, I do. I've been there a few times, so I have some impression of it. Yunqi teased as he walked, don't give me a fake address and trick me into going to some relative's house of yours. Her face flushed, and she huffed as she chased after him, Yunqi, if you're so brave, don't run away. He laughed aloud, tossed the car keys in his hand, checked them, and said, let's go, time to set off. First, let's find the vehicle Captain Han left for us. Before long, a large motorcycle appeared before them, leaving both of them stunned. Yunqi was speechless, thinking, I thought Captain Han would leave us a luxury car. Turns out it's this flashy motorcycle. This vehicle possessed a powerful design and extreme speed, making him uncontrollably excited. He couldn't help but exclaim, this is so cool. Under the flickering light, the device began to emit a dazzling glow, while fragments floated and danced in the air. The scene shifted to Yunqi, who was speeding along on a hovering motorcycle, carrying Lu Xin. His face was beaming with undisguised excitement, making him exclaim repeatedly. The feel of gripping the handlebars, the excellent heat dissipation, coupled with the perfect smoothness of this vehicle, it's simply every man's dream. Yunqi's excitement made Lu Xin, sitting behind him, purse her lips, feeling quite displeased. She secretly thought, it's just a flying motorcycle, what's so great about it? But Yunqi's enthusiasm for this vehicle even surpassed his enthusiasm for her. As he started the engine, he turned back and asked, ready? The motorcycle instantly shot forward at an astonishing speed, startling Lu Xin into a panic. She tightly hugged his neck and yelled, slow down. Yunqi ignored her plea, still brimming with excitement. Where are we flying? He yelled, accelerating so fast that the road behind them seemed to vanish. Passers-by stumbled, watching them disappear in surprise. Their speed grew increasingly frantic, even the crops in the fields shook violently, and leaves fluttered down, carried far away. Suddenly, Yunqi slammed on the brakes in front of a building, leaving Lu Xin still shaken. Her eyes were tightly shut, her hands clutching him tightly. After recovering, she got off and said softly, Yunqi, we're here. This is the farm owner's place. My mother and I used to come here often. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand and pulled her back, his gaze sharp, his voice low. Wait, something isn't right here. His words made Lu Xion's eyes widen in surprise. Just as Yunqi had sensed, two robots slowly emerged from behind the wall. Then, more robots appeared from all directions, surrounding the two of them. These mechanical faces were sunken and terrifying, their eyes glowing red, leaving both of them frozen in place. However, Lu Xian remained calm and explained. You must have lived in the city for too long. With technology so advanced now, traditional agriculture has almost entirely been replaced by machines. On this farm, one person is enough to control all the robots, allowing them to work. And the villagers just need to enjoy their lives here. Yunqi narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping over the group of robots. He coldly questioned, is killing also for the sake of enjoying life? This question startled Lu Xian, who could only blurt out, what? Observing the approaching robots, he explained, his tone full of caution. There's a scent of blood in the wind, and look closely, every robot is stained with blood. The swarm of machines drew closer, exuding a terrifying aura. Yunqi looked serious, drawing his weapon, and remarked as he prepared. Fortunately, these agricultural robots are only strong, they usually aren't equipped with weapons, so at least we don't have to face firearms. Lu Xian also prepared for battle from behind, nodding in agreement. Suddenly, a small robotic bee flew over, with a strange blue light flashing beneath it. The light shot directly at the two, and Lu Xian cried out in alarm, Yunqi. He remained calm, gripping his sword hilt, and reassured her, it's alright. These small robots only have basic functions, they can't threaten us. I suspect its owner is hiding somewhere, observing us. Suddenly, the robotic bee emitted a stiff voice, the man must leave, the vehicle and woman remain. These words stunned Yunqi, who then became furious. He clenched his fist, crushing the robotic bee, making it emit a mournful sound. Its internal system blared in alarm, indicating it had been damaged. But it still couldn't quell his rage. Lu Xian stood behind him, dumbfounded. After crushing the system of the robot bee, Yunqi roared, how dare a tiny agricultural robot bee try to snatch someone away? And it even dared to tell me to get lost? Crushing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Suddenly, the notification system sounded, destroyed boss-level control device, gain 10 points. Yunqi paused, muttering, this pile of scrap metal can also earn points? After a moment of thought, he quickly realized something was wrong. Given the current situation, this farm owner would likely become a mini-boss, just like the female assassin before, while still controlling the robots here. With a determined fire in his eyes, Yunqi bit his lip and excitedly said, "A single toy robot can get me 10 points. If I clear out the entire robot farm, I might just shoot straight to the top of the leaderboard." Suddenly, he stopped and turned to Lu Xin, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. "The greater the opportunity, the higher the risk. Now we're exposed, and the enemy is still hidden. If he controls the robots to ambush you, it could be very dangerous." Lu Xin immediately interrupted him, her tone firm. "Yunqi, don't worry about me. Since I chose to follow you, I've already prepared myself mentally. I want to be your teammate, to help you guard your back. Even if it means death. I will never be a burden or drag you down." Her resolute words made Yunqi pause slightly, a little surprised. He casually tossed away the shattered remains of the robot bee. As it landed, he sighed, "Don't just talk about dying. With that kind of willpower, it would be a huge loss if she didn't live to be an old woman." He pulled out a metallic yellow device from his pocket, handed it to her, and instructed, "Take this. If any robots rush at you later, just shoot." Lu Xin took it, her eyes full of doubt. "Only law enforcement can use firearms, but this gun has no restrictions." "Yunqi, what exactly is this thing?" He watched the slowly approaching robots and explained, his voice calm yet sharp, "This is a taser gun, commonly equipped on farms. Farm robots have basic artificial intelligence and are large. If they go out of control, they are difficult for humans to manage. Therefore, farms usually equip these devices as a precaution." He paused, then continued, "Don't let the small size of this gun inside the info bee fool you. Don't underestimate it. Just one shot is enough to paralyze the largest robot here. However, it consumes a lot of energy and has no effect on humans. Remember to use it carefully." This series of explanations made Lu Xin look at him with new respect. "Is it really that powerful? I didn't expect you to know about these things." Hearing her praise, Yunqi pursed his lips and boasted confidently, "I used to be an outstanding student at the elite academy. These mechanical theories are just basic knowledge." He immediately gripped the sword in his hand, assumed a fighting stance, and said seriously, "There's another tough battle ahead. Protect yourself well." Lu Xin also entered a state of readiness behind him, her eyes firm. Suddenly, another machine bee flew past, making Yunqi narrow his eyes. It landed on the head of a robot, and a cold voice rang out. Full of provocation, "Kid, your toy gun can only fire once every 10 minutes at most. Do you still think you can kill me with it?" Lu Xin broke out in a cold sweat, recognizing the voice from before. Yunqi gripped his sword tightly, his eyes filled with confusion. The robot began to deform, its body expanding, its face becoming monstrous and terrifying, as if it wanted to level the entire city. The surrounding residents panicked, scattering in all directions. The machine bee's voice rang out again, full of mockery, "Why don't you understand? Do you really think this rotten game is for the government to save the world, letting us kill monsters and level up? They use points to dangle lives, but their purpose is nothing more than to let those damned players who appeared from who knows where fully enjoy this bloody game of human-on-human conflict." The machine bee suddenly expanded, transforming into a giant machine, its voice triumphant. "Now that you understand the organization's purpose, this game becomes much simpler." Yunqi's sharp gaze suddenly turned cold. He murmured to himself, "Not only can you score points by killing monsters, but monsters killing people. And even people killing people can also earn points for survival." The giant mechanical bee buzzed above the robot swarm, letting out a crazy laugh. "Even a small village like this can yield thousands of points. Why didn't anyone think of this method?" The leading robot's crimson eyes stared intently at Yunqi, its aura aggressive. Lu Huan gasped in horror, covering her mouth. The entire village was, by these demons. Yunqi frowned, his gaze icy, and murmured, "It's barely been a day, and they've already figured out how to eliminate others for points. What a bunch of cold-blooded trash." And Su looked up at the giant robot, which was a head taller than him. At first, he hesitated whether to confront these destructive machines head-on. But now, he bit his lip and stared provocatively at it. "Even if you eliminate the entire village, that's only a few thousand points. They're just insignificant small fry." He sneered, his tone full of confidence, "I'm the third-ranked expert on the leaderboard. I have at least tens of thousands more points than you." Lu Huan was flustered, her voice trembling. "Yunqi, what are you doing? What if this madman targets you?" He turned back, a carefree smile on his face. "This is exactly the effect I want." "Don't want to eliminate me? Try to take my points then." The mechanical bee emitted a cold voice. "What do you mean by that? The third place is anonymous. How do you prove it's you?" Yunqi approached, his gaze fixed on the mechanical bee. "I just picked up a temporary 10x point coin from a supply pack, and I got this many points just like that." Before the other party could react, he swung his sword, splitting the mechanical bee and the nearby robot in half. "Check if the third place on the leaderboard has increased by 10 points? The system immediately displayed a prompt: destroyed an object controlled by a boss-level creature, gain 10 points, multiplied by 10 times. Elsewhere, a strange man sat in front of a screen, his eyes lighting up upon seeing the notification. It changed. That kid really is third place. Nearly 20,000 points. I'm going to be rich this time. He frantically typed on the keyboard, giving an order: all machines, listen up. Eliminate this invading man. Instantly, the eyes of all robots on the scene glowed crimson. In unison, they responded, command received. Yunqi frowned, then turned to Lu Huan and said, you hide first. Lu Huan quickly ran to hide, not forgetting to remind him, okay, you must be careful. From every corner of the village, robots swarmed, surrounding Yunqi. Nimbly dodging attacks, his blue eyes gleamed with a sharp light. This boss is truly too cunning. He moved while swinging his sword, instantly taking down 2 robots. Come on. With another swing of his sword, another one fell. Come on. Lu Huan watched him fight from her hiding spot, her eyes sparkling with excitement, secretly cheering, amazing. However, suddenly, a robot quietly circled behind him, raising its massive fist. A heavy punch landed squarely on Yunqi's back. Intense pain spread, but he gritted his teeth, not letting out a single groan. He collapsed to the ground, dust flying. And the long sword flew from his hand, rolling to the side. Lu Huan cried out, Yunqi. She was horrified to realize that his slashes hadn't completely destroyed the robot's energy cores. 2 robots were still operational, standing right beside him, ready to deliver a fatal blow. From afar, the mini-boss's voice came through the communicator, triumphant. How dare a mere mortal body attempt to contend with machinery? I'll take your points now. However, just as the robots raised their arms to attack the unconscious Yunqi, a flash of light appeared. Lu Huan bit her lip, frowned deeply, and tightly gripped the stun gun Yunqi had given her. She shot one robot, causing it to fall beside Yunqi, electricity crackling over its body. The remaining robots turned towards her, their red eyes flashing. System prompt: item energy remaining 40%. Lu Huan was startled. One use had consumed 30% of the energy, but she had no time to think further. Suddenly, the door next to Lu Huan opened slightly, and an eerie red light flashed. A sense of danger surged through her. She turned back in a panic, seeing a pair of feet in slippers emerge. The person held a kitchen knife, radiating an unnatural red glow, and roared. Do I have to do everything myself? The mini-boss revealed a sinister smile, his voice smug. I'll make sure to torment you thoroughly later, but first, I'll take that kid's life. Yunqi was still lying motionless on the ground, his breath weak. Lu Xian's eyes were filled with panic. She shouted, don't come near Yunqi, or I'll shoot. But the small leader just glanced at her, sneering, your gun can't hurt me. You should worry about yourself first. Don't waste your energy on him. Suddenly, a robot leaped up and pounced on Lu Xian. Startled, she turned, closed her eyes, and pulled the trigger. Blue electric light burst forth, accompanied by her shout, stay back. Powerful current pierced through the robot, causing it to fall to the ground. The system coldly prompted, warning, prop energy remaining, 10%. Cold sweat dripped down Lu Xian's face as she looked at the gun in her hand, her mind in turmoil. It's over. No energy left. I have to get Yunqi out of here. But it was too late. The small leader had already approached Yunqi, sneering, you're finished. Suddenly, Yunqi's eyes snapped open, startling the small leader. You were faking it? He leaped up, long sword in hand, and unleashed a sharp sword aura. Otherwise, did you really think these scrap metal pieces could stop me? The sword tip shone, heading straight for the small leader's eyes, but was blocked by a huge object just millimeters away. Lu Xian quickly dodged to the side, looking at the scene before her in surprise. A giant robot, several times larger than the others, appeared behind the small leader. Its 2 fingers easily crushed the sword aura, and its shoulder deformed, revealing a cannon barrel. A cold electronic voice sounded, enemy location detected. Firing energy projectiles. A volley of energy projectiles shot from its shoulders, directly at Yunqi. A Huang was greatly alarmed, shouting, oh no! Just as he jumped to dodge, the projectiles hit the ground, exploding violently. Fortunately, he retreated to Lu Han's side in time, shouting, the motorcycle is right behind us, get on. The 2 quickly jumped onto the motorcycle. Yunqi started the engine and sped away, leaving deafening explosions behind them. Lu Han hugged him tightly from behind, asking worriedly, you scared me to death. Yunqi, are you alright? He looked back, a faint smile on his face. I'm fine. If that slippery eel hadn't deliberately shown a flaw, it wouldn't have been so easy to lure him out of the control room. His gaze swept towards the giant robot in hot pursuit. I didn't expect them to have such a powerful weapon. I almost lost my life. The giant robot roared, destroying everything in its path as it chased them. The small leader in the cockpit laughed, you little rascal, don't think you can escape. He was smug. My defense system is unmatched. How dare you even think of ambushing me? Once I get my hands on you, I'll make you regret it. Yunqi gritted his teeth, floored the accelerator, and weaved through the narrow alleyways, leaving a trail of dust behind him. Luhan clung tightly to his waist, eyes closed, shouting, "This must be an infantry's ultimate weapon. How could something like this appear on this farm?" He sharply turned into an alley, lowering his voice, "Let's just get away for now." Luhan slightly opened his eyes, worried, "This won't work. We'll be easier targets once we leave the village." A sharp glint flashed in Yunqi's eyes. "No need to leave the village, we just need to find a spot." When they reached a wider road, he suddenly exclaimed, "Got it! Just as I thought." In the distance, a mutated dog lay motionless on the ground. Yunqi didn't hesitate, reaching out to activate his undead revival skill. A blue-black light flowed from his hand into the dog. He roared, "Rise!" The dog suddenly leaped up, its body undergoing drastic changes. Its fangs elongated, and horns grew on its head. It roared, charging forward. System notification, Undead Hound summoned. The roar of the motorcycle engine echoed through the entire street. Yunqi sped away on the motorcycle like an arrow shot from a bow. Luhan clung tightly to his waist, his heart pounding. Behind them, the massive undead hound accelerated, chasing relentlessly. Luhan looked back, a flicker of realization in his eyes. So Yunqi wasn't just fleeing in panic, he was deliberately looking for a corpse to activate a skill. Luhan bit his lip, his gaze fixed on the giant red machine behind them, filled with doubt. Could just one dog really stop those behemoths? The machine rumbled, shaking the ground with every step, sending gravel flying from its terrifying power. Inside the cockpit, the ghoul laughed, his voice full of provocation, "Don't run, kid. Weren't you so arrogant just now? If you've got guts, don't run." Luhan, sitting behind Yunqi, closed his eyes and shouted, "Yunqi, he's catching up." The motorcycle suddenly stopped, its tires screeching on the road. Luhan was terrified, clinging tightly to him. The cannon also stopped, assuming a battle stance. Yunqi's tone was firm as he commanded, perfect timing. "Cannon, it's your turn to shine." No sooner had he spoken than the fierce beast roared and charged forward. A hurricane-like vortex shot out from Dappa's belly, turning into a violent tornado, directly hitting the monster machine. The zombie widened its eyes, gripping the joystick tightly, and roared, "Damn it!" Its vision was completely obscured. "Why does it smell so strongly of dog urine?" Inside the machine, the alarm system shrieked, "Warning! The filtration system has detected a large amount of highly acidic liquid." The massive machine began to lose control, shaking violently. The black zombie roared furiously, "Damn dog, get off this ship now!" Taking advantage of the machine's chaos, Yunqi rushed forward, his longsword gleaming with an electric blue light. He swung his sword horizontally, sparks flying from the metal body. Inside the cockpit, the black zombie was stunned. "What?" Dappa jumped onto the machine's broken leg. The system continued to alert, due to knee joint damage, the cockpit has activated intelligent emergency cooling mode. The air circulation system's intake was forced to redirect to the damaged knee joint. The black zombie roared in frustration, "Darn it!" Yunqi seized the opportunity and commanded, "Dappa, continue your performance." The fierce beast immediately obeyed, jumping off the broken leg and pouncing on the machine. But midway, it suddenly stopped, lifted a leg, and urinated directly onto the engine. The system continuously shrieked alarms, corrosive gases detected in large quantities. Anti-suffocation protocol initiated. Cockpit window will automatically open in 3 seconds. The black zombie screamed in panic, "No, don't open it." The cockpit ejected, throwing him to the ground. Dappa immediately rushed forward and bit his clothes. The system issued another notification, "Danger detected. Automatic defense mode activated." Heizai roared weakly, "No, don't shoot. If it explodes, I'm finished. You foolish AI, can't you even understand human speech? Disable the defense system." The system immediately responded, "Command received." Switching to hibernation mode, the massive machine crashed to the ground, motionless. Yunqi pursed his lips and sneered, "I thought I'd have a big fight with this pile of junk." He straightened up, his hand gripping the longsword pointed at the ground, its blade and his sharp eyes emitting a cold blue light. He walked closer to the doppelganger demon, his voice low, "You've already shut down its defense program. Now, things are much easier for me." His gaze was cold. He continued, "Didn't expect that, did you? The intelligence system you were so proud of is precisely the key factor leading to your ultimate defeat." The doppelganger demon trembled, begging for mercy, "No, don't." The longsword in Yunqi's hand erupted with a dazzling blue light, piercing through the giant machine's metal body. He struck down with full force, like a thunderbolt crashing onto the battlefield. The system continuously warned, "Warning. Core components damaged. Warning. Machine about to explode." The doppelganger demon roared in despair, "My body!" Yunqi stood atop the machine's ruins. The game system immediately updated, defeated a powerful enemy. Gains 6,000 points. He turned, his cold gaze falling upon the doppelganger demon struggling on the ground. The killing intent he exuded made the enemy tremble, begging for mercy. "No, don't hurt me, don't hurt me. I don't want to perish." But Jinchi ignored it, his voice cold as ice, each word like a nail being hammered in. "The people here didn't want to perish either, but you still eliminated them all." The doppelganger demon panicked, stammering, "I. Ah." Yunqi continued, his gaze unwavering. "Rather than persuading with benevolence, reason is more effective. This is the truth." The long sword in his hand glowed, piercing directly through the doppelganger demon's body, and blood splattered. System notification: eliminated a powerful enemy. Gain 10 points, multiplied by 10 times. Total accumulated score, 42860. He sheathed his sword with a sigh. "I originally wanted to keep a low profile, but I accidentally became number 1. The system continued, its mechanical voice dry. "Congratulations on reaching the top of the leaderboard. You are currently ranked first." The leaderboard showed Yunqi 42860, Yuanjun 25870, Fangxian 24980. Incentive system: maintain this rank, and at the end of the activation phase, you will receive a unique title attached to an NPC. Please continue your efforts. Yunqi smiled, the feeling of victory is truly exhilarating. Lu Xian rushed over, shouting, "Oh my goodness, Yunqi! Look at this! The world channel is in an uproar." He glanced at the world channel, messages scrolling non-stop. "Wang Yitong, look quickly." That anonymous person ranked 3rd suddenly surged by over 20,000 points, leaving Speaker and General Feng far behind. "Shi Quan, no matter who was ranked first, I just hope that person can say Blue Star." "Li Zhongke, how can humanity's fate be entrusted to an anonymous person?" "I disagree." "Lucian, there are only 15 hours left until the initial phase ends. Humanity's fate is still unknown. Will a true savior really appear?" Yunqi pondered silently. Not only the world channel, but even the Doomsday Walkers group chat exploded. A message popped up in the group: "Is that anonymous person who just reached the top rank in our group?" The atmosphere immediately grew heavy, and everyone exchanged glances. Fang Qian spoke calmly, "After the initial phase of this Doomsday game ends, all of us will face unknown crises. If you are also in this group, I hope you can join me in protecting humanity and Blue Star. Your choice will greatly impact the fate of all humanity on Blue Star." Yunqi silently observed everyone. Although everyone's identity in this small group was kept secret, he secretly guessed that the ones ranked 1st and 2nd were definitely Yuan Jun and Feng Qian, the two most powerful individuals in the alliance. They always kept their real names on the leaderboard, perhaps to inspire confidence in humanity. As long as these two names remained, people would still have hope. But now, an anonymous person like him had suddenly surpassed the two symbols of the alliance, so it was no wonder Feng Qian was so anxious. A white-haired woman spoke, her tone firm. "We are all saviors certified by the Titans. Resisting invaders and protecting Blue Star should be a collective effort, and I believe this is also the consensus of all humanity on Blue Star." Yunqi looked around. Another man interjected, "Don't be like that. Everyone is just an ordinary person. Is it really necessary to bear the heavy responsibility of saving the world? Everyone has their own destiny. I don't want to be a savior, that would just put myself in danger." Yunqi thought to himself, indeed, some people want to stir up trouble. Yuan Jun spoke, his voice full of determination. "Courage is humanity's anthem. As long as the 10 of us unite and form a powerful team, by then, not only will I be able to fight back against players, but I'll even be able to control the apocalypse game myself." He looked at the person in front of him, thinking to himself, some people claim to be saviors, but have other plans in mind. Rushing to take sides without understanding the invaders' rules will only lead to self-destruction. For now, let's just let things unfold. Back in reality, he turned to Lu Xian and said, "Lu Xian, stop looking at the world channel. Get ready, we're continuing the fight." She looked bewildered and said, "Huh?" His tone was firm, there were more important things to do than rest. Night fell, enveloping the entire space. Lu Xian excitedly called out, her voice echoing, "Yunqi, try this. It's a pure natural product, and it smells so good." Yunqi leaned back, saying contentedly, "It just occurred to me, this is our first meal since the game began." Lu Xian rubbed her stomach, saying with satisfaction, "It feels so good to be full. I swear I'll never go on a diet again from now on." She smiled brightly, looking at him, "Thanks to you today, I also earned a lot of points." Lu Xian recalled what Jinchi had said during the battle, his tone resolute, "From now on, if you're going to fight alongside me, you must also have strength. These are ready-made points, it would be a waste not to take them." At the time, she closed her eyes tightly, continuously swinging her sword at the living dead, trembling as she replied. I understand, I'll work hard. The system immediately chimed, killed a level 1 living dead, gained 10 points. Then, the notification continued, congratulations. You have entered the points leaderboard, currently ranked 856. She cheered excitedly, her eyes sparkling, that's great. I'm on the leaderboard. But then she looked at Yun-Chi a little sheepishly, thinking to herself that he had actually been protecting her the whole time. She was probably the easiest person in the world to get on the leaderboard. Lu Xian stood up and stretched, her body aching as if she had been running all day, covered in the blood and sweat of the living dead. She mumbled, anyway, since I'm idle, I might as well take a hot bath to relax. Yun-Chi looked at her, smiling helplessly. Naivety has its advantages. This kind of foolish happiness is quite suitable for the apocalypse. But he thought to himself, she's talking about bathing so casually in front of an adult man, she should at least have some sense of caution. Lu Xian blushed and chuckled playfully, caution against the living dead or against you? If it's you, I don't need any caution, I'd welcome it. In such a dangerous situation, it's safer for two people to be together. Want to watch together? Yun-Chi flatly refused, no need. Lu Xian giggled, come on, don't be so shy. He stroked the large dog beside him, pouting, who's being shy? I just prefer to wash with the dog. He turned to the beast, you've achieved a lot today. I'll give you a spa treatment later. Lu Xian glared at him indignantly, it's better to obey than to be polite, and slammed the door shut. Yun-Chi sighed, looking at the closed door, thinking to himself, he wasn't some monk who shunned women, but at such a critical moment, he couldn't waste his energy unnecessarily. He shook his head, besides, most of Lu Xian's words were just jokes. The image of her soaking in the bathtub flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but feel a little heavy-hearted. The apocalypse had arrived, tragedy had struck, and she was just putting on a brave face to hide the pain of losing her parents. In the bathroom, Lu Xian soaked in the warm water, feeling dejected. She thought to herself, in less than a day, her life had been completely turned upside down. Her parents were gone, she couldn't go home, and the future was uncertain. She pondered for a moment, then smiled softly, fortunately, Yun-Chi is still here. If she could rely on him and go through the apocalypse together, that would be quite good. Recalling their time together, she remembered what Yun-Chi had once said. The doomsday prophecy was 10 years ago, what's there to be afraid of? Even elementary school students probably don't take it seriously anymore. At the time, she had just forced a smile, is that so? But then the monster appeared, and he rushed forward to save her, blocking the way and shouting, get away quickly. Lu Xian recalled, a hint of sadness in her eyes, he's always so distant. Does he have no feelings for me at all? Her cheeks flushed slightly as she mused, with a full chest, slender waist, and shapely hips, who wouldn't like that? In a little while, I'll pretend my towel slips and see how he reacts. 10 minutes later, a misty steam rose in the bathroom. Lu Xian walked out refreshed, loudly calling, Yun-Chi, I'm done washing. But her voice caught in her throat. She silently watched Yun-Chi, curled up on the sofa with a large blanket, sound asleep. She pouted indignantly, what a blockhead. My beauty is wasted on you. Just go live with your dog then. Night gradually enveloped the entire house. A faint ray of light shone on Lu Xian's face, waking her from her sleep. She sat up groggily, then walked out with a smile, Yun-Chi, why are you up so early? It's only 5 o'clock. He was packing his bags and replied, you're awake? Just in time, come give me a hand. She asked in surprise, huh, what are you packing for? Yun-Chi tightened his backpack straps, his tone firm. Get ready to go, we're heading to Zhongdu. Lu Han retorted in surprise, what? Yun-Chi, aren't we staying at the farm? There's so much food stored here, and it's dangerous outside. Who knows if Zhongdu is safe? He held up 3 fingers, his gaze sharp, I've already considered everything you're worried about. I have 3 reasons for choosing to go to Zhongdu. Yun-Chi explained calmly, his voice steady. First, although the farm is temporarily safe, the supplies here will only last us a week. He continued his analysis, making Lu Han uneasy. Second, in 6 hours, the game officially begins. When the players descend, it will inevitably trigger an even more brutal situation. By then, trying to move our base will be even more dangerous. He raised his hand, his gaze cold. Third, my home is in Zhongdu. Regardless of what happens, I must go and check on my family's safety. He silently recalled, his heart heavy, I still haven't been able to contact my sister. I don't know what the situation is like at home. Where did my sister get this equipment, and she gave it to me? I must find out. Lu Han covered her mouth, asking in surprise, your home is in Zhongdu? Could it be that you're a young master from some prominent family out to experience life? If I go back with you, will I be envied and framed by your childhood fiancé? She trembled all over, her voice full of confusion. Yun-Chi looked at her helplessly, shaking his head, this girl has too rich an imagination. In just a few minutes, she's concocted hundreds of episodes of tragic dramas. But he secretly admitted that she was partly right, he did have a fiancée. But there was no affection between them. He interrupted her again, stop letting your imagination run wild. Since you're awake, hurry up and help. The sooner we leave, the better. Lu Han nodded and immediately started helping. After getting everything in order, the two stood in front of a truck, the sky clear. Yunqi let out a sigh of relief, finally, almost ready. The two looked at their results, their hearts filled with joy. Dehei also barked, as if sharing in their joy. He checked again, they had enough water and dry rations. Backup personnel, sleeping bags, and emergency supplies were also ready. He examined the hovercar, muttering to himself, this car is highly maneuverable and agile. It might be useful. Let's take it. Everything was ready. Yunqi and Lu Xian got into the driver's seat. Let's go, he shouted. He glanced at his phone, his tone urgent, only 61 minutes left. We need to get going quickly. Suddenly, a system screen appeared, congratulations to the NPCs for surviving until now. To increase game enjoyment, new rules will now be added. Lu Xian was startled, is that the system? What's it going to do now? Yunqi clenched his hands, sweat beading on his forehead, I have a bad feeling about this. The system continued to notify, 60 minutes remaining until the end of the activation phase. Begin faction selection. You can choose to join the player faction or the human hostile faction. Yunqi blurted out, free choice of faction? The system didn't pause, at most, only 1/10 of the new humans can become allies of the player faction. If the number of applicants exceeds this, selection will be based on score ranking, prioritizing those with higher scores. Those who wish to join the player faction, please use the remaining time to improve your scores. Friendly reminder, not only killing monsters and collecting resources earns points, but killing an NPC also grants 50% of the target's current score. Yunqi stared at the notification angrily, his voice low, damn it. Killing NPCs also counts for points. This rule is practically openly forcing the people of Blue Star to turn on each other. He analyzed, his eyes cold, in an instant, trust and order between people will collapse. Even turning on teammates. He turned to Lu Xian, his tone serious, Lu Xian, did you hear that? Lu Xian seemed petrified, a strange glint in her eyes. Suddenly, she found herself in a dark and mysterious space. Where is this? She cried out in panic, Yunqi. Yunqi, where are you? A deep voice echoed in the darkness, you finally arrived. A giant hand gently stroked her head, making Lu Xian tremble with fright. The mysterious woman smiled, I am the embodiment of light, the most mysterious being in the apocalypse game. She gently explained, you possess the purest light energy within you, which is why I answered your call. Lu Xian was flustered, her heart pounding. Light energy, holy light temple. She murmured to herself, her gaze fixed on the mysterious woman, the embodiment of light, who stood before her with hands clasped. Dazzling light enveloped her, making Lu Xian involuntarily nervous. The woman spread her arms, her voice echoing, join the player faction, join the holy light temple. Only then can you become the king of light, leading the light against the darkness. Lu Xian lowered her head, pondering, leading the light, fighting darkness, does this mean I can save Blue Star? Can I truly do it with my abilities? She hesitated, her mind in turmoil. But if I join the player faction, wouldn't that be betraying Blue Star? The embodiment of light replied, her tone calm yet full of authority, where there is light, there is darkness. To sow the seeds of light among humanity, this is the responsibility of the King of Light. Are you willing to shoulder this responsibility for those you care about? Before Lu Xian could answer, she suddenly woke up. Yunqi beside her called out worriedly, Lu Xian, are you alright? Can you hear me? She turned her head, a trace of panic still in her eyes, and replied, I'm fine, I just zoned out for a moment. But in her mind, the words of the embodiment of light still echoed, once my existence is discovered by anyone else, the path to kingship will be destroyed by the game. Remember, join the Holy Light Temple. Your choice will affect the survival of Blue Star. She suddenly remembered and quickly said, alright, the system just said we can join the player faction. Yunqi suddenly slammed on the brakes, and the car screeched to a halt in the middle of the road. He turned his head, his tone serious, Lu Xian, you want to join the player faction? She immediately retorted, her voice filled with anger, how could I? They ruined my family, they killed my parents. Even if it means death, I don't want to surrender to the enemy. But in her heart, she recalled that mysterious figure. That woman was not like a human, but more like a deity. Were her words true or false? She turned her head and asked, Yunqi, have you ever considered joining the player faction? She mused to herself, if it were him, what would he choose? He pondered for a moment, then replied frankly, why not? Lu Xian tried to analyze, but switching to the player faction might offer protection in this apocalypse. No one knows what we will face, or if we can survive among countless monsters. Yunqi pursed his lips, then smiled faintly. Who knows? People always like to romanticize the paths they haven't taken. His voice echoed in the sun-drenched space. Staying in the human faction might be a terrible choice. Regardless, in the eyes of players, we are no different from monsters. Lu Xian stared at him blankly. Yunqi's gaze was firm, looking straight ahead. But no matter what, once I choose to be an enemy of the players, I won't regret it. I will see it through to the end. She asked again, incredulously, even knowing the opponent is unbeatable, and the outcome is certain death, you'd still do it? He glanced at her, his voice low. There are always some people in this world who, knowing it's impossible, still go ahead and do it without hesitation. Isn't that right? Lu Xian bit her lip, her mind in turmoil. He continued, yes, someone always has to walk this path. Once you've chosen, you shouldn't regret it. She frowned, lost in thought. With Yunqi's strength, if she wasn't holding him back, he would surely shine in the human faction. As for her, if there was a chance to save Blue Star, no matter how difficult, she wanted to try. She murmured, Yunqi, I've decided to join the player faction. Yunqi sighed, saying thoughtfully, if there were other stable paths, who would want to live such a precarious life? Lu Xian, such a choice is also very normal. He stopped the car, got out, and instructed, take enough water and dry food. This car still has enough energy to take you back to the farm, to wait for players to appear. Lu Xian looked up at him, her eyes reddening. Yunqi handed her a helmet, smiling faintly, alright, don't make it seem like a final farewell. We'll meet again. Yunqi gently placed the helmet on Lu Xian, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. Who knows, maybe one day, I'll become the final boss of this world. Then it'll be your turn, a holy light mage leading warriors to eliminate me. Lu Xian suddenly rushed forward, hugging him tightly, which made him freeze. Her eyes welled up with tears. Even though I've chosen a different path, Yunqi, you must remember, I will never be your enemy. He smiled, ruffled her hair, and said in a half-joking tone, you're almost 30, yet you're making promises like a child. Aren't you being a bit overly worried? But deep down, he secretly thought, Ling Su is a kind person, she wouldn't intentionally harm herself. But as the saying goes, those with different principles cannot work together. He urged her, hurry up and go. If you're any later, the players will start coming in. He watched her car disappear into the distance, muttering to himself, I never thought that in the end, it would still be you by my side, Dehei. The undead hellhound let out a low growl, as if responding. He looked up. Next, we just wait for the game to begin. The billboard displayed, 0 hours, 39 minutes, 27 seconds. Ling Su was still speeding forward. The countdown kept sounding, 0 hours, 23 minutes, 19 seconds, 0 hours, 21 minutes, 50 seconds, 0 hours, 17 minutes, 36 seconds, 0 hours, 12 minutes, 58 seconds. Yunqi nervously stared at the screen, 0 hours, 07 minutes, 59 seconds, 0 hours, 04 minutes, 8 seconds, 0 hours, 02 minutes, 31 seconds. System notification, 0 hours. The Doomsday game officially begins. Players entering the game. Yunqi's car sped down the road. He activated autopilot mode and mumbled, so many new rules. No wonder Yanzu said the game hadn't officially started yet, making data analysis difficult. System constantly notifies, warm-up period ended. System constantly notifies, warm-up period has ended. All NPCs will be ranked and rated based on their current scores. Levels are adjusted according to the average level of the top 10% of players, with an additional 2 levels added. The top 5% receive a rare tier suffix. Levels are adjusted according to the average level of players outside the top 30%, with an additional 1 level added. The top 5% of players receive a rare tier suffix, with their level adjusted based on the average level of players outside the top 30%, plus 1 level. Yunqi secretly calculated that his score should be enough to earn him a boss tier suffix. He just wondered if there was a way to actively level up. The system continued to explain, in the game, only players can gain experience and level up by killing monsters. The system continued, stating that in the game, only players can gain experience and level up by killing monsters. So, levels are entirely dependent on the suffix, and only increase when the overall player level increases. This really is a pure tool character setting. Screen displays, after the category ranking ends, scores will automatically be converted into Doomsday coins, at a conversion ratio of 10 to 1. Yunqi sighed in relief, checking his personal attributes. Scores automatically converted to Japanese yen, at a ratio of 10 divided by 1. All attributes increased by 25%. Level automatically adjusted according to the average level of the top 10% of players, with an additional 2 levels. Level automatically adjusted to the average of the top 10% of players, plus 2 levels. Personal talent, planar death sense, 10x score effect cancelled, specific value not yet designated. Specialization, Death Soul Manipulation Level 1, unique skill, Resurrection of the Dead. He grumbled irritably, the highest suffix is Lord level. While players who just entered the game are merely level 1 rookies. I'm already a level 12 boss, isn't defeating them as easy as carrying them? The screen continues, world map activated. With 35,600, newbie village, maps initially planned. Players must reach level 10 to leave the village. All non-newbie village level NPCs and monsters. He mused, it's a pity players are still in the newbie village. Suddenly, a new notification sounded, Prime Energy System activated. All professions can now cast supernatural skills by controlling Prime Energy. Yunqi was confused. Prime Energy, is it a new energy in the game? The screen continued to display Prime Energy Armor Customization System activated. All players and NPCs can now restore their armor. He frowned, muttering, Prime Energy Armor. It seems this game is getting more and more complex. He clicked on the control panel to view the details, thinking to himself, I must figure this out. Otherwise, even as a lord level, it might be difficult to survive in this world. Yunqi calmly analyzed the new rules, murmuring, the defense and stability of the armor are directly proportional to one's physical constitution. But when not equipped, body strength is only 20%. All creations that don't use primal energy will be weakened, from ranged weapons to combat machinery. He frowned. This regulation clearly weakens existing resources, forcing Blue Star humans to rely on primal energy. Players definitely understand primal energy better than us, they'll quickly gain an advantage. The screen flickered, and messages on the world channel scrolled endlessly. Wang Zitong, Lu Chang, this world is too real. The human alliance is getting serious. Lucian, I saw it too. We can only respect individual choices. Old man, respect my foot. This is a betrayal of all Blue Star humanity. I'm the first to openly oppose it. Yunqi raised an eyebrow and mumbled, why are there suddenly so many messages? Who betrayed Blue Star? He looked closer. Chigua, that's right. While we ordinary people are resisting Blue Star's leadership, Second Elder Alliance's Yuan Jun chose to side with the players. He even brought people to confront War God Fong Qian head-on in the central capital. Chigua, the Alliance's second council must provide an explanation. Yunqi was stunned and blurted out, what? Those two important figures are really fighting in the central capital. He kept tapping the screen, his mind in turmoil. Yuan Jun's actions would surely make the central capital even more chaotic. Instead of focusing on the arguments in the world channel, it's better to understand the update content and see what trump cards he still holds. A new notification appeared on the screen, congratulations to this anonymous NPC for topping the attendance list and earning the unique, Peerless Level 1 title. The title owner gains a 25% increase in all attributes, unlocks all regular interactions with NPCs, and has access to the magic treasury. A Peerless grade quest can be issued every 2 days. Players who complete the quest receive an additional 25% experience and Doomsday coins. Note, the title levels up every 10 levels, with an additional 25% attribute increase. The maximum level is 9. Yunqi smiled, smugly. There's only one such title in the entire game. With it, even if he gives the guild leader position to someone else, he can still dominate with an extra 25% attribute advantage. He looked at his hand, his heart stirred. The Nether Knight was already known for excelling in the 3 main attributes. Every time he leveled up, his attribute panel would skyrocket. No wonder everyone wants to be the top ranked. Having such overwhelming power is truly exhilarating. But he was a little confused. What exactly was the Divine Weapon Vault? Suddenly, the car jolted violently. System notification, autonomous driving mode detected an obstacle. Yunqi stared blankly at the scene before him. A group of people blocked their path. The leader, holding a club, pointed directly at him, kid, get out of the car. Yunqi got out of the car, secretly observing. They were wearing custom all-purpose battle armor, which looked pretty cool. He muttered to himself, system benefits aren't given for free. System notification, the first time battle armor is created, its form will be locked. Building model. Complete. Equipped. The battle armor clung tightly to his body, gleaming with a metallic luster. He nervously watched the group of people in front of him. Those guys sneered, wearing such heavy armor, this kid definitely can't even run. Boss, is there really something wrong with this kid's head? Let him be. Take the car, then throw this kid to those bloodthirsty creatures. Yunqi spoke calmly, blocking the road, robbing, and even harming people. Aren't you afraid of punishment? The helmeted guy sneered, dragging his club across the ground. Punishment? You're such a fool. Even the Alliance speaker has fled. Who can punish us? He swung his club, pointing it at Yunqi. Now, whoever has the bigger fist has the right to speak. The guy with the club laughed smugly, his tone full of arrogance. The weak are destined to be trampled by the strong. As soon as he finished speaking, Yunqi delivered a heavy punch directly to his face, sending him flying and crashing hard onto the ground. The subordinates panicked, shouting, "Boss, this kid dared to attack?" Yunqi glanced at them disdainfully, and said coldly, "Didn't you yourself say it? The strong prey on the weak, the strong are kings. The strong are the ones who enforce punishment." System notification, killed an 8th level common unit. Gained 1 divine weapon vault tech point. Yunqi frowned, pondering, what are tech points for? He focused on the screen, divine weapon treasure, an exclusive treasure for players with the peerless title, level 1. Talent tree, can upgrade weapon durability to corpse level, purple quality, capable of nanoscale scaling. Unlock requirement, 1 point out of 30 tech points. He analyzed that compared to NPCs gaining attributes or strength, divine weapons and treasures were the greatest benefit of the peerless title. But it requires tech points to unlock. He secretly calculated, the talent tree is so powerful, why not use it to increase tech points first? He activated the skill, and the system prompted, adjustment successful. The tech points for divine weapon treasure increased tenfold. That group of subordinates rushed forward, shouting that they would avenge their boss and deal with this guy. Yunqi sneered. The tech points were readily available, so why not use them? Jupo roared, charging into the crowd, seizing vehicles and causing panic. A blonde man was terrified. Damn it! It tore through the armor. It's just a dog, how can it be so strong? Yunqi pursed his lips and praised, well done, Jupo. He secretly calculated that the undead revival is at the same level as its master, with an additional 5% to all attributes. Jupo is a level 12 spirit hound, strong enough to dominate a region in the wilderness. Another guy was scared out of his wits and tried to escape. Yunqi held his sword to the man's neck and said coldly, why the rush to leave? Stay and play for a bit. The man's screams echoed through the sky. System notification, killed 3 level 7 common units. Gained 30 divine weapon treasure tech points, x10. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out. Thank you, PC, you're quite powerful. Yunqi sharply turned his head. A white-haired girl sat in his car, smiling mischievously. He vigilantly asked, who are you? He thought to himself, she appeared silently, neither he nor Jupo noticed her. The girl jumped down and waved her hand. Don't worry, I'm Jiang Xiaoduo, 19 years old, a player. She smiled and said, you must be Yunqi. She took out a strange object. In the player faction, someone posted a quest, asking me to deliver this to you. But just then, Jiang Xiaoduo suddenly attacked, and a flash of light appeared before him. Yunqi was startled, secretly guessing that the light was a player's skill. He immediately swung his sword and charged forward. Jiang Xiaoduo took a step back, blocking the attack with her twin blades. What are you doing? Attacking someone for no reason. Are NPCs all this violent now? Jupo roared and pounced, but she decisively kicked it away. This pet is quite a pain. Yunqi's expression was tense, his eyes cold, moving at an impossibly fast speed. He was already level 12, with all his points allocated to speed. A total of 67 points, yet he still couldn't keep up. He gripped his longsword tightly, ready for battle at any moment, secretly warning himself that this player was not simple. He had to be careful. Yunqi frowned, his eyes coldly fixed on Jiang Xiaoduo, but she still blocked him. She can even dodge a cannon. It seems I'll have to deal with her seriously. Jiang Xiaoduo approached, calling out nervously, wait, shouldn't we clarify the reason before fighting? Why did you suddenly attack? He looked at her in confusion. Didn't you make the first move? You were glowing all over just now, clearly trying to ambush me with a skill. Jiang Xiaoduo retorted, puzzled, ambush what? Are you hallucinating? I only came over because I completed a quest and gained experience points. She shouted angrily, someone from the player faction sent a bunch of supplies and asked me to bring them to you. If I wanted to ambush you, why would I bring you these things? Yunqi glanced at the box she brought and quickly inspected it. They are indeed all medicines and food, he thought to himself. The quest came from the player faction, and they knew my exact location. Could it be an inside job? It seems she's not a problem, at least for now I don't have to worry about my life. He turned and asked, can you tell me how the quest was issued? Jiang Xiaoduo asked in surprise, you don't know? This is a special skill for you NPCs. The higher the NPC suffix, the more experience the quest provides. She blinked, excitedly saying, the person who sent me with the supplies also issued a second quest, requiring me to escort you safely to the next city. After this is done, I'll earn a full 20 yen, and I'll definitely protect you well. Yunqi decisively turned around. No need. Daha, let's go. Jiang Xiaoduo was stunned. Aren't you taking me? I'm really strong. I can take down a small monster with one punch. He said coldly, sorry, I'm an NPC. I have no interest in accompanying players. He started his motorcycle and sped off, leaving Jiang Xiaoduo shouting behind him. Hey, if you don't take me, how am I supposed to complete the quest? Through the rearview mirror, he saw her still close behind. He thought to himself, this girl is really something. She's practically like a player. To her, he was just a high-level monster. Keeping such a risk factor around, who knows if he'd get stabbed in the back? Besides, with her around, he couldn't possibly explore the divine weapon treasury in peace. The screen displayed, first tier of the divine weapon skill tree can be unlocked. Unlock it? He immediately clicked confirm. He had enough tech points. Let's see what good stuff is in this treasury. System prompt, skill tree activated. 30 tech points consumed. All weapons durability has been upgraded to SSS level, allowing for nano-level zoom. The long sword by his side suddenly glowed brightly. He picked up the sword, excited. This is great. Durability is at the highest level, I no longer have to worry about damage. But this equipment is too flashy. Good thing Jiang Xiaoduo didn't see it. He suddenly looked back at the rearview mirror. Jiang Xiaoduo was still relentlessly chasing him on a dilapidated bicycle. She shouted, the sun must have risen from the west today. I'm definitely sticking with you today. Yunqi, don't even think about running. He couldn't believe she managed to catch up, and on a bicycle at that. He turned his head away helplessly. Fine, I'll just pretend she's not there. She was still yelling behind him. Hey, Junqi, can you hear me? Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Li Ting is live streaming players invading the newbie village. Current viewers, 13.579 million. Click the link to enter the live stream. Yunqi was stunned. What live stream? How can there be so many viewers? He clicked the link, and a chaotic scene immediately appeared. People were scattering and fleeing. A man shouted, run! They're here! Yunqi broke out in a cold sweat, staring intently at the live broadcast screen. Long secretly wondered, are those people ruthless players? The chaotic scene reappeared. An explosion from a building shook the entire area, filling it with smoke and dust. A group of players, armed with weapons, chased after the fleeing weaker individuals. Piercing screams rang out, run! A man was cornered in a dead end. He raised his hands, begging the leader for mercy. I really can't run anymore. Please, don't harm me. A large blade slashed towards his chest. What's the use of begging? You individuals are here to be defeated by me. The victim cried out in distress. Ah, a cry of anguish. Suddenly, a bald man took advantage of the leader's distraction and attacked from behind. He gritted his teeth and roared, perish! Before the leader could react, he cried out, ugh. Then he fell, his body dissolving into a stream of data. The bald man breathed a sigh of relief, both surprised and delighted. I succeeded. I defeated that formidable opponent. But just then, a beam of light pierced his chest, and blood splattered. He was stunned, his long sword falling from his grasp. A wild-looking girl, holding a firearm, smiled triumphantly. We recover at the resurrection point after being defeated, only losing a little experience. Unlike you, who are like single-use items. She put her hands on her hips, scanning her scattered companions. I say, are you big shots even trying? You haven't defeated as many as we have, even after all this time. Another girl responded with a dismissive tone, well, you're an archer. So you're fast, much faster than this disorganized bunch. The man who was fleeing ahead shouted, next time, I won't tolerate you anymore. This group of aggressive players continued their assault, shouting as they fought, attack. A victim was struck on the head, crying out, we just want to survive, but these individuals treat causing harm as a game. A woman held her child tightly, crying out to the screen, where are the enforcement teams? Where is the military? Who will help us? She cried and pleaded, we just want to survive. Why are these individuals so harsh towards us? Yunqi gritted his teeth, his heart aching as he witnessed the scene. In the live broadcast, the girl's voice was full of despair. Is there any justice left? Is there any natural law? We are humans, not computers. I just want to go back to my old life. Suddenly, the perpetrator's voice rang out, hey, there are still 2 little mice left. The girl screamed in agony, ah, save me. The leader, now revived, appeared on the screen. He roughly seized the girl, looked up at the world channel, and said arrogantly, what? You monsters also have a world channel? The girl clutched her child, sobbing uncontrollably. He sneered, his eyes sharp. Listen up, I am Huang Tianhao, captain of the Twilight Squad. I am currently in Novice Village number 2689. He pushed the girl aside and declared, monsters watching this video, remember my face. Then he swung his blade towards the girl's head, laughing, when you encounter me, just tuck your tail and run. The girl, bleeding from her head, endured the intense pain and crawled towards her wailing child. Ah! She cried out, please, my child, spare him. But she was too slow and couldn't reach him. The leader stepped forward, his eyes as ruthless as a demon in human skin. He swung his blade directly at the child, showing no mercy. The child cried out in pain, ah. Before falling, only a pool of blood remained. The mother's face was streaked with tears as she helplessly watched her child fall, sobbing uncontrollably. Woo! The system coldly announced, since the streamer has completely perished, the live broadcast will be interrupted in 10 seconds. The leader, Huang Tianhao, showed no remorse, smiling sinisterly. Ah, it's good that they're gone. The scene remained chaotic, with the brutal players hunting down innocents. Screams were endless. Kill! We won't let any monster escape. Please, let us go. Ah, give me this child, I like to see children cry. Hey, this monster has a decent figure. Only someone starving would find that appealing. Kill for upgrades. On another road, two vehicles drove side by side. Jiang Xiaoduo, panting on her motorcycle, turned to Yunqi and said, Kid, you suddenly stopped. Regretting it now? Want me to protect you, don't you? Yunqi's face was grim. He didn't answer, only focusing on the live broadcast. Xiaoduo heard the screams from inside and wondered, is this group the Twilight Squad? Are they really playing such a twisted killing game? She frowned, her tone suspicious, but this has nothing to do with me. Suddenly, she noticed Yunqi was enveloped in a murderous aura, his eyes icy cold, filled with extreme rage. Xiaoduo said in surprise, Hey, what's wrong with you? She guessed his intention and quickly advised, I suggest you don't meddle in others' business. The Twilight Squad is very ruthless, especially Huang Tianhao. He acts recklessly, relying on his father's influence. He's just an NPC, and the world map hasn't been unlocked yet. How could he possibly find them, let alone confront those players? Yunqi's expression didn't change as he said in a low voice, Hey, I need a small favor from you. The young girl crossed her arms and refused. Are you kidding me? I'm a player, how can I help an NPC? I'm not here to be a good person, I'm only here for quests. But just then, a system notification appeared, NPC Fan Kai has issued a request for a peerless quest, sharing the world map. Reward, 100% current level experience, current level times 100 yen. Accept? Xiaoduo was stunned and blurted out, a peerless quest. She was incredibly excited, thinking, this is a large-scale quest for level 90 and above, and it's just for sharing the map. Only a fool would pass it up. She nodded, accept, of course I'll accept. She opened the map and found the location of Novice Village 2689. System notification, congratulations, player, on completing the peerless quest. Level increased to 11, gained 1100 sun coins, and favorability with NPC Fan Kai increased by 100. Current relationship, indifferent. Xiaoduo felt her body growing stronger and secretly rejoiced, I leveled up and even got 1100 yen. Novice Village quests only give a few experience points, not even a fraction of this. She stroked her chin, looking at Yunqi, and secretly calculated, I need to stick close to this benefactor. And trick him into giving me a few more quests. Yunqi revved the engine, turned the handlebars, and said coldly, Thanks, I found where I want to go. He glanced at her, You don't need to follow me anymore. Xiaoduo said in a panic, What? You're not taking me with you? But Jiang Xiaoduo stared at the map and muttered, Use and discard. You're really a scoundrel. She sighed, Is there really a need to rush so much? Zhengdu isn't somewhere you can reach in a day or two. She tracked Yunqi's route while watching the red dot on the map, Novice Village 2689. Suddenly, she grew suspicious. Wasn't the next newbie village on this route precisely where Huang Tianhao and the Twilight Squad were wreaking havoc? Cold sweat poured down her back. She was terrified, thinking it was absolutely impossible. But recalling Yunqi's cold gaze, she secretly confirmed that he really intended to confront the Twilight Squad head-on. The scene shifted. After 4 hours of riding, Yunqi stopped in front of Newbie Village 2689. The land was cracked, and the air was filled with a strong, bloody scent. He got off his vehicle, and the huge black dog lazily followed behind him. With an arrogant expression, he muttered to himself, Finally, we're here. He wondered if Huang Tianhao was still here, or if he had already left the Newbie Village. Suddenly, he noticed Jiang Xiaoduo riding her bicycle, stopping right in front of him. Yunqi irritably asked, Jiang Xiaoduo, why are you following me? She raised her hand, blinked, and with a righteous air, asked, Do you even need to ask? Of course, it's to stop you from doing something foolish. She stored her bicycle in her spatial inventory and stepped forward, saying seriously, Even though you're strong. Once you enter a newbie village, the levels of vehicles, mounts, and even players will be suppressed. Even Big Black is no exception. If you don't believe me, check your attribute panel. His attribute panel appeared, Van Koi, leader level NPC. Title, Peerless. Previous life profession, Netherworld Mage, level 9, reduced from level 12. Strength 39, Agility 50, Spirit 40, Constitution 40, Compatibility 10%. Personal talent, Plane's Death Perception, tenfold score effect has been cancelled. Tech Point Warehouse, Divine Weapon X10. Specialization, Death Soul Manipulation Level 1. Skill, Undead Resurrection. Yunqi frowned, pondering, she's right. Upon entering here, his level and attributes had clearly decreased. He looked at Big Black and found its attribute panel also displayed, Undead Hound, level 9, reduced from level 12. This monster with a forked tongue looked no different from an ordinary domestic dog. Feeling uneasy, he turned to Big Black and said, "You're weaker now. Stay here and guard our things. We'll be back after we're done." Big Black bared its fangs but obediently listened, watching Yunqi leave. Zhang Xiaoduo was furious to see that he was still determined to find Huang Tianhao. "Hey, didn't you hear what I said? Going now is just asking for trouble, isn't it?" But the system suddenly prompted, NPC Van Koyi has issued a leader-level quest request, protect the Undead Hound. Reward, 75% of current level's experience, current level times 750,000 yen. Do you accept? Zhang Xiaoduo was stunned. Another quest. She hesitated. Damn it, to bind me with a quest, how despicable. But a greedy glint flashed in her eyes. A boss-level quest with such generous rewards, it would be a shame not to take it. She shouted at Yunqi, "I really don't understand you. Even if you're capable, what do you gain by dealing with the Twilight Squad? They only revive a few times, but an NPC like you, if you don't care, you'll truly be gone. What's the point of doing this?" Yunqi stopped, his eyes cold. Point? People like Huang Tianhao treat harming others as a game, causing trouble to their own kind without hesitation. If no one stands up to stop them, Blue Star will be nothing but chaos. He gripped his sword hilt, his voice low. "I don't care how many times they revive. As long as I'm still standing here, I'll make them pay the price." Yunqi paused, his gaze firm, responding to Xiao Duo in a low voice. "There are some things that players like you will never understand." Behind him, bodies lay scattered, blood staining the ground. He gazed at the distant ruins, his heart heavy. If not for the scattered bodies and the scent of blood, people might think the apocalypse had never arrived. He murmured to himself, just a few hours ago, this group was causing widespread trouble here. He frowned, anger surging within him. There were so many players in the video. Where are they all now? Did I arrive too late? Suddenly, he paused, his eyes flashing. Found them. The scene shifted. Before him, 3 aggressive individuals were bothering someone on the ground. Seeing Yunqi, they turned their attention to him. The man with the high ponytail grinned. "Oh, I didn't expect to run into a level 9 boss-level monster. This kind of gear is completely different from those cowards who only run away." The short-haired girl next to him looked at Yunqi, her eyes sparkling. "He's quite handsome, actually. I didn't expect to see such an NPC in the newbie village." Yunqi's eyes were cold. He stepped forward and said coldly, "Hey, I'm looking for Huang Tianhao. Do you know where he is?" The group of aggressive individuals scoffed. The guy with the high bun was surprised. "This NPC is so foolish, actually talking to us first." The pointy-headed man pouted. "He even dares to look for Brother Huang." They discussed amongst themselves, "Boss, didn't Brother Huang show up in the Monster World channel? This NPC is offering himself up." "No need for the Huang family, you're enough." The short-haired girl put her hands in her pockets and sighed. "What a shame, boss. They are all level 8, only I'm still level 7. The pointy-haired man laughed heartily. System notification, skill charge activated. Movement speed increased by 200%, next attack power increased by 20%. He was full of confidence. "Let me handle this boss-level monster." He charged forward, activating the Bloodlust skill. Strength burst increased by 45 points. He thought Yunqi was a goner, but unexpectedly, Yunqi suddenly leaped up. The pointy-haired man's fist slammed directly into the ground, kicking up dust, its power like a grenade exploding. Yunqi looked down, secretly assessing. His burst power even surpasses mine. If I were to take that head-on, this armor might shatter. The pointy-haired man was astonished, gritting his teeth as his dodge failed. Before he could react, Yunqi kicked him in the face with powerful force. The pointy-haired man spat out a mouthful of blood, his head hitting the wall. He cried out in pain, "Ugh!" Yunqi stepped back, preparing for the next strike, and said coldly, "Unlike you, I put all my points into agility." Seeing his boss in danger, a high ponytail man quickly raised his shield to protect him. But in that instant, Yunqi's sword flashed, piercing through the shield. And through the armor, straight into his chest. Blood splattered, and the high ponytail man groaned in pain, "Ugh!" His hair tied high, blood flowing, he cried out in alarm, "What is this sword made of?" Luckily, the armor absorbed some of the impact, or I'd be finished. Stuck in a dilemma, he yelled at the short-haired woman, "Why aren't you dealing with him? Do you want me to perish so you can take over as boss?" Just then, a flash of light appeared behind Yunqi, and a bullet shot towards him. He frowned, dodging to the side, his eyes burning with anger. System notification, warning. You are taking heavy damage. Armor durability decreased by 5%. He turned around to see the short-haired woman pointing a gun at him, her expression grim. What a pity. For an NPC like you, you're quite handsome. Why don't you stay and play a bit? Yunqi remained unfazed, his gaze icy. He swung his sword like lightning, instantly sending the high-bun man to his end, causing the bald man to gasp in terror. He scoffed, "You want to keep me? You're far from capable of that." The bald man was dumbfounded, watching his boss turn into data, stammering, "B-boss. System notifications, player eliminated. Obtained 30 divine weapon treasure tech points, x10. First final blow on a player achieved. Obtained class skill. Death interference. Death interference, level 1, condenses primal energy to deal massive damage to a single enemy or double the healing effect for undead subordinates. Condition to unlock the next skill, eliminate 100 players. Yunqi frowned, surprised that the key to unlocking skills was actually eliminating players. He had leveled up from 1 to 12 but hadn't gained any new skills. He raised his hand, his eyes cold. It was a good time to test the skill's power. He whispered, "Death interference." A ghostly face appeared, darting straight towards the short-haired woman. With a boom, she exploded, her body twisting and dissolving into data. Electric sparks flickered across Yunqi's upper body. The bald man was stunned, cold sweat pouring down him. She was eliminated instantly with just one move. Yunqi held his sword to the man's throat, his voice as cold as ice. "Where exactly is Huang Tianhao?" The bald man knelt, stammering, "I'll tell you. Young Master Huang, no, Huang Tianhao should be in the building at coordinates 263.846. He just sent a notification for the Twilight Squad to come for support." Yunqi gritted his teeth, radiating killing intent, "Hand over your map and radar, or face the consequences." He mused to himself, "The world map and positioning radar are player privileges. Even if I know the coordinates, I can't pinpoint the exact location." The bald man trembled in fear. "I'll share it immediately." A system screen popped up, starting map radar sharing. Sharing time, 9 hours 57 minutes. Yunqi looked at the radar screen and muttered, "Sharing only lasts for 10 minutes. I need to ask Yanzu if there's a way to fix this." Suddenly, he heard a strange beep. He turned to see the bald man's head beginning to pixelate, his face gradually disappearing. A turquoise light flashed in Yunqi's eyes. He said coldly, "Tell Huang Tianhao to prepare himself for me." He looked out at the dark night, thinking, in this urban area with its towering skyscrapers, these esteemed players are about to experience the fear of elimination. Scene change. In a dark corner, 3 figures appeared as phantoms under a golden mark. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man gritted his teeth. That sword strike just now was excruciating. When will this ridiculous game remove the pain sensation? At first, he explained with confusion, "Boss, that boss is too powerful. The 3 of us are no match for him at all. Instead of him going after young Master Huang, why don't we sell this information to young Master Huang and get some benefits?" The blonde man scoffed, "Is that all you're capable of? Don't you want to level up? What I'm interested in is the sword in his hand." He looked up and roared, "He was just ambushed earlier. Find him." "I don't believe the 3 of us can't get the first kill." The bald man quickly agreed, "That's right, boss is brilliant." Meanwhile, another man broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, "Wait, something's wrong." He looked at the screen and exclaimed, "How did I lose a level?" The stats panel showed a drop from level 8 to level 7. The blonde man and the bald man were greatly alarmed. The bald man cried out, "Doesn't the game rule say you only lose experience upon death? How did I lose a level?" He panicked, "What is this death mark?" System notification, death mark. All attributes reduced by 10% for 10 minutes. The blonde man roared, "How can a newbie in the village have a boss that makes people lose levels?" Another person replied, "How are we supposed to enjoy playing the game like this?" The woman accompanying them said angrily, "I supported you because I thought he was handsome, but he showed no mercy at all." The silver-haired man gritted his teeth, "I painstakingly gathered my equipment, but he shattered it with one sword strike." The blonde man clenched his fists, "I lost a level. It took me so long to reach level 8, I have to fight him." The other person intervened, "Don't act rashly, this boss is not to be trifled with. He even asked me about young Master Huang's location." He waved his hand and shouted, "He's after young Master Huang. Quickly, go inform young Master Huang." The silver-haired man said excitedly, "That makes sense. Young Master Huang will teach him a good lesson." Scene switch. Yunqi pressed the screen and muttered to himself, "Coordinates 263, 846, it's here." However, Huang Tianhao wasn't here. He frowned, he must be busy dealing with those players. I'm a step too late. In the distance, 3 dark figures rushed over, shouting, he's up ahead. Young Master Huang will avenge us. Yunqi gripped his sword, lightly leaped down, and disappeared into the darkness. Yunqi stood among the chaotic crowd, his sharp gaze sweeping over the panicked players scattering in all directions. Screams erupted. Where did young Master Huang go? There's no one here anymore. It seems young Master Huang changed his coordinates. Who knows? He chased in that direction. He gripped the long sword in his hand, thinking to himself, these players are no different from the humans on Blue Star. It's hard to imagine they are invaders from other planets. He lowered his eyes, pondering what technology could destroy the Blue Star civilization and then revive them as if in a game. To my knowledge, no technology can achieve this, unless this world isn't real. But he shook his head. What does it matter if it's real or not? What's important now is to make these players pay. Huang Tianhao was bloodthirsty, his coordinates constantly shifting. Suddenly, countless golden immortal lights flashed in the distance. Yunqi was startled, the scene changed. Before him, the Twilight Team's leader was smiling sinisterly, utterly thrilled. I gained so much experience today. Other players ran over, shouting in a panic, young Master Huang, we finally found you. There's a monster invading the novice village, making players lose levels, and it's been looking for you. The leader was stunned. Where's that monster? Another person shouted, I don't know. But it's level 9, terrifyingly strong, and has a special move that can instantly defeat a level 8 player. Yes, I was killed by it. Under the moonlight, Yunqi walked slowly, composed and at ease. He murmured, found it. Before him were about 50 players, and his entire body glowed with a sapphire light. He looked at them and said coldly, although I don't like to interfere in others' affairs. Humans have the right to survive. Their hope should not be taken away by you. He touched the screen, pressed a button, and the system asked, do you want to start a live broadcast? Blue light flashed on the screen, and the world channel filled with notifications. Anonymous, our justice has not perished. Great God, wow, which hero is so fierce? To dare to single-handedly enter novice village number 2689. Li Taiyao, too strong. Big boss, return safely, and I'll acknowledge you as my godfather. Shu Urkiu, strong my foot. How can one person defeat hundreds of players? True gold fears no fire, indeed. We have no way to deal with these undying invaders. Yunqi gently stroked his cheek, his gaze firm. To me, what's terrifying isn't the players, but that humanity has retreated for too long and lost the courage to stand up. He whispered, then let me, the child of this plane, stir things up once, and become a lone hero. Text appeared on the world channel, Fong Qian, I am Fong Qian. Squad channel, position 2, I am Fong Qian. Scene changes. A man sits on a chair, his eyes blindfolded, and a deep voice rings out. I believe justice will not perish. If you see this message, as the Commander-in-Chief of the Human Guardian Army, I solemnly plead, no matter what happens, please come back alive. He looked at the ferocious players in front of him, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Our opponents are immortal. I'd like to see just how immortal you truly are. His eyes glowed with a blue light, and killing intent surged. The nearby players scoffed, he still dares to come here? This monster is really bold. Huang Tianhao stood among the crowd, starting a live broadcast on the world channel. His arrogant voice declared, perfect. Let everyone see how Huang Tianhao torments the boss. Yunqi calmly replied, perhaps you're the one who will die today. Huang Tianhao flew into a rage, what kind of joke is that? I'm a player. But Yunqi didn't give him a chance to continue his arrogance, rushing forward with astonishing speed. Huang Tianhao was stunned, how is this monster so fast? I heard being killed by him makes you lose levels. What if it's true? I don't want to start all over again. He yelled, useless support, shoot him now. It was as if the bullets couldn't even touch Yunqi. One person exclaimed, young Master Huang, he's too fast. We missed. Yunqi approached like a storm, showing no hesitation. Huang Tianhao roared, a bunch of good-for-nothings. Patrol guards, stop him. Whoever performs well will be heavily rewarded by me. The players summoned their strongest pets, shouting, don't worry, young Master Huang. Taking care of this monster will only take a few minutes. The pets roared, letting out low growls. But in the blink of an eye, Yunqi swung his sword, and a blue light flashed. All the pets vanished into data within seconds. The remaining pets retreated in terror. The players were dumbfounded, what just happened? He took out the entire group with one sword strike. Darn it, what are you standing around for? Summon more. Huang Tianhao yelled, there are too few powerful pets in the newbie village. They're all for large-scale hunting. But a rotating attack should be enough to deal with this boss. The system prompted that your summoned beast entered a weakened state due to death, and needs to wait 10 minutes before it can be summoned again. He was startled and couldn't recover his senses. Buga. Yunshi bit his lip, pondering to himself. Death's blessing didn't completely destroy the summoned beasts, but it left them severely weakened. He decided to finish the fight quickly, charging forward, his emerald sword light sweeping across the battlefield. Players fell one after another, no one could survive his sword. The system continuously announced, player killed. Gained 30 divine weapon vault tech points, x10. The players were utterly despairing and terrified. In less than a minute, he had cleared out all the barbarian's pets. His speed was like the strongest assassin, and his strength was no less than a warrior's. Huang Tianhao gritted his teeth, his face completely losing face. If he were killed by this monster, he would only lose some experience, but his reputation would be completely ruined. He absolutely cannot succeed today. He absolutely cannot be allowed to meditate today. The girl from the Benevolent Society confidently stepped forward. Beyond 10 paces, the gun is the fastest. Within 10 paces, the gun is both fast and accurate. In this old, abandoned place, I don't believe you can dodge this. Her finger pulled the trigger. Yunshi stood in the center of the battlefield, his cold gaze sweeping over the panicked players. Fan Kai stood in the center of the battlefield, his cold gaze sweeping over the panicked players. Another person was also deeply impressed, feeling that they had been taken advantage of by this boss. His movement technique, speed, and even his face were incredibly cool. Yunshi thought to himself, dodging bullets doesn't require absolute speed, just being faster than the shooter's thoughts is enough. Fortunately, I kept her by the car with a task. If she had followed and joined the enemy, that would have been a real problem. He scanned the panicked players. These small fries can't stop me at all. The players wailed, he's coming. It's over, no more bullets. But Yunshi's eyes were cold as he activated death interference. A strange demonic energy bound the enemies. Even the strongest among them could only kneel and beg for mercy. Someone exclaimed in fear, what kind of sorcery is this? He leaped down, striking one person with a kick, and used the momentum to lunge at Huang Tianhao. The players exclaimed, he's targeting young Master Huang. Young Master Huang, be careful. Huang Tianhao looked arrogant, raising his shield to block. Come on, monster. I bought this shield for 3 million Japanese yen. There's no way you can break it, even with all your strength. But Yunshi just sneered, 3 million Japanese yen. It's really worth it. The feeling of striking it is quite satisfying. A sword light flashed, piercing through the shield, then the armor, and directly into Huang Tianhao's throat. System notification, player killed. Gained 50 divine weapon treasure tech points, x10. The players were dumbfounded. Young Master Huang was killed right in front of so many people. Yunshi stopped, seeing the world chat in chaos. Nameless God, well done. Heir Zhuqiu, did he really kill a player? That's amazing. Debing, this is the beginning of humanity's counterattack. Old man, counterattack. Counterattack. Shinjin, don't celebrate too soon. There are still dozens of enemies, all immortal players. Suddenly, 2 female assassins attacked like a whirlwind, their blades cutting through the air straight for Yunshi. But another blade flashed, horizontally striking one female assassin's neck. Blood splattered, and she fell to the ground, turning into ashes. Ha! The other female assassin panicked. Before she could react, another blade was already at her face. Yunshi turned around, frowning. A sneak attack? How underhanded. He sent her flying with a kick, and she crashed heavily to the ground. Ugh. He mused to himself, these 2 assassins are fast, but someone was faster than them just now. Blocking the first strike. Who was it? The undead dog suddenly barked, woof. A girl with a family crest shushed it. Shoo, little ancestor, stop barking. Yunshi glanced behind him, recognizing Zhang Xiaoduo. She stared at his back, her eyes shining, thinking, I thought the mission would keep me busy. Good thing I'm smart, I brought the entire troop with me. Yunshi, let's see what other surprises you have. The players cheered excitedly, their eyes lighting up at the news. Huang Xiao just came out of the respawn point and is rushing over. Whoever can stop this monster gets a 1,000 yen voucher. Everyone rolled up their sleeves, eager to act. Team up, don't let this boss escape. They gathered in groups, unstoppable, and due to bad luck, they came to hold back this boss of unknown origin. Yunshi gritted his teeth, his heart sinking. There were too many enemies, and his equipment's durability was limited. He had to finish this quickly. The system alarm sounded, 2 warriors on the left. One leaped high and landed heavily, full of confidence, the 1,000 yen voucher is mine. But Yunshi swung his sword, and death interference erupted, knocking him away. He marveled silently, he can actually predict the enemy's movements through the live broadcast. Marshal Fong, the pinnacle of imperial power, truly lives up to his reputation. Marshal Fong's voice rang out in the live broadcast, anonymous. I will help you pinpoint priority targets through the live broadcast. As the last spark of humanity against the players, you must not be easily extinguished. The other person, still defiant, charged forward with his sword. But Yunqi slashed at his leg, blood splattered, and the guy screamed in pain. Marshal Fong continued to warn, the warrior on the right is retreating, preparing to attack. Dodge! Yunqi leaped, leaving the guy stunned. What? He dodged again. Before he could react, he took a kick to the face, spitting out blood. Ugh. Marshal Fong clenched his fists, thrilled. Excellent. He took down the target less than 3 seconds after receiving the command. His reaction is comparable to a top elite soldier. The girl next to him said coldly, "Humph, fast reaction but weak power." Marshal Fong retorted, "Weak? He's fighting a dozen players alone, and you call him weak?" The girl crossed her arms, disdainfully. "Didn't you see he's been fighting for so long and hasn't finished anyone off? If you have time to posture, just finish them quickly." He gritted his teeth. "No, he's not weak, he's incredibly strong. In just a few minutes, he completely adapted to this fighting style. He's not immediately eliminating opponents to prevent players from respawning and adjusting tactics. He even anticipated and acted before I gave the command. His learning ability is astonishing." Back on the battlefield, the players, bound by death, were tied up tightly. Agonized cries came from the fields. What in the world? There's no escape. Yunqi shot a murderous glance. Don't move. Just as he finished speaking, Huang Tianhao appeared, clad in shining golden armor, holding a shield and a long sword. He grinned. "Thank you all for buying me time." He chuckled sinisterly. "Humph, you wretched monster, the real boss is here now." A female player cheered. Young Master Huang has revived. Huang Tianhao was full of confidence, thinking to himself, this armor cost me a fortune. I'll make this kid suffer a terrible death later. System display, Constitution plus 5%, Agility plus 3%, all attributes plus 5%, Strength plus 4%. He roared, "Now see the difference between a person and a mere player." Yunqi bit his lip, his eyes cold. Difference? As soon as he spoke, the monster swung its gleaming longsword and charged towards Yunqi with terrifying speed. Yunqi showed no panic, merely raising an eyebrow, a mocking smile playing on his lips. He stood his ground, gently raising his longsword, effortlessly blocking his opponent's fierce attack. Young Master Huang's eyes widened in terror, his mouth agape, as he exclaimed in shock, "How can this be? With equipment assistance, my stats should be stronger than yours, right?" Yunqi didn't answer, simply extending his arm and sending young Master Huang flying with a powerful strike. Yunqi said coldly, his voice full of encouragement yet tinged with mockery. "Don't be discouraged, young Master Huang, you really have become much stronger." Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Giving his opponent no chance to react, Yunqi actively swung his sword, thrusting it directly into young Master Huang's chest. He observed coldly, thinking to himself, he's gotten stronger, and the feeling of being defeated intensifies with it. Young Master Huang let out a painful cry, "Ah!" Before his body completely dissipated, he still defiantly threatened, "Don't get cocky. When I revive next time, I'll buy stronger equipment and bring more companions. I don't believe I can't defeat you." The other players, bound by invisible ropes, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but feel uneasy. One of them trembled and exclaimed, "Young Master Huang! Even young Master Huang can't defeat this boss?" The guy next to him was still arrogant, loudly scolding, "What nonsense are you spouting? Young Master Huang's equipment is top tier. Once we find this kid's weakness, next time, we'll definitely defeat him completely." Another player named Yang silently observed Yunqi's retreating figure, muttering guesses, "But this boss is too strong. He just defeated Huang Xiao, so we're definitely next." Suddenly, Yunqi leaped forward and charged, startling everyone. The girl in the crowd shouted, "Wait, did that boss run away? He defeated so many people, yet he ran off without a trace." Another guy's eyes widened as he muttered, "Did he really just come to the newbie village, just to teach young Master Huang a lesson?" Suddenly, someone interjected, their tone confident and playful, "He must have gotten scared. Young Master Huang just called for backup and brought high-level equipment. How could a monster like him dare to confront that?" The girl nodded in agreement, but still hesitated. "That makes sense, but something still feels off. Let me check young Master Huang's livestream." In the team's private chat channel, the deputy hastily reminded, "Hero, hurry and run, don't get surrounded." But Jinshin was dismissive, leaving a curse, "Damn it. With such a good opportunity, shouldn't I take down a few more players?" De Bing defended Yunqi, retorting, "That person above is truly, as their name suggests, crazy. With so many enemies, it's a blessing to even be able to escape." Wang Sidong also nodded, "Yes, he's done more than enough. Where there's life, there's hope." At this moment, Yunqi was speeding along like a gale, his sharp gaze fixed on the target ahead. In another location, the girl watching the livestream suddenly shuddered in horror, muttering, No, how did young Master Huang's livestream record this boss's figure? Could the place he went to be? In the resurrection zone, young Master Huang had just revived. Roaring furiously, "Damn it, I lost 2 levels again. When I call for people, I'll definitely capture that kid alive and crush his bones inch by inch." In an instant, Yunqi appeared, gripping his long sword, charging directly at young Master Huang. He swept his sword across his opponent's abdomen, causing blood to splatter. Young Master Huang coughed up blood, groaning in pain. The girl observing from afar was stunned speechless. "Oh my goodness." On the other side, Fang Yuan's expression turned grim, and he was stunned. Even the girl standing next to him showed a face full of surprise. Yunqi stood on the brink of life and death, facing the entire battlefield alone. He raised his hand, and surging energy pulsed in his palm, like a roaring storm. With an earth-shattering roar, he unleashed a death-like power, and terrifying energy waves directly blasted towards Huang Xiao, making him scream in agony. Before his body vanished from the game world. Huang Xiao trembled and stammered, How did you know?" Yunqi replied coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade, "You players are too ostentatious, it's hard not to notice this place." He stood proudly amidst the smoke and dust. Suddenly, Huang Xiao reappeared from behind him. A crimson warning appeared before him, "Your level has dropped to level 1. Current level, LV5. Huang Xiao panicked, his heart tearing, muttering to himself, "Which cursed designer caused this bug?" His mind raced, "Impossible, this boss is too strong. I definitely can't win, I must save my remaining levels." Huang Xiao hastily ordered a forced logout from the system, but a red warning appeared on the screen, "Logout operation failed." He stared wide-eyed, stunned, unable to log out? How can this be? Just then, Yunqi attacked from behind, moving as fast as lightning. With a precise and peerless move, he instantly sent Huang Xiao's body flying. Yunqi coldly looked towards the respawn point. Seeing Huang Xiao had just respawned, he immediately gripped his longsword tightly and charged forward like a whirlwind. A sword chi tore through space. As he swung his sword, he mockingly asked, "Does it hurt?" The system immediately issued a warning, "Your level is -1. Current level, LV4. Yunqi did not stop, continuing to unleash a fatal blow. As he attacked, he asked, his voice cold as ice, "Is it humiliating?" The system continuously prompted and warned, "Your level is -1. Current level, LV3. Warning. Your level is -1. Current level, LV2. Huang Xiao wailed in pain, "Ah." He scoffed, "Have you ever felt the fear of facing death?" Yunqi raised his longsword high, his gaze cold as if to pierce through one's heart. "But apparently, you players have." As the blade descended, blood splattered, and the screen was filled with crimson, as if a cruel judgment upon the defeated. The girl was also stunned by this scene. Huang. Young Master Huang was completely suppressed. Huang Tianhao fell painfully, and at the same time, a system notification popped up, "Alert! Your level has dropped to -1. Current level is 1. The spectators cheered even more excitedly at this moment. He can actually make a player lose levels. Well done. I take back what I just said. This anonymous person truly has courage, is strategic, and extremely powerful. I'll never dare to casually harm the humans on Blue Star again. Unfortunately, limited by game rules, NPCs can never kill players. The officer approached Huang Tianhao. The player was still defiant. "You've defeated me so many times, surely you, monster, should be satisfied now. If I die one more time, my level will reset to 0. Seeing that he had no intention of letting him go, Huang Tianhao's veins bulged, and he roared in pain, "Players don't really die anyway. At worst, I'll just restart after my level resets to 0. Once I level up again, I'll make sure you suffer greatly for this." Hearing this, he immediately struck down the person, making him completely fall. Player Huang Tianhao confirmed defeated. Seeing this notification, everyone was stunned. "What?" Zhang Xiaoduo said to Xiao He with surprise. "Yunqi, you've truly given me a huge surprise." At this moment, the spectators also put away their previous smiles. Just like the humans on Blue Star, Huang Tianhao could no longer enter a revived state. The NPC violated game rules and caused the player's defeat. He stood before Huang Tianhao's fallen form. The live broadcast had ended, causing the guests to complain. "Has Anonymous already closed the live stream?" "No, Master, I haven't watched enough yet." Suddenly, a new notification popped up. The current livestream has been forcibly interrupted because the streamer is no longer alive. Seeing this confirmed information, everyone started to become stunned and panicked. "Young Master Huang died? Impossible, but we are players." Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, making everyone freeze. "So what if you're players? Players should also recognize their own limits." Yunqi walked coldly towards the players, making them scream in even greater panic. How did he come back so quickly? "No, I don't want to perish." His eyes were sharp and cold. He swung his sword, too late. Go join your young master Huang. With just one swing of his sword, a chaotic chorus of screams erupted. Please spare me, I won't harm any more creatures. Ah, a creature, ah. A minute later, his mirror was covered in blood, having completely dealt with the group. The armor was also removed. After such a great effort, he finally dealt with this group of players. Then he coldly looked at the wall behind him and reminded again. You should come out now, Jiang Xiaoduo. Seeing this, she was startled and ran out. How did you know I was following you? She immediately glared at Dehe. Did you tell on me to master again? But the little fellow was innocent and could only whimper. He coldly closed his eyes and said, Do I still need Dehe? You exposed yourself. From the very beginning, you were the one who helped me stop those two assassins, weren't you? Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoduo immediately felt wronged. She regretted helping him. Hey, although you're strong, you should still hurry and escape. Don't say I didn't warn you. Huang Tianhao's father, Huang Long, is nearby. He's not someone to be trifled with. He merely responded coldly, as a player, why are you helping me? For you players, isn't defeating creatures the fastest and best way to level up? Hearing this, she immediately said seriously, not all players aim to defeat creatures. I specialize in quests, running errands, delivering letters and items. I'm not interested in dangerous monster slaying. But there are also some twisted individuals who enjoy torturing and killing monsters, like Huang Tianhao and his father Huang Long. This father and son, with considerable wealth and influence, formed the Huanghan Tian Legion as soon as they entered the game, protecting them everywhere they went to hunt monsters. You killed Huang Tianhao, his father Huang Long definitely won't let you off. Suddenly at this moment, a notification popped up, startling her. The World Channel announced that members of the Huanghan Tian Legion had already entered Novice Village 2689. Yin Qi, hurry and escape now, it'll be too late if you wait any longer. But he just turned around coldly and walked past her. Perfect timing, saves me the trouble of finding them myself. Seeing this, she quickly chased after him. You're going to find them? Are you crazy? You just finished a battle, and your armor's durability has dropped so much. Do you really think you're invincible? He still looked back at her with those cold eyes. I'm not invincible, but as long as they dare to come, I dare to fight. I can kill Huang Tianhao with my sword, and I can kill Huang Long the same way. Hearing this, she was stunned, unsure how to respond. Suddenly, she rushed in front of him, activating her spirit cat talent, which increased her agility by 35%, gave her night vision, and boosted her physique by 1000% when critically injured. Then she kicked him back a few steps, even faster than their first encounter. Could it be that this girl was just pretending to be foolish before? Was she actually trying to kill him to gain experience? Then, she suddenly pulled out a rope and giggled, leaving him stunned. He began to doubt human intelligence. Then, a puff of smoke suddenly appeared. After the smoke cleared, he was completely tied up by her. Mission accomplished. At this moment, his face was grim, clearly very annoyed. He had been too careless and fallen for her trick again. Suddenly, she flashed an extremely mischievous smile. Stop struggling. Now, be a good captive. Seeing her slowly approach, he couldn't help but wonder what she intended to do. 3 minutes later, he was tied to a cart and moving along with Daha. She hummed a happy tune, making him doubt human intelligence more and more with each note. So, you went through all that trouble to catch me, just to help me escape? But she answered matter-of-factly, of course. Don't forget, my mission is to escort you safely to the next city. But inwardly, he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Moreover, the rewards for such a unique mission, whether it's experience or power coins, are worth hundreds of ordinary tasks. I must hold on to this man. We'll only be safe once we leave the newbie village. But just then, a bullet from a distance shot towards their tire, causing the car to skid for a long stretch. She also cried out in a panic, "Oh no, a flat tire? I don't think I hit anything." He quickly reminded her, no, this was deliberate. At this moment, Daha also sensed the abnormality and let out a loud bark. Hearing Daha's continuous barking, both of them immediately looked back. It turned out to be Huang Long's subordinates. The boss caught up. They're right ahead. Lin Zi, who was leading them, was laughing triumphantly. Oh no, it's the Twilight Legion. How did they catch up so fast? This is bad. Not only you, but I'm in trouble too. I wonder if begging for mercy will work. He suddenly sighed, turned his head, and asked, only now do you feel scared? Where's that heroic spirit from before? Just watch what I do. He effortlessly untied the ropes and got out of the car, surprising her even more. Ha! When did you untie yourself? As soon as he got out of the car, everyone immediately rushed forward. That monster who eliminated young Master Huang has appeared. Everyone shouted, wanting to take down this guy. Lin Zi laughed loudly and drove straight towards him. Seeing his arrogance, he became even more excited, laughing loudly. "Let me give you a piece of advice." Then he swiftly ended his life. The leader is always the first to be taken down. He instantly turned into nothingness, only managing a few whimpers before disappearing. He lightly swung his longsword and walked forward. "Didn't you notice all your companions have been slowed down?" At this moment, all the vehicles stopped, stunned. Lin Zi had the strongest defense among us, yet he couldn't even withstand a single move from him. He's not a level 9 monster, that was when his level was suppressed in the newbie village. Leaving the newbie village, this monster is already level 12. What's going on? In fact, the boss is level 12. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoduo felt like she was being continuously overwhelmed by her brother inside. Not only has he recovered his level, but his strength has also returned to its peak? He showed an arrogant smile, his heart filled with mockery. Thanks to the medicine Jiang Xiaoduo gave him, his strength immediately recovered. However, the combat power of the Twilight Legion members is clearly a step above that of the Twilight Squad. Everyone immediately rushed forward, skillfully picking up their weapons. It will probably take a lot of effort to deal with them. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. "You killed my son." His gaze sharply fell upon the person in front of him, a burly man with blue hair and a thick beard, and a red mark in the center of his forehead. "I am Huang Long. I don't care who you are, but you dared to harm my son. I will make sure you have no place to rest." Han violently swung his great saber, charging directly towards him. But he still stepped forward calmly, his moves precise, and his words few. A villain playing this role probably wouldn't survive 2 episodes, but unfortunately, he met me. Immediately after, he directly attacked the man's lower body, sending him flying 8 meters away, crashing directly into a vehicle. Everyone immediately gathered around, asking with concern, "Boss? Boss, are you alright? Boss, pull yourself together. Everyone, don't be careless. We have strength in numbers. As long as we surround him, we can eventually wear this monster down." He looked at them coldly. "On the surface, you want to surround me, but in reality, I have surrounded you." Everyone was stunned after hearing this. Before they could react, a sudden force appeared. Blue energy quickly invaded their bodies. What's going on? Before it could fully form, it was bitten by Big Raccoon on the neck and instantly dissipated. Big Raccoon is also a level 12 demonic beast. It calmly pounced on them, just like its master. Everyone turned back in horror, attacking in a panic. "Oh my goodness. This dog is actually a level 12 elite monster. If it weren't for it, we would have been finished long ago." Under the continuous attacks, its body trembled violently. Suddenly, Yunqi raised his hand and activated Death Contagion. The powerful force unleashed instantly made the surrounding people vanish without a trace, and even Deha was easily healed. Because Death Contagion can focus high magical damage energy related to divine power onto a single target, or provide double healing to your undead subordinates. At this moment, everyone truly began to feel fear. 7 people were defeated in the blink of an eye. This boss cannot be defeated unless there's a large group of people. The assistant also began to look for auxiliary solutions and reported, "Boss, the resurrection point isn't far. Delin and the others who were defeated are rushing back." Seeing this, he suddenly stood up and warned, "Don't let them come back. Tianhao has already been defeated by the guards at the resurrection point. If this monster finds the location of the resurrection point, our lives will be over. I've already sent a message in the team's communication channel. Nearby Twilight Legion members will come to support immediately." But his cold voice mercilessly rang out again, "I'm afraid you won't be able to wait for reinforcements." Everyone also noticed the anomaly at this time. Why is it suddenly so cold in the middle of summer? Why are there so many bones forming on the ground? At this moment, Jiang Xiaoduo in the car also realized that these were no ordinary bones. Could it be Yunqi's new skill? His gaze was as sharp as ice, his breath as cold as a winter wind, and he swung the sword in his hand. This is the power to eliminate players. When 100 out of 100, gain the professional skill Ice Nova, currently level 1. Condenses massive frost damage energy onto the primary target and triggers an ice explosion within a 2-meter radius, dealing 50% damage to secondary targets and applying a freezing effect. Note, Ice Nova has no projectile trajectory, ignores obstacles, and has a cooldown of 60 seconds. The condition for the next skill is to eliminate 200 players. He couldn't help but smile, not expecting to meet the conditions for unlocking a new skill so quickly. This is all thanks to Huang Xiao's contributions. Anyway, he died 8 times by himself. His sharp gaze gradually returned to calm. This group of people began to panic, trying to protect the Great Elder. He's about to use his last move, quickly protect the Master. But he just said coldly, "Get lost." He extended his hand, a light flashed, and he cast Ice Nova. With a cold, gleaming longsword, Jiang Xiaoduo blocked the people, seemingly sensing a certain power. The opposing team was still bewildered, asking, where's this monster's skill? Could it be that it's out of energy and can't use its moves? But before they could react, a wave of ice behind them completely froze Huanglong, sending him soaring into the air, suspended above layers of mist. The subordinate's voice trembled, Master. At this moment, Huanglong was still roaring in agony with his mouth open, when suddenly the ice shattered, causing his body to be torn apart, and simultaneously affecting his subordinates, who were instantly wiped out. Zhang Xiaoduo also began to feel genuine fear. What's going on? He killed Huanglong and his many elites with a single move? This power is terrifyingly abnormal. He remained indifferent, as a gentle breeze slowly blew towards her inside the vehicle. Just then, he suddenly noticed something. His face seemed a bit off. Suddenly, he coldly approached her, causing her to panic. Hey, is this crazy killer coming for me too? Or does he have some scheme against me? She backed away in a fright. Don't come any closer. Take another step and I'll act. I don't want to be used by an NPC. But he still approached with a cold, gloomy expression. She drew her sword and threatened, You're forcing my hand, I'm going to get serious. But before she could act, he had completely collapsed onto her lap. So peacefully that she was dumbfounded. This guy first killed all the players, then wiped out the entire Twilight Legion. And now he's just sleeping? What kind of joke is this? The next morning, the two had moved to another area, with the vehicle still in autopilot mode. He slowly opened his eyes, found himself sleeping on Zhang Xiaoduo's lap, and immediately sat up in surprise. What happened last night? He felt he had passed out from drunkenness and couldn't remember anything after the battle. It seems to be a side effect of the new skill Ice Nova. The physical strain was too much. Fortunately, its power is astonishing. It can instantly perform area of effect attacks to eliminate enemies, and also attach a mark of death to targets. I wonder if players with a mark of death will lose levels if killed by other NPCs. If this hypothesis is correct, I'll mark players over a wide area, then ask other NPCs to help eliminate the humans on Blue Star. Perhaps there's a chance to launch a desperate counterattack against those players. But just then, a light suddenly appeared in the space beside him. It was Yen Zhu. Master, Long Xian is here to visit. Let me see if you've grown stronger. Oh, you've already unlocked 2 skills? Quite a lot of progress. He looked up at Yen Zhu in surprise, then let out a light laugh. Yesterday, when I directly faced those players, you were nowhere to be found. Now you decide to show yourself? Could it be that you were hiding in some corner, only daring to come out after the danger passed? Having his sore spot hit, Yen Zhu immediately showed a displeased expression. How could that be? I'm not that afraid of death. I didn't act yesterday because I was conserving energy to decipher the game rules. Seeing this, he was about to retort, What have you deciphered? Tell me. His sore spot hit again. Yen Zhu was instantly speechless. Since you're so eager to know, I'll reluctantly tell you. But as soon as he finished speaking, the young man changed the subject, looking at Zhang Xiaoduo beside him. Oh, this young lady. He then remembered to look at her, still sleeping soundly. Suddenly, Yen Zhu's expression turned serious, warning, Master, I have a premonition that this young lady is incredibly powerful, unbelievably so. Hearing this, he immediately asked in confusion, Are you talking about Zhang Xiaoduo? Her speed is indeed very fast, but is she so strong that even the system has to issue a warning? Why can't I see it at all? If he had to say he noticed something, after staring for a while, he commented, She's really beautiful. But he immediately shook his head, realizing his recent thought was too absurd. At a time like this, why am I still thinking about such trivial things? Perhaps I should see what information Yen Zhu can reveal. He turned to Yen Zhu and asked, continuing, What have you cracked already? Can you crack the game's world map? Seeing this, the young man immediately retorted, Maps and radar are core secrets the game uses against players. They're very difficult to break through. However, my database contains the original detailed map of the Blue Star continent. This is the foundation of the game's world map. I can detect and analyze everything within a 1,000-meter radius. And I can reconstruct a new map for any place I've been to. Hearing this, he couldn't help but get excited. Alright, nothing else matters. Prioritize analyzing the resurrection points in each area. The more, the better, the more precise, the better. Seeing this, the young man immediately nodded, Leave it to me. By the way, the tech points in your vault are enough to light up the second tier of the tech tree. Seeing this situation, he quickly checked the system. What's going on? The second tier of the innate divine weapon can now be unlocked. Do you wish to unlock it? He thought for a moment. Each unlock requires 1,000 tech points. Fortunately, I killed enough players last night to exchange them all at once. I wonder what effects the second tier of the vault will have. He immediately chose to confirm. This time, 2,000 tech points were consumed, and the equipment workshop and equipment warehouse were unlocked simultaneously. Equipment Workshop automatically generates one weapon or piece of equipment every 7 days, with a level matching your current level. And the item quality will be at least fine, blue, quality. There is a 10% chance for item quality to upgrade to epic, purple, quality, and a 0.1% chance to upgrade to legendary, orange, quality, with the level matching your current level. Equipment Warehouse, this is an inherent equipment space for NPCs, current leader level attribute, maximum capacity 20 weapons/equipment. Upgrading attributes will expand the capacity limit. If you die, 20% of the equipment in your warehouse will drop. Seeing this situation, he couldn't help but feel very satisfied. Currently, the levels of players and NPCs are generally not high. If I could get a legendary orange grade equipment, wouldn't I be able to sweep through everything? However, a 0.1% chance is too low. I've got it. Yendu, use the Try-2 aircraft's 10x buff, and increase equipment attack optimization rate by 10 times. Seeing this, the little guy quickly nodded, alright. The adjustment was successful. The probability of purple equipment from the Equipment Workshop increased to 100%, and orange equipment to 1%. Seeing this, he couldn't help but become even more excited. As long as I continuously produce high-quality equipment, not only can I improve my own strength, but I can also sell it for money when necessary. I can even use it as quest rewards, issuing some special quests to hire players to work for me. Yenzu added, Master, the Equipment Workshop has already produced its first piece of equipment. Seeing this, he quickly checked. That fast? Holding the knife in his hand, Shadow Casket, legendary quality, level 12. Attributes, strength plus 3%, agility plus 6%, constitution plus 1%. Effect, when using assassin and related hidden class skills. Consumption is reduced by 3% and power is increased by 3%. Looking at the knife before him, he couldn't help but become even more excited. The first piece of equipment is actually a level 12 orange grade weapon. I'm rich this time. Although he found it quite amazing, he also thought, this weapon doesn't seem very suitable for me, but it perfectly matches someone else's role. He didn't notice the Jiangxiao duo had already woken up and was excitedly staring at the knife in his hand. Wow, isn't this the legendary orange grade weapon? This is exactly the knife I've been dreaming of. Let me touch it. But he immediately snatched it back. Touch what? Stop messing around. Seeing this, she began to whine and ask, anyway, Father Yun, give me this knife. Consider it payment for me sleeping with you last night. Seeing her intentionally misleading statement, your expression instantly turned ugly. What nonsense! Seeing this, you retreated even more agitatedly. Sleep? What are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense. She immediately feigned anger, who's talking nonsense? Last night, you slept the whole night with your arms around my waist. Doesn't this NPC look very handsome? She started acting like a victim, claiming you took advantage of her so much. It would be merciful of me to only ask for such an ordinary knife. But inwardly, she grew even more excited. Currently, the average player level is only around 10. With a blue tier item, one could dominate among hundreds of people. Now, there's a level 12 orange tier weapon right before her eyes. How could I not be tempted? I'll go all out for this orange tier weapon. She began to approach you, trying to win you over. Everyone says teammates who've shared a bed become stronger. So, you have the responsibility and obligation to help me become stronger, right? I think this orange tier weapon suits me perfectly. But you merely looked away coldly, caring less about the girl beside you than about the sky. Why does the sky suddenly seem to have darkened? Seeing this, she reminded you with dissatisfaction. Yunqi, even if you're ignoring me, don't use such an excuse. But this time, you seriously reminded her, it's not an excuse. Look around, she replied impatiently, what's there to look at? Everything is clearly normal. But as she looked around, she had to admit, oh, it really is. Suddenly, a roar echoed, and a monster charged towards them from a distance. You stood up in surprise and looked back. What is that? You grabbed your sword and split it in two without hesitation, causing the timid girl to gasp and fall to the ground. Ugh, how disgusting. But another monster appeared on the right. She sat down in fear and warned, watch out on the right. You were a little careless as you turned. Suddenly, Dahao charged forward and bit its neck, and blood splattered again. The torn flesh let out a faint whimper. The coward was heartbroken to see Dahao covered in blood. Oh no, Dahao is injured. Seeing this, Junshi reached out and used death teleportation. After being affected, Dahao's body quickly recovered. He frowned, his face full of worry, and stepped forward to pat the little one's head. Just touching its face caused Dahao to be severely injured. It seems these monsters are even stronger than the players from yesterday. As if suddenly seeing something, she warned, Yunqi, look over there. He looked back to see a group of identical monsters charging towards them like an army. The system also issued a warning: you have entered the dungeon Von Lin City, ID 0000000398. Dungeon difficulty, level 1. As soon as the two stood up and entered combat stance, the monsters rushed forward one after another. Before figuring out the situation, it's best to deal with them first. Otherwise, with so much commotion, more and more monsters will only be drawn here. He lightly swung his long sword, jumped out of the vehicle, and charged forward with Dehao. At the same time, the vehicle stopped and issued a notification: owner detected leaving, emergency stop in progress. Seeing this, she anxiously shouted, "Big brother, don't be so reckless. If you don't want to run, fine, but I do." But he ignored her, charging straight ahead to deal with the monsters. 10 minutes later, all the monsters were eliminated. He still stood calmly among the pile of monster corpses. Done. These guys were really tough to deal with. Then, he slightly raised his eyes to look at her. "I say, aren't you a player? You don't even fight these kinds of monsters. You don't act like a player at all." She immediately lowered her head and complained, "Can't I value my own life? I hate the feeling of waking up at the resurrection point the most." He listened and grumbled, all right, my esteemed player. What kind of monster is this anyway?" He grabbed a monster's corpse and threw it into the vehicle for her to examine. She covered her nose, glanced at it with disgust, and said, "An execution ghost, enhanced to level 11. It's a bit like a zombie. But because of the dungeon's aura effect, its actual combat power isn't much weaker than your dog's. Especially this monster's physique, oh my, it's directly increased by 50%. The monsters in the dungeon are indeed much harder to deal with than those in the wilderness. This is an 11th level demon, with strength 32, agility 19, spirit 20, and constitution 30. Seeing this, you also stepped forward, looking at the monster with a worried gaze. Even the minions are already level 11. Then the dungeon boss must be even higher level and more dangerous. But the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Seeing this, you immediately turned to her. "Do you have a map? Which direction is the dungeon boss in?" Seeing this, she jumped off the cart, her tone still complaining. "I have a map, but players also have to unlock it gradually. Where would I get such an advanced map and dungeon intel? Besides, you're an NPC, there's no way you can clear a dungeon like a player. Why are you asking this?" Then she turned back to you, a playful smile on her face. "What's wrong? Are you afraid of encountering the dungeon boss? Or how about you give me your legendary weapon? I'll protect you out of here, okay?" Then, she started gesticulating wildly. "Although I rarely fight, I'm actually very strong. Protecting you out is definitely not a problem." Seeing this, you asked back skeptically, "Very strong? This girl's speed is indeed very fast. But unfortunately, she trembles in fear whenever danger arises. Unable to fully unleash her combat power." You pursed your lips slightly, deep in thought. However, through her player's perspective, it might be easier to gather dungeon information. Without hesitation, you stepped forward and handed her the dagger. "Alright, the legendary weapon is yours." She excitedly pounced. "You're really giving it to me? Really? Yunqi, you're such a good person." But suddenly a notification appeared: NPC Van Koyi has given you a leader-level quest. Accompany NPC Van Koyi to explore the Von Lin City dungeon and ensure her survival. Quest reward: legendary orange weapon, Shadow Album. Accept? She came to her senses, realizing she had been tricked, and exclaimed, "Explore a dungeon? You're not thinking of challenging the dungeon boss, are you?" "I'm not taking on such a crazy task." But since the commitment was made, it was hard to back out, so the two were compelled to enter the City of the Undead dungeon. After entering the dungeon, you couldn't help but tease her. "Didn't you firmly refuse the task? Why are you still following me?" She immediately tried to change the subject awkwardly. "Alright, I was just a little curious about this dungeon, so I came to check it out. Who could resist the temptation of an orange weapon? Darn it, to think they'd use this to tempt me." Seeing this, you simply smiled faintly. "Fortunately, we used an orange weapon to tempt Jiang Xiaoduo. Otherwise, if I really wanted to get in, it would have taken a lot of effort. This little girl's profession is probably an assassin. Sneak attacks after stealth are incredibly convenient for dealing with killers or ghost controllers." You recalled the scene where she effortlessly dealt with those specters while you could only watch from the sidelines. Suddenly, you heard something. It turned out a man nearby was laughing cruelly as he harmed someone lying on the ground, covered in blood. "My daughter, I've finally dealt with the one who harmed you. The apocalypse is truly wonderful. Now his money, influence, and power can't save him." Ha ha. You turned your head, pretending not to care, but you were pondering something. In this dungeon, there are only killers or ghost controllers. How could there be an ordinary person? This person is likely one of the dungeon bosses. Typically, the level of dungeon bosses is fixed, but much higher than that of ordinary NPCs. I wonder how strong this boss really is. You then turned and gave her a push, signaling her to test him out. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoduo was startled. Auntie! It's so dangerous, why should I go? But you just sneered. You are the most suitable person to start the side quest. At worst, I'll just use stealth. If I go and die, your orange tier weapon will be wasted. Seeing this, she could only grit her teeth and mumble, you. Then she reluctantly accepted. Alright, but let's get one thing straight first. If anything goes wrong, you must come and save me immediately. After saying that, she left worriedly, while you continued to chuckle. Don't worry, I'll be watching. She mumbled to herself as she slowly approached the old man from before. You caused my daughter's death. You caused my child's death, you beast. Then she slowly spoke, uncle, what's wrong? The old man, still with a cruel smile, continued to harm another person and began to complain. My unfortunate daughter only had a small argument with her boyfriend. Yet that beast beat her to death and threw her into the river. Afterward, he even falsely accused her of jumping into the river herself. Don't you think this beast deserves to be eliminated? The old man delivered another strike, frightening her, and she slowly began to retreat. Yes, he deserves it. Indeed, he deserves it. Then, uncle, you should continue with your own matters. I'm just passing by. I'll be leaving now. But halfway there, a deep voice, like something from the underworld, stopped him. Stop. She, too, froze halfway, thoroughly frightened. The old man behind her slowly stood up, revealing a cruel smile. But I eliminated him. My daughter still couldn't come back to life. My daughter is gone. How can you all still live so peacefully? Since that's the case, you all should perish. Go and accompany my daughter. Then, the old man transformed into a monster and lunged at her, making her tremble. The young man also reacted at this moment. This isn't good. In a panic, she kicked the old man's face while dodging his attack. The old man was forced to retreat step by step. Then she cried and ran towards Yunqi. Where are you? Stop him quickly. Otherwise, I'm finished. Seeing this, the young man immediately stepped forward to protect her. Do you need my help? 2 more kicks and this monster will be done for. Share information about the boss with me. She extended her hand to the young man, sharing the information with him. Name, Zheng Fan, crime, boss level. Title, none, profession, warrior, level, 15. Strength, 64, agility, 20, spirit, 12, constitution, 84. Personal talent, avenge daughter. Driven by revenge, he has completely lost his mind. Constitution increased by 10%, magic damage increased by 15%. He's still roaring, you're finished. The young man stepped forward, his eyes cold but still vigilant. The hardest boss in the dungeon is level 15. His strength and constitution attributes are even higher than my son of the plane. Then the young man used Ice Nova again. Ice light flashed, and a chilling aura swept forth. It's time for the decisive blow. The monster was instantly frozen. The young man charged forward and delivered a deep slash, cutting off its arm. But he suddenly stopped, realizing it had no effect at all. Professional skill Bloodlust activated. Strength increased by 5%, attack speed increased by 15%. As the monster slowly cracked the ice, can this boss withstand the Ring of Destruction? The moment the ice shattered, he immediately retreated. The monster roared, you're finished. It then charged straight at him, but he reacted in time, blocking with his sword, yet was still knocked back a great distance. This power is terrifying. He barely managed to stand firm, then turned back to remind Jiang Xiaoduo, what are you standing there for? Come on, retreat. But seeing this scene, she became even more frightened. I can't kill anyone. I can't kill. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her head, and a dark memory flooded her mind. In the vision, she stood indifferently on a pile of bodies, looking up at herself. Suddenly, the man from before charged again, making him hastily retreat. Barely holding on as he shouted. In this city of death, can an ordinary person with a broken knife really fight 2 opponents? Jiang Xiaoduo, look closely, he's no longer human, he's a monster. While I'm holding him off, act quickly. Seeing this, she rushed forward as if waking from a dream, saying, I understand. She immediately used an invisibility spell and said, okay, you must do your best. Then, he slightly retreated, dodging the man's attack. Although this boss is powerful, its fighting style is quite erratic. With Jiang Xiaoduo's assistance, victory is only a matter of time. But suddenly, the man roared, attracting a group of monsters. He was stunned. It's over. The sounds of fighting have already attracted the executioner ghosts. Fortunately, the large hound rushed up, biting one to death and dealing with another. However, one still slipped through, charging straight at him, trapping him. He didn't hesitate to kick the man away. Damn it! Then he turned and cleaved the monster with his sword. But just as he finished, the man charged from behind, catching him off guard. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaoduo rushed up from behind the man, swinging her blade and cursing, "You ugly brute! He is the person this girl must protect. No one is allowed to touch him." Then, she stabbed the monster in the neck and retreated, making it howl in pain. She frowned and complained, "How disgusting." He merely chuckled, "Well done, just in time." Then he raised his hand, used ice nova to freeze it, and ordered it to explode. Before the ice melted and shattered, it shed a final tear and lamented, "My daughter. Why are you so foolish?" Then, a shattering sound came, and his body was utterly destroyed. The system also notified him that killing the level 1 dungeon boss rewarded 300 tech coins. Seeing this, he was incredibly excited, muttering excitedly, 300 tech coins. Killing one boss gives more tech points than killing 10 players. Just then, she ran over to complain, "This is so unfair. I tried my best to fight the boss, but I didn't get any experience, nor did any equipment or gold drop." But he just turned away coldly, ignoring her aggrieved expression. It was her own fault for not landing the final blow. Of course, there wouldn't be any rewards. At this moment, Da Pao also finished dealing with the monsters and walked over. Suddenly, she sat aside, discontentedly rummaging. "I'm not convinced. This boss was so strong, there must be other rewards, right?" He just chuckled softly from a distance. Jiang Xiaoduo was just a bit greedy for money and had no other bad habits. She was much better than those who killed blue star players for game currency. Moreover, a player's vision can automatically read a lot of data that an NPC's vision cannot see. If he could bring her along, many things would become simpler. Just then, she suddenly pulled out a piece of paper and said happily, "Ha, found it." The fisherman looked over and explained, "This boss exploded, but the paper in his pocket wasn't damaged. It seems like an important clue." Seeing this, he also became curious. She opened the paper. "Quick, see what it says." This is a letter. Alliance Year 1111, October 13th, Zhang Ling brought creditors to my door again. She still had that pitiful look, with bruises all over her face. I really don't know how much money she owes outside, or where she squandered it. Anyway, we've already broken up. She said she was at her wit's end, and if I didn't give her money today, she would jump into the river and commit suicide. I won't believe such nonsense again. If this entanglement continues, even my family will be dragged down by her. After reading the letter, Jiang Xiaoduo asked in confusion, this tone. This letter's owner doesn't seem like Zhang Fan." He looked at the body of the monster that had just been killed. It seems the owner of this letter is the male corpse on the ground. Suddenly, she discovered something. There's more. Let me see what else it says below. But I didn't expect her to actually jump into the river. Her father, however, thought I was responsible for her demise. It seems her family had no idea about the debts she accumulated outside. Forget it. The deceased should be respected, so I'll bear the responsibility for her. The surveillance footage proved my innocence, and the enforcement team didn't make things difficult for me. Let her father wallow in regret and be unable to come to terms with it. Anyway, there won't be any connection between us anymore. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoduo frowned and said sadly, "So Zhang Fan's daughter, Zhang Ling, committed suicide because of debt. Actually, it had nothing to do with her boyfriend. But you were still cold, heartless, and completely uninterested. Unfortunately, this weak excuse couldn't convince Zhang Fan, which is why he ended up taking that person's life. You were just using that as an outlet for your anger. This paper not only confirms its existence but also serves to supplement the storyline. Are there any other clues on it?" Seeing this, she immediately flipped through it. "Let me check." Suddenly, the system's voice rang out again. "You have activated an elite instance mission. Please deliver the diary to Mrs. Lin at Unit 2, Apartment 666, Building 4, Lanwan Community, and inform her that her son has passed away." Seeing this, the two couldn't help but be startled, looking up and exchanging glances. Hearing this, the two couldn't help but be stunned, exchanging surprised glances. Yunqi secretly mused, as expected, this instance isn't simple. The missions must be connected. Thinking of the generous rewards for elite missions, the young girl's eyes immediately lit up. She eagerly ran ahead. "Hurry, let's go claim the reward for this mission." Yunqi quickly reached out and stopped her, saying seriously, "Wait." Seeing her stop, he explained, "I just fought so many players yesterday. I need time to repair my armor and rest." The young girl blinked after hearing him, seemingly getting an idea. "That will take a lot of time. I have a repair kit here." She hesitated for a moment, a reluctant expression on her face, but still decided, "Here, take this. Who told me I was so kind-hearted? If you use it, we can go look for the next boss." It was an armor repair kit. Yunqi took it and looked it over, secretly marveling at how good it was. However, Xiaomei's hesitant attitude just now made him suspicious, so he narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why not just let me use it directly?" Xiaomei guiltily averted her gaze, avoiding his eyes. "Well, this intermediate armor repair kit costs a full 100 yen. The basic one is free for you to use. Using two at once would be too wasteful. Knowing her love for money, Yunqi used his charm, saying softly, "You shouldn't say that. As long as you sincerely follow me, I'll take you on legendary level missions. Why be stingy over such a small amount of money?" Sure enough, as soon as she heard legendary level missions, the girl immediately wavered. She nodded repeatedly, as if it made sense. Yunqi seized the opportunity and immediately finalized it, so, what she needs to do now is follow me and share the regeneration energy with me. The girl nodded repeatedly, a wide smile spreading across her face as if she'd found a treasure. Alright, let's do it. Remember to take me on legendary level missions next time. Yunqi smiled smugly and readily replied, "Okay, no problem." The system immediately notified, "You have used a basic armor repair kit." Armor durability increased by 15%, then by another 30%. Looking at the recovery numbers, Yunqi secretly calculated that in a short while, his durability had recovered by 45%. As expected of equipment in players' hands, it's rich and varied. He began to ponder if there was a way to get Yenzhua into the players' shops, or to blow up their system backpacks to conveniently collect items. At this moment, the girl pointed to the towering residential area in front of them. "Your armor is fixed. Shouldn't you come with me to do the mission now?" According to the guidance, the next mission completion location was in that direction. He nodded in agreement. "Let's go. I also want to see what happens next in this dungeon." Not long after, the two appeared in the Blue Phoenix residential area. Standing in front of the target building, Yunqi didn't take a shortcut. Instead, he led Xiaomei on a detour, making her complain constantly. "Yunqi, why aren't we taking the elevator?" He calmly explained, his gaze still warily observing his surroundings. "Taking the elevator is too risky. If enemies attack, it's hard to escape. A narrow place like an elevator isn't suitable for combat." After speaking, he turned and deliberately made a threatening gesture to scare her. However, for an immortal player like Xiaomei, this trick seemed useless. She twisted her body and pouted, replying, "Even though I can revive, I don't like the feeling of being killed either, okay?" Walking down a dim corridor, Yunqi suddenly stopped, noticing that the door to room 606 was wide open. In the apocalypse, ordinary people would keep their doors tightly locked to guard against monsters. A wide open door could only mean two things: either it was an empty room, or whatever was inside wasn't human. He gestured with his lips to the girl, "Zhang Xiaoyo, you go in first." She immediately backed away, objecting impatiently, "Don't even say it. I'm not leading the charge this time. You go and draw the monster yourself." It seemed the last incident had left quite a psychological scar on her. The girl pointed to the large puppet walking silently beside them. "Otherwise, let it go." How could Yunqi let his masterpiece fall into a trap? He blinked, thought of a plan, and waved her over. "Fine, I'll draw the monster. Come here, I'll tell you the strategy." The girl naively believed him and leaned closer. Waiting for this moment, Yunqi swiftly grabbed her collar, allowing her only enough time to let out a surprised him. Yunqi showed no mercy, directly throwing her into the room. The girl fell to the ground, crying out in pain. He immediately slammed the door shut, leaving her to shout inside, "Yunqi, are you even human? If I get killed by a monster and turn into a ghost, the first person I'll come for is you." Despite this, she still didn't forget to state her identity. "No, I'm a player, I won't turn into a ghost." Just then, a gentle yet eerie voice came from behind her. "Son, have you come home?" Xiao Duo reacted quickly, immediately activating her invisibility talent. Before her was a seemingly ordinary middle-aged woman. She looked towards the door and said in a chiding tone, "Why don't you come in, child?" Standing outside, observing through the crack in the door, Yunqi was secretly astonished. Jiang Xiaoduo's invisibility skill was indeed extraordinary. Even an expert like him found it difficult to detect with the naked eye. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and the middle-aged woman poked her head out. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him like a pitiful puppy. "Son, you finally decided to come back. You're not mad at Mom anymore, are you?" Before he could react, she had swiftly pulled him into the room. Her movements were so natural, as if nothing was out of the ordinary. "Hurry, come in, you're finally home." Yunqi was flustered, a string of questions flashing through his mind. Who is this woman? Where did Jiang Xiaoduo go? The woman walked forward, turned on the light, then leaned in and caressed his cheek. Her voice choked with emotion. She said excitedly, "Mom hasn't seen you for days." Yunqi was half skeptical, half believing. Could she really be an ordinary person? But his intuition told him that things weren't as simple as they seemed. When he received the data sent by Jiang Xiaoduo, his remaining rationality wavered. A brief piece of information emerged, completely contradicting her benevolent face. It turned out Xiaoduo had activated invisibility, clinging to the wall to gather intelligence. Yunqi secretly warned himself, "You absolutely must not be deceived. Lin Shu suddenly opened her arms, her voice becoming unusually earnest. Son, Mom has finally waited for you. In Yun Qi's eyes, that smile hid a deadly danger. In reality, this woman was a dungeon boss, possessing astonishing power. With a mental index as high as 74 points, and a burst talent that lasted 20 seconds. Her level of danger was no less than that of a mortal realm expert. Seeing Yun Qi standing still, Lin Shu raised her hand, her tone turning reproachful. Son, why are you looking at Mom like that? Are you still angry with Mom? Mom driving away Zhongling was also for your own good. She's not worthy of you, you two can't be together. These words greatly shocked Yun Qi. It turned out this boss also knew Zhongling. She began to explain, tears welling up in her eyes. Mom borrowed money from loan sharks for her, just to make you see her greedy nature. But Mom didn't expect her to be so greedy, daring to borrow so much money. And in the end, it even led to someone's death. The doubts in Yun Qi's mind gradually unraveled. Zhongling's tragic death was all orchestrated by Lin Shu. Xiao Duo, hiding in the corner of the room, was equally shocked upon hearing the truth. Are these plot points actually real? Even a scriptwriter would find it hard to imagine. Lin Shu gently touched Yun Qi's hand and said frankly, that was just childish stuff, but all of that is in the past now. Let's forget about it, and live well from now on. Son, don't leave, quickly lower your head, Mom will help you tidy up. Yun Qi's expression darkened, and anger was clearly visible in his eyes. He took a step back and coldly refused, no need. This refusal was like the last straw, touching her sensitive spot. Lin Shu's face darkened, consumed by rage. Why? Can it be that you still can't forget that woman? I told you long ago, I broke you two up for your own good. Veins bulged on her face, her mouth twitching slightly, revealing sharp fangs, full of menace. You've grown up, your wings have hardened, daring to defy me for another woman. She began to transform, her limbs twisting, roaring furiously. You simply don't understand. The person who truly cares for you in this world will always be your mother. Yun Qi panicked for a moment. This boss changed her mood faster than flipping a book. He quickly explained, trying to maintain distance, Auntie, I have no objection to what you're saying, but you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not your son. Knowing Xiao Duo was nearby, he shouted, Jiang Xiao Duo. Xiao Duo appeared, looking confused. Why are you calling me? I don't want to fight her. The situation was urgent. Yun Qi gave her a look. Hurry. Are you not working? Quickly give me that paper, or it'll be too late. Xiao Duo understood and immediately threw the item to him. Yun Qi caught the bandage and unfurled it in front of the boss. Auntie, look closely. Your son was harmed long ago. The culprit is Zhongling's father, Zheng Fan. The cruel truth did not calm Lin Shu, instead, it made her even more frantic. She trembled, unable to accept reality. My son is dead? Yun Qi replied coldly, yes. Horrifying cracks appeared on Lin Shu's pale face. She let out a piercing, malicious laugh, full of resentment. The boss's entire body erupted in flames, her fury swirling into a violent whirlwind. She shrieked with schadenfreude, serves him right. It's better that he's dead. I told you long ago, that family has no good people. I told you to cut ties, but you wouldn't listen. My son, why don't you understand? This world is full of bad people. Only your mother is your protector. Facing the terrifying power that was destroying the room, Yun Qi also felt fear. But fear was not enough to stop him. He bent down and shot forward like an arrow, determined to suppress her. Trying to endure this 20-second storm. I absolutely cannot let her enter bombardment mode. Xiao Duo quickly became invisible and rushed forward to engage. Alright, even the minor characters should join the fight. Yun Qi charged directly at the boss, a hidden sword in his hand. But as soon as he swung his sword, a sharp gust of wind blocked his attack. He frowned, realizing the situation was dire, very dire. This barrier could actually block the blade of annihilation. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shu waved his hand, manipulating the airflow to strike directly. Not to be outdone, Yun Qi dodged nimbly, his body leaping to the other side. But before he could regain his composure, another wave of crisis struck. The airflow tightly wrapped around his legs, tightening more and more. Yun Qi gritted his teeth, calculating. This monster could control wind for both offense and defense, and its strength was boosted by both mental and physical enhancements, making it difficult to defeat in one move. Just then, Xiao Duo appeared, shouting with full spirit, Yun Qi. We've come to save you. He warned seriously, don't be careless, be careful. A stream of green airflow shot towards her, and even Deha couldn't escape. Its body tightly bound by it. A white light cut through space, Yun Qi had broken free from his restraints. Rushing forward, don't be afraid, I'm coming to save you. The first one he had to save was his little companion. Without hesitation, he rushed to rescue Daha, hugging it tightly, which made the little dog stick out its tongue. This scene left Xiao Duo dumbfounded, completely frozen. Before she could even react, she had to struggle to dodge the boss's attack, leaping high to counterattack, muttering in frustration. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. She endured it. Shouldn't the script be about the hero saving the damsel in distress? Daha is actually more important than me. Yunqi responded calmly, well, ignore Lin Shu for a moment. Daha needs my protection, but you don't. You can dodge anyway. Lin Shu, furious from his chaotic attacks that hit no one, raised his hands to gather energy. The wind was so strong it felt as if it would lift Yunqi entirely. He shielded his face against the strong wind. Oh no, judging by this, the monster is about to unleash a powerful move. Immediately, Yun released a chilling aura, directed straight at the boss. However, it created an extremely strong rebound force with resonant sound waves. Items in the room were shattered by the sound waves, light bulbs exploded, and fragments flew, scratching him. The system continuously warned, you are under attack. Armored durability decreased by 2%. The space was too narrow, even a slight vibration was enough to severely damage his armor. Yunqi was surprised by his opponent's strong defensive capabilities. He couldn't hesitate any longer. He turned and shouted, Zhang Xiaoduo, let's team up. His only answer was silence. The famous ghost girl had employed stealth tactics, leaving him to face the boss alone. Yunqi thought helplessly to himself, how did she go invisible so quickly? That brat couldn't have run off, could she? No, that's impossible. She's so greedy, she must be hiding somewhere, waiting to snatch the credit. While struggling to defend, he shouted loudly, trying to get her to show herself, little Zhang, this boss isn't easy to deal with. Later, Daha and I will feign an attack to distract it. When I count to 3, you rush out and unleash your ultimate move. With that, he kicked Lin Shu away and began to count. 1, 2. Da Pao also provided fierce support from the rear. Yunqi gave his all, trying to suppress his opponent and waiting for the right moment. The boss's attention was fully focused here. A golden opportunity. However, before Yunqi could count to 3, Xiao Duo had already appeared like a ghost. She stealthily approached from behind, plunged her dagger into Lin Shu's chest, then quickly withdrew and retreated to a safe distance. She pouted, never turn your back on an assassin. Lin Shu fell to the ground, her body gradually returning to human form. Her eyes were filled with sorrow, and Xiao Tao couldn't help but wonder, was I really wrong? Her hand still clutched her phone, trembling slightly before relaxing. Her last breath. Didn't I tell you to wait until I counted to 3? Why did you suddenly appear? Xiao Duo replied calmly, a smug look on her face. At this point, what's there to count? Anyway, I was hiding behind her, so your counting wouldn't have mattered. I'll strike whenever I get the chance. I never play fair. With that, she gleefully bent down to search for loot. Move aside, move aside. This girl loves looting equipment the most. Yunqi was amused by her personality and teased, too lazy to fight, but first in line to split the spoils. Careful, this boss isn't dead yet. Let's talk later. Xiao Duo pouted disdainfully, who are you trying to scare? My experience points have already increased. She definitely won't survive. Yunqi had no choice but to concede to her quick wit, I was careless. After searching Lin Shu's entire body, Xiao Duo obtained several pieces of enhanced equipment and magic stones. She hugged the spoils tightly, cherishing them like treasures. How wonderful, so many good things dropped. If these items were traded, they would definitely fetch a large sum of money. However, after hesitating for a moment, she sighed and reluctantly chose one to hand to him. Don't blame me for being stingy. You also contributed, so I'm giving you this. Fan Kai took it. If you're not satisfied, without me fighting from start to finish and drawing most of the boss's aggro, how would she have had a chance to defeat it? Now the boss dropped 3 pieces of credit gear. Lamb, Luke, do you think a single low-level item is enough to repay me? The little girl felt a bit embarrassed but still argued, an NPC like him, wearing equipment, can at most increase defense and doesn't have the 4-dimensional attributes like players. Giving you this equipment is really a waste. Yunqi no longer argued and decisively snatched another piece of equipment from her hand. Doesn't that leave just one? His sudden move startled her, and she quickly reached out to grab it back. She cried out, hey, this is the most valuable reward. You're so ruthless. However, after glancing at the stone's effects, his desire to possess it grew even stronger. He looked her directly in the eyes and said firmly, Zhang Xiaoduo, I want this stone. In exchange, all remaining rewards from this dungeon belong to her. Hearing this, Xiao Duo nodded vigorously and immediately agreed. The remaining rewards couldn't be taken by him. Once the agreement was reached, Yunqi immediately used the magic stone. Suddenly, the magic stone emitted a dazzling light, resonating with his body. System prompt, magic stone used successfully. You have obtained an epic grade purple enchanted helmet, capable of absorbing primal energy and providing many other benefits. He couldn't help but praise this excellent piece of equipment. This enchanted helmet can be activated when attached to the armor's head, essentially doubling energy reserves. Quite good. Yunqi recalled Jiang Xiaoduo's description of energy, which was like the spiritual energy in a cultivation world, omnipresent and dominating all aspects of the world. She's a player, so she must know a lot about this energy. Of course, this is basic knowledge in the Apocalypse game. Whether it's for attack, support, healing, or even the Beast Tamer's skill to open pet spaces, all rely on this energy. She had answered him this way. Yunqi looked at his magic-filled palm. Although the energy could be used freely, it would clearly place a huge burden on his body. Powerful moves like Ice Blast and Nova consumed an immense amount of energy. This enchantment was equivalent to doubling his energy storage capacity, at least in the early stages of the game. This was a significant boost to his strength. However, his ambition didn't stop there. Because the mask could only enhance a maximum of 3 non-combat attributes at once, he had already increased his tech points and equipment optimization rate by 10 times. So, the third item would definitely be used to improve the efficiency of the magic stones. Without further ado, he immediately focused all his efforts on strengthening the titanium alloy, using his stored energy to the fullest. Your mental energy recovery speed has increased by 25%. Yan Zhu suddenly appeared from the system, greeting him mysteriously. Long time no see, host. This time I've prepared a special benefit for you. Seeing Yan Zhu, Yunqi immediately asked, did you upgrade this epic enchantment of mine? From purple to the highest mythical red? Not only did the effect increase from 10 times to 15 times, but it also added a mental recovery effect. Truly generous, worthy of a titan's touch. Yan Zhu smiled proudly, of course. After all, I am humanity's most advanced AI. But why are you appearing now? Didn't you hide because you were afraid of her? Yunqi was a little flustered, denying it repeatedly. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I be afraid of a little girl? Yan Zhu persisted, retorting, then why did you disappear immediately the last time she woke up in the car? Yan Zhu floated around, arguing, I called it the hibernation strategy. Titan energy needs to be conserved, understand? His little sister suddenly interrupted his inner monologue. Yunqi, look. I found this thing. Hearing his little sister's voice, Yan Zhu quickly said goodbye. I'm relieved to know the host is still alive. I'll go back to sleep now. Yunqi watched him silently, unable to understand the AI's attitude. His little sister ran to him, excitedly showing off her significant discovery. Let me see. She handed him Ling Shu's phone, the screen displaying the 39th message. Xinhuai Road, Old Town. I'll be waiting for you. I will tell you the whole truth after we meet. The system quest panel immediately popped up. You have triggered an elite dungeon quest. Please proceed to the address described in the information and personally end this cyclical tragedy. Yunqi became serious, muttering to himself, end. It seems this is the final quest. 3 hours later, in a remote village, Xiaomei faced a desolate scene. This quest location is too far, isn't it? Are there really such dilapidated places within this city? Yunqi calmly explained, being remote has its advantages. We haven't encountered any of those enforcer ghosts along the way, so you should be happy about that. Xiaoduo thought thoughtfully, her face full of enthusiasm. But honestly, the previous 2 bosses were a father who lost his daughter and a mother who hadn't yet heard of her son's death. So, who will the final boss be? The one who has always been closely related to the story but has never appeared. Could it be that Zhang Ling is already dead? Yunqi tapped her head. You're thinking too much. That girl is already dead. Xiaomei rubbed her head, responding defiantly, I was just guessing. They arrived at their destination around noon. He pointed ahead, where a few dilapidated houses were faintly visible. It's just up ahead. The scene here is desolate and remote, exuding an eerie feeling under the afternoon sun. Yunqi and Xiaomei exchanged glances, then decided to push the door open. As soon as the door opened, Xiaomei couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The scene inside the factory was completely opposite to the desolation outside. The walls of the entire factory building were tightly sealed with thick steel plates. The main gate was tightly shut and so sturdy that even the most ferocious mutated creatures would struggle to chew through it. Yunqi narrowed his eyes, observing, and quickly discovered other suspicious details. A row of generators, a modern water purification system, and an air filtration system were arranged along the wall. The stored supplies were enough for a family of 3 to live in isolation for at least 2 months. He secretly pondered, who could have such foresight, preparing so thoroughly, as if they had already foreseen the coming of the apocalypse? Walking further inside, a figure faintly appeared before them. Xiaoduo gasped, and Yunqi looked over. That was a fair-skinned woman, dressed in a long blue dress, wandering aimlessly like a ghost. She mumbled mournful words to herself. Why didn't you come find me? Why? When Xiao Duo tried to use her skill to read the other party's information, she suddenly realized something was wrong. Why can't I see this woman's attributes? She turned to Yunqi in a panic, her voice trembling. It must be a real ghost. I hate ghosts the most, my attacks can't hit spirits. However, Junqi remained calm, determined to face it. What should we do then? This is the final boss. Don't you want to get more rewards? Hearing about fighting the boss, the young girl quickly shook her head, tightly gripping his hand. No, I don't want to. We can't defeat it anyway. However, before they could discuss a sneak attack plan, Xiao Duo's luck abandoned her. As she retreated, she accidentally stepped on an empty soda can on the ground, which made a piercing sound in the silent space. Clang! Xiao Duo was stunned, unable to believe that such a cliché plot from a third-rate drama was happening to her. Hearing the sound, the boss immediately stopped, then rushed over at a terrifying speed, repeating the girl's words with an angry tone, unable to believe such a dramatic turn of events. Upon discovering the two intruders, it questioned sharply, with a murderous aura, "Who are you? Why do you know this place?" Xiao Duo's face turned pale, and she secretly groaned, "No way? There's no escaping this time." How unlucky. In contrast to her companion's panic, Yunqi was unusually calm. Since we've accidentally encountered this monster, we might as well deal with it. He decisively stepped forward to block in front of Xiao Duo, allowing her to only follow behind and adapt. He said in a challenging tone, "Lin Shu sent us. What is your relationship with Lin Shu? Are you Zhang Ling, her son's girlfriend?" The name Lin Shu was like a curse that could trigger madness. The boss's lips moved constantly, its eyes fixed on the girl and Yunqi, its voice trembling with hatred. So she has received the news. But why didn't she come herself? If she had just paid a little attention, those loan sharks wouldn't have forced me to jump into the river. And I wouldn't have to hide like a rat. After discerning her thoughts, Yunqi interjected coldly, deliberately steering the conversation towards a more negative direction to provoke the boss, as she already disliked, or rather, didn't care about this girl. In her eyes, this girl was nothing more than an unknown person in her contact list. A stranger whose fate she didn't care about at all. Xiao Duo, listening nearby, broke out in a cold sweat and could only remain speechless out of helplessness. Annoyed, she whispered a complaint, pinching his arm. "Hey, can't you be a little more tactful? You're handsome, but you talk too much." Yunqi shrugged and responded indifferently, "Forget it. I have no interest in her love life whatsoever." Yunqi's words, sharp as a blade, struck the deepest pain in the boss's heart. A surge of immense resentment welled up in the boss's heart. She shrieked, "Am I just a stranger to her? I'm clearly her son's girlfriend, his future daughter-in-law. Why?" Seeing the tense atmosphere, Xiao Duo quickly waved her hands to soothe her. "Don't listen to his nonsense. He's so blunt, how would he understand a woman's heart?" She tried to change the subject. "Let's talk about something else. For example, didn't you jump into the river? How are you here again? What's with this shelter?" However, anger had completely overwhelmed Zhang Ling's reason. She shrieked, her eyes rolling back, "I was forced to jump into the river by them too." She began to speak in a frenzy. 3 months ago, I had a strong premonition that the end of the world would surely come this year. I borrowed a sum of money that I could never repay in this lifetime and built this shelter, just to survive with my family when the apocalypse arrived. And what happened? My premonition was completely correct. The apocalypse came, everyone died, and only I survived thanks to the shelter. She let out a piercing, crazy laugh that echoed throughout the room. Those who weren't prepared deserved to perish. Yunqi thought to himself, a woman's intuition is indeed terrifying, but is she sure she's still alive? The boss became increasingly out of control, starting to talk to herself. The Ling family is so rich, they just needed to lend me a little. Anyway, with the apocalypse here, no one would collect debts. But they just watched as I was driven to a dead end. If I hadn't jumped into the river and swum away, I wouldn't have survived until the apocalypse. Why? Why wouldn't you help me? Xiao Duo explained sadly, her voice full of sympathy. The person who lent you money was originally hired by the Ling family. She wanted to prove you were a greedy woman, so her son would give up on you. But she never expected that this would end up killing her own son. Yunqi once again poured cold water on the situation with indifference, stating that malice fills the space between people. Even if the apocalypse hadn't arrived, it's likely the two of them couldn't have been together. Suddenly, 2 lines of crimson tears streamed down the leader's cheeks, her eyes bloodshot. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Can he and I truly not be together? But I truly love him. Why? Why does this entire world try to stop us? She cried out to the heavens, spewing words full of resentment. Ling Shu deserves to die. And all of you deserve to die too. In that instant, she transformed into her true leader form. Roaring, everyone in this world deserves to die. The little girl cried out in panic, she's gone, she's crazy. I'll send you the boss data. Yunqi quickly scanned the information he had just received. The opponent possesses the ability to ignore 15% defense, plus 15% assassin specialization, totaling 30% armor penetration. This is a terrifying power that almost predicts the opponent's defeat before the fight even begins. A sneer played on his lips. It would be a pity to use such a talent for revenge. It should be called understanding. Xiao Duo frowned as she backed away. I told you not to provoke her. Yunqi gestured, you hold her off for now, I'll retreat first. I'll check the surroundings for other dangers. The little girl nodded, her face full of worry. Alright, this leader's level is higher than hers. Don't be careless and get yourself killed. As soon as she finished speaking, Yunqi immediately switched to combat mode. He was somewhat surprised by his own reaction. Why was he starting to care about other players? It's probably better to worry about his own life. Facing this boss directly is no small pressure. By this point, the boss had completed her transformation, her body structure becoming sharper and more rugged, like a killing machine. She lunged wildly, teleporting behind Yunqi and roaring, die. Yunqi suddenly turned around and unleashed his death interference skill on her. This hit caused her intense pain throughout her body, making her spit out a mouthful of blood. Realizing she couldn't confront it directly, she immediately activated her stealth skill. Too weak. What a shame I didn't just finish her with an ice nova. Why isn't this boss as formidable as the previous two? But he was mistaken. Suddenly, from the dark corners of the cave, hundreds of blood-red eyes lit up simultaneously, all staring intently at them. Xiao Duo, with her sharp eyes, spotted it and quickly shouted, Yunqi, dodge quickly. This hiding spot has armed robots. Yunqi was astonished. What? Before he could finish speaking, hundreds of tall, dark robots burst forth, blocking all passages. Without hesitation, they opened fire simultaneously, lasers raining down. The two were forced to roll and dodge, seeking cover to escape the deadly crossfire. Yunqi was hit. Due to the narrow terrain, he couldn't fully evade and sustained significant damage. System alert, armored durability decreased by 20%. He thought to himself, fortunately, the power of firearms is greatly reduced in this game. Speaking of which, if it weren't for this combat armor, I'd have been turned into pulp long ago. I thought the boss was just a lone assassin. I never expected her to be a high-tech summoner. It seems I'll need a systematic strategy to deal with her. He ordered his pet, Dahao, to draw fire. Hearing his master's command, Dahao bravely charged towards the robots, allowing the enemy's gunfire to strike its limbs. Fortunately, Yunqi continuously supported it from behind, restoring it with death interference. Dahao's body quickly recovered, continuing to act as a shield. Yunqi seized the opportunity to leap, moving agilely to distract them, then swooped down from above like a meteor. Sorry, but you're too slow. He swung his sword repeatedly, its blade flashing with cold steel, and the robots fell one after another. However, one stubborn one remained. Suddenly, he heard Jiang Xiao Duo's scream. He was startled and turned around, only to discover the boss had appeared behind her. A fatal attack struck her chest. This boss is strong. Yunqi, run. Xiao Duo finished speaking and dissolved into specks of light, forced to use an escape skill or temporarily perish and return to the resurrection point. Yunqi shouted, Jiang Xiao Duo. He gritted his teeth in self-reproach, realizing he had been too careless. This boss's defense is weak, but its damage is terrifying. He decided to go all out with Dahao and finish it off immediately. Dahao roared, charging forward with its master. Seeing Fan Kai charge over, the boss's face turned pale, and it quickly retreated to dodge, giving the remaining robots a chance to ambush from behind. It's over. Fan Kai realized the danger and could only jump to dodge, missing the chance to attack the boss. Just then, it teleported close, swinging its blade to strike, a perilous move. Suddenly, the boss appeared like a black beam of light, biting down hard on the boss's hand, preventing it from moving. The boss shrieked in pain, that wretched dog. Seeing a rare opportunity, he yelled, Dahao, get out of the way quickly. Then he unleashed his strongest skill, Ice Nova. Hearing the command, Dahao released its bite and retreated, allowing Yunqi to unleash his power. However, the boss was too fast. It used its escape skill again, disappearing into the void. Yunqi withdrew his move, cursing inwardly, playing hide-and-seek, are we? Without a target, Ice Nova could not be activated. He signaled Dahao to retreat for now. The boss kept stealthing, occasionally appearing to attack then vanishing again. At this rate, their stamina would eventually be depleted. He needed to find Jiang Xiaoduo first. With her, at least Zhang Ling could be interfered with. But the boss seemed to read his thoughts, its voice echoing through the space. Before Yunqi could react, his pet had already turned and charged towards the boss. Even though he shouted to stop it, Dahao, don't go. To protect its master, Dahao made the ultimate sacrifice, perishing at the boss's hands right before Yunqi's eyes, a gruesome sight. System notification, your teammate, undead, has perished. They can be revived in 3 minutes. 10 minutes later, Xiaoduo ran up, panting, I'm here. Is the boss still around? The final blow must be mine. Suddenly, she froze, seeing Yunqi leaning exhaustedly against the ruins. His face filled with despair, letting his wounds fester. Yunqi, what's wrong with you? Your hand is still bleeding, why aren't you bandaging it? She squatted down, her tone anxious. Quickly retract your armor, I'll treat your wound, or you'll be in serious trouble. Right, take the medicine first, I'll bandage you up. At this moment, looking around and not seeing the familiar figure, Jiang Xiaoduo suddenly remembered and asked, Where's Dahao? Wasn't it always with you? Yunqi pondered, his voice hoarse. Dahao, it rushed forward to block an attack for me. It's gone. Xiaoduo was stunned for a moment, then gently sat beside him and comforted him. Actually, it was already gone long ago. Although Dahao always roared at me and wouldn't listen to anyone, I knew it was a loyal friend. It couldn't eat well when alive, didn't feel pain when injured, and was controlled by others its whole life. Is that truly living? To meet a master like you before it passed, and to fight for you, in this world, perhaps that's not the worst thing. Hearing these sincere words, Yunqi's mood lightened slightly. This isn't a bad thing, is it? Looking at the clumsily applied bandage on his hand, he couldn't help but chuckle, using teasing to dispel the gloomy atmosphere. It's bandaged so ugly, will it even work? He thought to himself, Jiang Xiaoduo was usually a bit silly, but she was quite good at comforting people in critical moments. This is something I exchanged for at the player's store. Do you think it's just an ordinary bandage? One roll of bandage costs 10 copper coins. Don't get injured casually again, or don't blame me for being stingy and not treating you. Suddenly, Yunqi stopped joking and looked at her sincerely. Thank you. From now on, I'll be more careful. He moved his limbs and felt his physical strength had recovered quite a bit. I feel much better. We can continue attacking the boss now. Xiaoduo asked worriedly, Are you going now? Aren't you going to rest a bit longer? Yunqi shook his head resolutely. No need. He secretly reminded himself that he had to work harder. The overwhelming victories against other players in the past few days had made him overconfident when facing dungeon bosses. Next time, he absolutely couldn't underestimate his opponents. Standing at the factory entrance, he analyzed, the boss didn't pursue us just now. It seems its movement range, and that of the combat robots it controls, is limited. Outside the door is a safe zone. If you can track the boss's movements, the fight will be much easier. Xiaoduo asked, puzzled, what are you planning to do? Just then, a giant brown rat was thrown out from a dark corner, trembling all over, its eyes red as it lunged at him. Yunqi seized the opportunity, used the resurrection of the dead skill to turn it into a pet, then quickly let it run back into the factory. This time, I must kill it in one blow and avenge Big Brother. In reality, the resurrection of the dead skill can not only be used to control undead minions in battle, but also allows him to share their senses. In other words, he can observe the entire battlefield through the eyes of his minions. The brown rat quickly snuck inside and spotted its target. But before it could act, a calloused barefoot suddenly appeared in front of it. The powerful aura emanating from the boss made Fan Kai break out in a cold sweat, even though he was outside. Was it discovered so quickly? It stared intently at the rat, which was his proxy. Yunqi also looked back at it through their mental connection, swallowing hard. He braced himself for being crushed. Unexpectedly, the boss turned around and muttered disappointedly, Why? Why is it still not right? Yunqi let out a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, the rat's soul power was too weak to attract the boss's attention. Xiaoduo, standing nearby, asked in confusion. But it's so small, it can't fight. You can't send it against armed robots, can you? He gave a mysterious smile, maybe it can? What do you mean? Yunqi explained, a good hiding place, besides meeting survival needs, also requires considerable defensive capabilities. Therefore, Zhangling likely has more than just 4 armed robots. He manipulated the mechanical rat to climb onto the haphazard piles of power cables. After a short journey, he couldn't help but smile triumphantly. Indeed, he found them. It turned out the remaining robots were hidden deeper within the concealed area. An estimated 12 large armed robots were in a dormant state. This news stunned Xiaoduo. 12 units. If they attack simultaneously, we'll be riddled with holes in an instant. She looked worriedly at the tiny robot mouse on the screen. With such power, his little mouse probably can't help much. He just sneered in response, that's not necessarily true. Do you want to see fireworks? Yunqi controlled the robot mouse to run to the control box, which was tangled with wires, and ordered it to bite through all of them. The power supply was immediately affected, impacting nearby dormant robots, creating crackling electrical sparks. The boss roared, Who's there? It was getting closer to the robot mouse's position, making Yunqi even more nervous. This can't go on. I must end this quickly. Yunqi broke off his thoughts and concentrated on making the robot mouse speed up its destruction. Immediately, the mechanical system in that area exploded, preventing the boss from approaching. This also triggered a chain reaction, affecting nearby robots. In an instant, that pile of previously motionless scrap iron suddenly exploded into pieces, with debris flying everywhere. Seeing this scene from outside, Xiaoduo couldn't help but cheer. It's fireworks. She quickly drew her weapon and excitedly shouted, the operation was a success. Charge. The boss was furious to see its property destroyed. It roared, you did this. It charged wildly towards Yunqi. Seeing this, Xiaoduo immediately rushed forward to block a critical blow for him, shouting, look out. Meanwhile, a large robot that had miraculously survived nearby also stirred, preparing to attack the two. Yunqi quickly sensed the danger and immediately attacked the robot with his Nova welding belt, catching it off guard and sending it tumbling backward. So, the two fought separately. Zhang Xiaoduo dealt with the frenzied woman, while Yunqi handled the large robot. As he fought, he observed her fighting style and couldn't help but secretly admire. Zhang Xiaoduo is truly amazing. She didn't show her true strength before. But if you fight seriously, you can take on the boss alone. However, the power gap between humans and the boss was too significant. Xiaoduo took a critical hit and had to retreat to catch her breath. This won't work. We can't win. Yunqi, you go first, she said, leaving Yunqi alone on the battlefield. He thought helplessly, have both of them gone invisible? Doesn't that make him the only living target? He had no choice but to move to a more open area. This is too passive. We need to find a way to break the boss's invisibility skill. Suddenly, his gaze landed on an excellent treasure hanging on the wall. Yunqi rushed forward, smashed the glass of the fire cabinet, and took out a fire extinguisher. Without hesitation, he fiercely sprayed extinguishing powder towards the open space ahead. Sure enough, invisibility was nothing more than a visual effect, and it could only reveal its true form when encountering extinguishing powder. However, Yunqi encountered new trouble. In the white dust, he couldn't distinguish who was the boss and who was Zhang Xiaoduo. He stood in a dilemma, hesitant. Hitting a teammate by mistake would be bad, but if you stand still, you might be eliminated by the boss. After a moment of thought, Yunqi had an idea. He used the girl's greedy nature as bait, shouting, Zhang Xiaoduo, you dropped your weapon. As expected, a figure instinctively turned back. What? My precious weapon. Then, only one shadowy figure charged straight at him, full of menace. Yunqi's lips curled into a smile as he locked onto his target. Without hesitation, he swung his sword at it, forcing it to reveal its true form. It was Zhang Ling. It thrashed desperately, why does everyone want to harm me? You all deserve to be eliminated, everyone deserves to be eliminated. Yunqi showed no mercy, lunging at it in a critical moment. I understand your situation, but that's no excuse for acting recklessly. Van Koyi approached the boss, grabbed its neck, and threw it aside, not forgetting to shout. Zhang Xiaoduo, it's all yours. Xiaoduo, hearing the command, charged out of the smoke. Understood. She swung fiercely, striking the boss's strong shoulder, causing it to fall in agony and end its miserable existence. The system immediately displayed a server-wide announcement. Congratulations to Zhang Xiaoduo for being the first player to clear the dungeon and become an undead. Reward, permanent unique title, War God of Renown. All attributes increased by 20%. Your level has risen to level 12. Xiaoduo's face flushed and her heart pounded with excitement. She stammered, this happiness came too suddenly. The system continued to display a series of quest reward notifications. She was ecstatic, stroking the orange legendary weapon. While new players struggled to level up after leaving the newbie village. Her speed was like a rocket, soaring upwards. Her name even squeezed into the top 3 on the server leaderboard, second only to the two great experts, Mu Qingxiong and Long Haoying. This is amazing. She secretly cheered in her heart. Afterward, she happily sat down and rummaged around the boss, checking for any good drops from the previous boss. Seeing the generous rewards and unique title fall so easily into Xiaoduo's hands, Yunqi, standing by, couldn't help but feel a little down. He knew that the dungeon clear reward was a title that boosted all attributes by 20%. Knowing this, he didn't let Xiaoduo deliver the final blow to the boss. But then, a harsh truth suddenly occurred to him. As an NPC like you, you don't count as a player clearing the dungeon. If he had indeed delivered the fatal blow to Zhang Ling, the system might not have rewarded her. So generously, he might have received nothing at all. Never mind, consider it a good deed. After collecting the spoils, the young girl left with a satisfied expression. Indeed, the final boss was different, the harvest was truly substantial. Their next destination was the place where the great rock fell. Standing before the simple grave, a hint of surprise and faint sorrow flickered in the young girl's eyes. Finally, she gently placed a flower on the tombstone. After all, they had accompanied each other for a while. She whispered softly, "Great rock, rest assured, I will protect your master in your stead." Immediately, a system prompt appeared. "Congratulations, player, for completing the rare quest, cleaning the small grave and offering flowers. You have gained experience points, 900 apocalypse coins, and increased NPC favorability by 120 points. Current relationship, indifferent." The young girl's eyes widened, surprised that such a small gesture could bring such generous rewards. But when she glimpsed Yunqi's pitifully low favorability bar, she couldn't help but feel wronged and complained. "Yunqi, how could you be so heartless?" Yunqi stood aside, gazing thoughtfully at the grave, his voice filled with nostalgia. "No matter what, Dai was my only comrade during this time." His mind was already calculating other things. With the peerless title granting a 25% bonus to experience and apocalypse coins, players would definitely be willing to spend some time tending to this loyal dog's grave in the future. Hearing the words "only comrade," Xiaomei immediately bristled. "Jealous of a dog," she blurted out, "only comrade? Then what am I?" He turned his head, asking coldly and indifferently, "Just a passing quest." Xiaomei was speechless, only able to remain silent. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Yunqi proactively changed the subject. "I remember you said your quest was to escort me to the next city. Has this quest been completed?" Hearing this, she immediately turned her head shyly, avoiding his gaze. Yes. In her heart, she had actually considered the quest completed. But how could she bear to let go of such a powerful ally? Following him these past few days, leveling up was easier than sleeping. Suddenly remembering something important, she turned back sharply and asked, "You're aiming for Zhongdu, right? That's a hotspot for players to compete over now. Everyone is forming teams, uniting with other guilds to enter the central extreme dungeon together." Xiaomei's eyes lit up with a calculating glint, and she excitedly suggested, "How about this? You issue another peerless quest, and I'll do my best to get you to Zhongdu." Yunqi frowned and quickly interrupted, "Wait, how did Zhongdu become the central extreme dungeon?" Xiaomei explained with an innocent expression, "It just is. The game hasn't officially announced it, but many quests in the newbie village have hinted at it. The main quest for this major version update is to pass through the central extreme dungeon watchtower in Zhongdu, and then defeat the dungeon boss, the Marshal of the Dark Watchman, Fang Gang." This news shocked Yunqi. To kill Marshal Fang? He clearly understood the cruel rules of this game. Leader-level NPCs have the right to designate their own territory, turning it into a dungeon to enhance their formidable power. But the price is the eternal loss of freedom. They will be imprisoned in their own territories, like souls bound by chains to a sacred place. Once an instance is cleared by players, their consciousness will be erased, turning them into useless data that players can repeatedly farm. The off-road vehicle roared across the arid desert, leaving long trails of dust behind. Yunqi, sitting in the driver's seat, had a tense face and a solemn expression. He had been busy eliminating players for the past 2 days, overlooking this major development. The system interface was constantly popping up with dense messages. Fang Koan, the former Central Army commander, had broken ties with Yuan Jin, the former Alliance chairman. He had divided the central capital into eastern and western halves, turning the eastern region into a massive replicated zone called the Watchtower, and appointing himself as the final guardian to protect the loyal. Yunqi secretly sighed, wondering if there truly was an unconquerable instance in this game. When Marshal Fang decided to turn the Watchtower into a cage to protect humanity, his tragic end was perhaps already predetermined. Glancing at the young woman dozing in the passenger seat, he mused that, in the eyes of players, humanity's last sanctuary was nothing more than a fortress waiting to be plundered. Recalling her suggestion, he secretly decided, "Let's do it then. You go to the Watchtower, and I'll find Yuan Jin once I reach the central capital. The NPC leader of the player faction. Perhaps I'll be the first on the server to help him defeat Fang Koan." Thinking of that scenario, his blood began to boil. But reason immediately pulled him back to reality. Although that Miss Jiang had never personally taken a life, the nature of players still posed a threat. Sooner or later, she might betray him just like Lu Xin. Logically, he should eliminate her now. However, keeping her meant he could leverage the player's privileges, an undeniable advantage. As he pondered, the young woman beside him suddenly stirred. She stretched and let out a big yawn, her shapely figure momentarily distracting Yunqi. With a figure like that, who wouldn't be captivated? Indeed, very beautiful. Noticing Yunqi's unusual gaze, the young woman asked blankly, "Why are you looking at me like that?" A thought flashed through her mind, men are indeed lustful. Yunqi snapped back to attention and quickly waved his hand, explaining, "No, it's nothing. I was just thinking that if we go to the central capital together, it would be better if we formally acted as teammates." He quickly steered the conversation towards a more serious topic. From a player's perspective, he knows nothing about your profession and talents. The little girl muttered to herself, but I'm not a saint. Even if he is a player, there's no way I can see all the contents of his attribute panel. Like his skills and so on. This sudden suggestion made her suspicious. Why does he want to see my attribute panel? Is it really necessary? To dispel her doubts, Yunqi calmly explained, of course it's necessary. The road ahead is full of dangers. If I don't even know my teammates' combat abilities, how can I formulate the correct tactics at a critical moment? Just like yesterday when we dealt with that spirit chapter incident, if I had known your abilities earlier, perhaps our cooperation would have been more seamless. The young man's sharp reasoning convinced the little girl. She nodded, all right then. I thought it was something serious, but it's just looking at information. But she didn't forget to set conditions, pouting as she said, let's be clear, you're not allowed to laugh at how weak I am after you see it. Yunqi was driving and simply replied, okay. But she wasn't done. The little girl raised a finger to emphasize, and you're not allowed to assign me all sorts of tasks just because I'm too powerful. He maintained his indifferent attitude, no problem. He thought to himself, what's with this girl? Is she weak or powerful? The little girl straightened her face and put forward her final and most important condition. There's one more crucial condition, I only fight monsters, not people. Under no circumstances will I cooperate with you to kill people. Hearing this firm assurance, Yunqi showed a half-smile. Both satisfied and subtly dangerous. I understand. He secretly felt fortunate. This was precisely the key factor in his decision to keep her. This girl still seemed to retain a shred of conscience in this chaotic world. The system screen immediately lit up, and her information panel appeared. The little girl patted her chest proudly, showing off, this is my attribute panel. My profession is Night Ranger, combining the characteristics of an assassin and an archer, so I can fight both melee and ranged. Pretty amazing, right? However, she was still very cautious, hiding her true abilities. It wasn't that easy to expose her weaknesses. As for my skills, I won't let you see them. Anyway, I haven't seen your skills either. Looking at the attribute panel, Yunqi couldn't help but feel shocked. A look of shock was clearly visible in his eyes. Although he knew she was strong, he didn't expect her to be this strong. She has a hidden class, extremely high attribute values, especially agility, which is even more than 30 points higher than a peerless boss like him. It was too unexpected, he couldn't help but ask her if she had put all her points into speed. Caught off guard by a tactical flaw, Xiaoduo retorted defiantly, is that not allowed? Even if I can't win, at least I can still escape. Just as their conversation continued, the sky was suddenly obscured by a flock of dark birds. Before they could react, a dark shadow swooped down like an arrow, its sharp beak piercing directly through the car window, shattering the glass instantly. Xiaoduo screamed in terror, what's happening? Even Yunqi was in a panic, what in the world is this thing? Yunqi quickly recognized the swarming monsters as a flock of ferocious zombie crows, dense in number and all level 12. Yunqi slammed the steering wheel, changing the car's direction to evade them. Inside the car, Xiaoduo anxiously urged, Yunqi, hurry up. Those crows are catching up. Amidst the noisy, piercing cause, a crow with glowing red eyes swooped down. Yunqi immediately activated his skill, Ice Nova. A cold blue light shot out, temporarily forcing the flock of crows back. But the effect was not as good as expected. Yunqi reported the critical situation with a grim face, my Ice Nova skill has a 1-minute cooldown. I can't use it again right now. My normal attack range is limited, and it's not very effective against these zombie crows. He turned to Xiaoduo, placing all his hope on her, aren't you half an archer? Shoot them down quickly. Xiaoduo stammered in response, it's not that easy. But I'm not used to guns yet, and I don't have a suitable bow. Hearing this, Yunqi was practically fuming, as an archer, you don't have a bow? Xiaoduo retorted indignantly, as a knight, you don't have a horse either. After a pointless argument, the two fell silent for a moment. Yunqi suddenly had an idea and shouted, the player's shop must sell weapons, right? Xiaoduo nodded, yes, but basic equipment isn't durable, and I don't have money to buy it. In this critical moment, Yunqi had no time to haggle. Buy me a set of basic equipment right now, hurry. Xiaoduo quickly operated the system. Just a month later, the item appeared in her hand, purchased. Yunqi, what exactly are you trying to do? Van Koyi grabbed the bow, and the system immediately notified him, the talent tree has taken effect. Your weapon's durability will be upgraded to SSS grade. He threw the bow back to her and ordered, huh? What are you doing? It's urgent. Take it. Don't tell me you don't know how to shoot a bow. Xiaoduo stomped on the car roof, regaining her former confidence. I'm a Night Ranger. How could I not know basic archery? She struck a cool pose, drew the bowstring to its fullest, and declared resolutely, today, I'll show you my true power. She leaped onto the roof of the speeding car, drew the bowstring, and gathered azure lightning energy on the arrow. The astonishing power released made even Yun-Chi, sitting inside the car, secretly marvel. He thought, even with intact armor, he wouldn't dare to take that arrow head-on. The arrow shot forth like destructive lightning. However, reality often falls short of expectations. The clever crows quickly scattered, skillfully dodging the powerful strike. Jiang Xiaoduo was dumbfounded, her face flushed with embarrassment, while Yun-Chi was so surprised he couldn't close his mouth. You missed. Furious, Xiaoduo released bursts of chilling energy from her hands, shouting angrily, they're just a bunch of winged monsters. I'll take them down one by one with my darts. Yun-Chi shook his head helplessly. Still dwelling on the embarrassment from before? He sighed and slammed on the brakes. Since there's no retreat, I can only fight to the end. The two jumped out of the car together. Jiang Xiaoduo rushed into the air like a whirlwind, unleashing a blizzard of frost that swept through the flock of crows. 10 minutes later, the battle was over. On the golden sand, black feathers drifted down like snowflakes. The last crow was also frozen, shattering into pieces upon hitting the ground. Standing amidst the pile of crow carcasses, Yun-Chi used his whirlwind skill to clear the battlefield. Xiaoduo lay on the car hood, panting, but with a relaxed expression on her face. Phew, it's finally over. Now that I think about it, the zombies and vampires in the city were practically adorable compared to these zombie crows. She turned her head and asked, Yun-Chi, when will we reach the next city? Yun-Chi opened the 3D map, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. This girl, sharing maps is getting more and more convenient. If we continue in this direction, we'll encounter a large city, Nanjiang City. However, his gaze grew serious. Those zombie crows also flew from that direction. Crows naturally feast on carrion, and such a large gathering of them is definitely not a good sign. A tragedy must have occurred ahead. Leaning against the jeep, he couldn't help but worry if even more terrifying monsters awaited them. Xiaoduo sat on the hood of the car and suggested, I'm not sure, why don't you go take a look? Maybe you'll find clues for the mission. After some thought, he drove off again, speeding through the vast desert. After driving for a while, the little one became puzzled. I've driven 2 or 3 kilometers already, how come I haven't seen a single monster? Yun-Chi sniffed, his expression turning serious. I wonder if it's just my imagination, but the foul smell in the air seems to be getting stronger. Foul smell? The little one asked in surprise. Suddenly, she pointed ahead, her face pale with fright. Yun-Chi, look over there. Yun-Chi followed her direction, his pupils contracting in shock. Before them was a gruesome battlefield. Military vehicles were crushed and twisted, scattered like toys, and the ground was littered with torn military uniforms and bodies. He murmured, military uniforms? It seems this unit had bad luck. They encountered a pack of mutated wolves and were completely wiped out. He approached a body to examine it, analyzing the scene. Based on the direction of the bodies and vehicles, they must have been attacked while evacuating Nanjiang City. The two got out of the car, a somber atmosphere enveloping them. The little one sadly sighed, how terrible. Yun-Chi frowned, pondering, but these people were well equipped. Why would they risk entering this wilderness? Suddenly, the little one noticed something. She hurried towards an overturned yellow jeep. Inside the vehicle, she discovered the body of an elderly officer, still clutching a notebook tightly in his hand, as if it were a treasure. Did he leave any last words? As her fingers touched the notebook, a mission prompt appeared. You have triggered an elite mission, officer's duty. Please proceed to Camp 7 to find General Shigang and inform him that Luozhen, the law enforcement captain of Nanjiang City, has defected to the player faction. Request that he immediately lead his troops back to the city. The little one exclaimed in surprise, a mission has really been triggered. Yun-Chi quickly scanned the content, his expression turning serious. Defection. Joining the player faction. It seems Nanjiang City is no longer safe. Let's go complete the mission. Suddenly, the roar of an engine tore through the silent space, coming from a distance. Where is that engine sound coming from? From the edge of the horizon, 3 high-displacement motorcycles sped towards them at astonishing speed, kicking up clouds of dust. The little one said worriedly, these people are coming from the direction of Nanjiang City. The 3 motorcycles quickly approached, skillfully braking sharply to form a pincer movement. Yun-Chi reacted extremely quickly, pulling the little one behind him, his hand on his weapon, and warning cautiously, watch out. The leader dismounted, exuding an imposing and powerful aura. Han calmly removed his helmet, revealing a head of flowing golden hair and a face as handsome as a sculpture. Seeing the person, the little one stammered in surprise, you are. The person smiled confidently. The little sister could hardly believe her eyes, and she excitedly shouted, Long Haoying. She immediately transformed into a true fan, her eyes sparkling. I can't believe I'm lucky enough to meet a living legendary player. Yun-Chi turned to look at her, his eyes filled with doubt. You know him? Yes, the little sister nodded repeatedly, an image of Long Haoying riding a majestic azure dragon appearing in her mind. Long Haoying is recognized as the prodigy of the entire server. From the very beginning of the game, he awakened the two main attributes of the hidden class, Dragon Knight. The little sister was still lost in her fantasy, her eyes gleaming with admiration. In her eyes, Long Haoying not only possessed powerful character strength but was also a renowned wealthy patron. Early in the game, he founded the Yellow Dragon Group, a massive power that commanded respect from countless people. He was definitely the dream lover of all female players on this server. Unlike his companion's infatuation, Yunqi observed the man before him with sharp, wary eyes. He assessed in his mind that this guy was a child of destiny. He felt a sense of danger the first time he saw him. He wondered who was stronger, him, a child of another world, or this man. Just then, a subordinate leaned in and whispered to Long Haoying, "Boss, this player seems to be a fan of yours. She's quite pretty. Are you interested?" Long Haoying ignored the flattery, staring coldly at the two of them. He announced word by word, "Our mission is to find and eliminate this assault team, ensuring they cannot send a distress signal to the 7th military base. This mission is extremely important. Other matters can wait." Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, as if noticing something unusual in Xiaomei's hand. "Poof." Long Haoying unceremoniously extended his hand and commanded, "Hand over the mission clue you have." Jiang Xiaomei clutched the notebook tightly, retorting like a hedgehog, "Why should I? I finally found this." The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Just then, Yunqi suddenly made his move. He covered Jiang Xiaomei's mouth with one hand to prevent her from protesting, and with the other, he snatched the notebook. He curled his lip, his tone full of disdain. "Are you referring to this? My companion here has a strange habit. She loves to pick up junk on the battlefield every day and always brings back some useless stuff. If you want it, I'll give it to you." Without waiting for a reply, Yunqi tossed the notebook to Long Haoying as if it were trash. He pulled Jiang Xiaomei's hand, turned to leave, and said indifferently, "Now that we've given you the item, can we leave?" Xiaomei was dragged along, grumbling unwillingly, "Hey, but that was my mission." However, Long Haoying had no intention of letting them leave so easily. He rushed forward with astonishing speed, blocking Yunqi's path with his weapon, and shouted, "Wait!" Jiang Xiaomei cried out in alarm, worried for Yunqi's safety. "Junqi." Contrary to her panic, Yunqi appeared exceptionally calm. He showed a confident smile and slowly said, "You are all top players. I'm sure you wouldn't be so shameless as to insist on keeping a woman, would you?" Long Haoying's lips curled into a meaningful smile, his gaze fixed on Yunqi like a sharp blade. "Who said I wanted to keep a woman? Let her go, you stay." Even Long Haoying's teammates were puzzled by this sudden decision. Yunqi frowned, momentarily not understanding the other party's intention. Long Haoying donned his gleaming battle armor, and the aura of a powerful individual blazed like a roaring fire. Despite their confusion, his teammates still absolutely obeyed the order. One of them said, "Although I don't know why the captain wants to keep this guy at Huang Long Group, the captain's choice is our direction." Sensing the unfavorable situation, Yunqi secretly calculated, this is going to be troublesome. He turned and whispered to the girl beside him, "Little girl, you run first." "Ha?" The little girl looked bewildered. But when he turned back, the girl's figure had gradually vanished into thin air. Yunqi sighed helplessly, she ran off. This girl has no loyalty at all. However, he quickly refocused. A set of exquisite black armor appeared, enveloping his body and exuding a formidable presence. Well, this is good too. This way, I won't have any worries when the battle breaks out. Besides, an invisible assassin can at least put some pressure on the enemy. Just then, a member of the Huang Long team suddenly recognized Yunqi. She exclaimed in surprise, "The appearance of this monster is exactly the same as the leader who protected the assassin and killed Huang Tianhao in the live broadcast not long ago. Could it be that the captain already realized this, which is why he stopped him just now?" Long Haoying seemed very interested. He turned to his teammates and said, "You all observe the battle first. I want to test how strong this monster really is." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged out like a whirlwind, his spear ablaze with fierce flames, and he shouted, "Fire spear." Yunqi was startled by this torrential attack and hastily swung his sword to block. His arm gradually went numb, and he was secretly surprised. This power is comparable to a close-range attack. He truly lives up to his reputation as a top player. Two weapons clashed, generating a powerful shockwave. Yunqi muttered to himself, however, facing such a formidable enemy. The members of the Yellow Dragon Group couldn't help but marvel. Few could withstand their captain's attack head-on. But then, another person exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the monster retaliate. Not only does it counterattack, but its speed is also even faster than the vanguard warrior. Seeing the critical situation, the deputy commander, an elderly man, urgently shouted a warning, "Captain, dodge quickly." Long Haoying, forced back, roared in frustration, "Darn it!" Meanwhile, Yunqi merely offered a mysterious smile. He glided lightly across the ground, his figure soaring into the air. Layers of energy instantly condensed around the longsword in his hand, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze. A blizzard of ice and frost. A massive ice pillar instantly shot towards Long Haoying and his teammates, startling everyone. One unfortunate member took the full impact of the attack, and as the system prompt appeared, he whimpered, "Your armor's durability has dropped by 90%. The female mage in the team cried out the name of her injured teammate with concern, almost breaking down. At the same time, another team member, clad in medical gear, quickly chanted a healing spell. A soft green energy glow immediately enveloped the injured person, pulling their health back from the critical line. Yunqi observed and analyzed coldly, aside from Long Haoying, this archer is the biggest threat here. It's a pity that his level and equipment strength far exceed any player he had encountered, otherwise, that last strike would have been enough to eliminate him. Long Haoying quickly reformed their ranks and sternly commanded, Pan Songsua, provide cover. Mage, archer, support from the rear. Everyone, engage in combat. Receiving the captain's order, Pan Songsua, the burly man with a head of silver hair, let out a savage roar, "Aha! I'll tear you to shreds." Facing the storm-like attack, Yunqi showed no fear. He raised his hand, and a deadly emerald energy began to swirl, gradually forming a chilling skull. Death Vortex. The dark energy mass shot straight at Pan Songsua, leaving him only enough time to let out a pained cry. Taking advantage of the opponent's momentary distraction, Long Haoying shouted, "Well done, old Pan." He charged forward from the side, his flaming spear thrust directly at Yunqi's vital point. Yunqi was startled. That last attack was just. Was it a decoy to draw my fire? The spear struck with destructive force. Yunqi exclaimed, "This isn't good." He quickly raised his sword to block, but was still sent flying by a powerful blow. System warning, you are under attack. Armor durability decreased by 5%. He gritted his teeth, enduring the dull ache. This was indeed a powerful attack. Although it didn't pierce his armor, the impact was very real. In the distance, the sniper was already in position. He locked onto his target, Yunqi. He whispered a threat, "If you dare attack me, I'll put a bullet right through your armor. Let's see how you defend yourself then." Suddenly, he felt a chill down his spine. "Ha!" Before he could react, the girl named Jiang appeared behind him like a ghost. He cried out in alarm, "An assassin." The girl acted decisively, her voice echoing in his ear, "I don't want to fight. But I can't just stand by while you try to take me down." The sniper let out a pained groan. The girl added coolly, "Sorry, but you should probably take a nap first." With a clean strike, she neutralized the ranged threat. She let out a sigh of relief and proudly patted her chest, "Phew, done. I'm amazing, as expected." Seeing his teammate in danger, Ho Jia immediately activated his skill, War Spear Rescue. A skill prompt appeared, movement speed increased by 200%, and a powerful impact will be dealt to the enemy target. He charged like a bullet, sending the girl flying far away. She only managed to let out a gasp, "Ah." As she was thrown into the air, Ho Jia looked up triumphantly, "Did you really think you could turn the tide?" Then he turned to his fallen teammate. "Ho Zi, get up." But Ho Zi remained motionless. His body began to emit strange green energy, then dissolved into data pixels. Ho Jia cried out in horror, "Ho Zi!" From where the body had vanished, a giant undead mutant wolf rose, its eyes burning with hellish flames. An information panel appeared, Immortal Giant Wolf LV-12. The entire Yellow Dragon squad was stunned. Where did this mutant wolf come from? Aren't all the wolves here already dead? Yunqi stood there, green flames flickering in his hand, a sinister smile on his face. The dead have returned, surprised? For me, deceased creatures are easier to control. He thought to himself, fortunately, I was prepared before the Yellow Dragon group charged in. Long Haoying and the others realized with horror, "So it was you killed our teammates." Long Haoying gritted his teeth, realizing he had made a fatal mistake. Besides the ice and snowstorm skill from earlier, this boss-level monster actually possessed two powerful skills that had never appeared in any live streams. This time, he had truly run into a formidable opponent. The female mage Guan Jun suddenly shrieked through the team channel. "I've been demoted. Everyone, be careful. The resurrection point is too far. I estimate it will take 20 minutes for me to return. Captain, be careful." The player lost a level. Hearing this, Long Haoying was not deterred. Instead, he became more determined than ever. The flame of ambition ignited in his eyes. "Excellent. If we can defeat them here today, the Yellow Dragon Legion's prestige will surpass the Windflow Legion, making us the true #1 Legion." Attack! The two rushed at each other, their weapons clashing and sparking brilliantly. Pan Songtao roared, "Trying to join the fight, Captain, let me help you." But Yunqi was a step ahead, unleashing his old move again, Death Vortex. Pan Songtao was hit and cursed, "Damn it." He urgently called out to his shield-wielding teammate, "Big Shield, quickly support me." The player named Big Shield immediately raised his shield, ready to provide cover. However, he couldn't leave his position because Jiang Xiaoduo was relentlessly attacking him while riding an undead wolf. He roared, "I'm busy. Let me deal with this assassin first." Jiang Xiaoduo giggled, teasing her opponent, come on. Even if I gave you 4 more legs, you still couldn't catch me." Big Shield roared in frustration, "Keep running, then. Can't we just fight fair?" She responded playfully, running and making a face over her shoulder, "I can't beat you. Only a fool would face you head-on. With unparalleled speed and kiting tactics. Sooner or later, I will exhaust all of you." The Great Shield could only grit his teeth and curse, "Damn it." Meanwhile, Pan Songtao was in a critical situation. He shouted to Guan Jin, the female mage who had just revived, or rather, returned from a distance. "Guan Jin, give me a shield first." She immediately replied, "Okay." The female mage chanted a spell, and a protective light enveloped Pan Songtao. This is a protective aura, it reduces incoming damage by 50%. With the armor's protection, Pan Songtao confidently roared a challenge, "Monster. Come and fight me." Fan Kai squinted, analyzing. With the dual protection of armor and shield, he can withstand at least 3 single target attacks from the boss. A glimmer of hope flashed in Pan Songtao's eyes. If he was fast enough, he could deliver a fatal blow to this boss. But he didn't expect that just as he thought this. A massive surge of ice energy poured down like a waterfall. He cried out in terror, when Yunqi, with incredible speed, unleashed another blizzard spell, engulfing Pan Songtao. A piercing scream echoed, "Ack!" Long Haoying and Guan Jin cried out in horror for their teammate, Pan Tao. "Old Pan!" Yunqi stood there, a cold smirk on his lips, watching Pan Songtao's body dissipate into the void. "Good, one less." Long Haoying roared in fury, the spear in his hand igniting with fierce flames, mirroring his master's mood. "Damn you! How dare you kill my teammate? If I, Long Haoying, cannot kill you today, I will surely lose face." Yunqi responded with a provocative smile, "Don't worry. I'll send you to join your teammate very soon." The female mage Guan Jin quickly analyzed the situation and warned loudly, "Captain, the interval for his skill usage is between 3 to 5 minutes. Therefore, I estimate the cooldown is approximately 2 to 3 minutes. Such a powerful skill with a short cooldown. This guy will definitely save it for emergencies." On the other side, the great judge noticed Xiao Duo's disappearance and immediately warned, "She's invisible. Beware of the invisible assassin, she will surely attack again." But it was too late. Long Haoying clashed with Yunqi once more. A strange blue light emanated from Yunqi's hand. He muttered to himself, "The time has come." He roared, "Shall we, go?" A giant wolf leaped out of thin air, pouncing directly at Long Haoying, fiercely biting his shoulder. He groaned in pain, roaring furiously, "You scoundrel, get lost." He flung the giant wolf away with his spear, but Yunqi was already closing in, sword in hand. The battle descended into chaos. Amidst the melee, Long Haoying suddenly noticed something amiss. No, this guy clearly exposed his weakness just now. If he had wielded his sword with both hands, he would have shattered my spear tip long ago. But he's still holding his sword with one hand. This isn't normal. Could it be? The battle was still raging fiercely on the Grand Judge's side. Jiang Xiaoduo and the giant wolf were wearing him down. Long Haoying shouted, "Get out of the way." But the Grand Judge frantically turned his head, looking for the enemy. Yunqi stood firm, confidently declaring, "Evasion is futile, for my skill can penetrate all flying objects." As soon as he finished speaking, he once again unleashed his blizzard freeze skill. This time, the target was Long Haoying's remaining teammates. Facing the sudden area attack, they could only wail in despair. Soon, the last two also turned into data fragments and vanished. Just then, Jiang Xiaoduo appeared. She complained, panting. "Ah, the cooldown for Blizzard Freeze is only 60 seconds, yet you deliberately used a skill to trick them. You didn't even give a warning for the last move. I almost got turned into a pincushion." Yunqi scratched his head awkwardly, responding, "Well, sorry, but you should have been on guard, right?" Jiang Xiaoduo was still not satisfied. "That's true. Sai, next time, could you secretly remind me so I don't rush in too fast and get hurt?" Yunqi smiled and agreed, "All right." Then, he turned around, his gaze sharply fixed on their final opponent. "Next, once I take care of you, everything will be over." At this moment, only Long Haoying, the leader of the Yellow Dragon Group, stood alone on the battlefield. Yunqi, clad in pure black armor, confronted him like the Grim Reaper. Long Haoying narrowed his eyes, as if he had seen through the truth. "So, is your blizzard skills cooldown really only 1 minute?" Yunqi's lips curled into a provocative smile. "I said only 30 seconds. Do you believe me?" Contrary to expectations, Long Haoying laughed excitedly. "How interesting. I've never felt this excited since I started playing this game. He immediately opened the communication channel and ordered his teammates, who were rushing from the respawn point, "Everyone stop, don't come over." They immediately protested in the chat channel, "What? Captain, are you going to face that guy alone?" Ignoring their pleas, he remained resolute. They had no choice but to obey the order. Long Haoying struck a pose, his fighting spirit burning fiercely. With excitement on his face and a fiery fighting spirit in his eyes, he said, "Come on, let's have a good fight." With that, he charged forward, the long spear in his hand igniting with flames once more. Unleashing a flame thrust. Yunqi remained calm, countering by summoning a death vortex. But this time, Long Haoying was prepared. He skillfully spun his long spear, shattering the deadly energy. As he blocked Yunqi's frontal attack, a violent energy impact erupted at the point of collision, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yunqi secretly mused, "This power is truly astonishing." Fortunately, I had already dealt with his teammates. Otherwise, being surrounded like this, I wouldn't stand a chance. Noticing a slight opening from his opponent after the collision, Yunqi immediately prepared to attack. "Now's my chance." But his eyes suddenly widened in surprise. "Ha!" Long Haoying roared, activating his ultimate skill, Dragon Guard. A dazzling golden light enveloped his body, and a dragon's roar echoed through the desert. The system immediately popped up a notification, Long Haoying's body is covered in brilliant golden dragon scales. Defense increased by 100%, completely immune to magic damage. Dragon Guard effect will last for 5 seconds. Jiang Xiaozi, from a distance, cried out in alarm, "Junqi, retreat quickly." Someone on the forum said that Dragon Guard is Long Haoying's invincible skill. During these 5 seconds, he is practically a true hero. Yunqi quickly retreated to create distance, calculating in his mind. Is this Long Haoying's trump card? If I had really cast Blizzard just now, not only would it have wasted a skill, but I might have been counterattacked and pierced during the casting delay. Long Haoying pursued relentlessly, his spear dancing like a phoenix spreading its wings. Yunqi dodged while focusing on defense, needing to stall him until the skill's effect ended. The two charged at each other again. Weapons clashed loudly, sparks flying everywhere. Suddenly, with a millimeter-precise counterattack, Yunqi's longsword shattered a corner of his opponent's flaming spear. Long Haoying stared blankly at his weapon. "What? My spear is an epic-grade equipment." Yunqi smiled confidently. Seizing the moment of his opponent's distraction, he kicked Long Haoying flying. He roared in anger, "Damn it!" Tiny cracks began to appear on his golden armor. Realizing the 5 seconds of invincibility were over, Yunqi didn't miss this golden opportunity. He immediately channeled his power, shouting, "Blizzard freeze." A massive ice pillar descended from the sky, freezing Long Haoying solid. He only managed to let out a pained cry before falling in defeat. Lying on the scorching ground, Long Haoying murmured in confusion. He had actually lost to a novice player. Yunqi appeared above, raising his longsword for the final blow. His voice as cold as death. "Not only did you lose to me, but you will also die by my hand. You players, perhaps you never imagined that death would one day befall you." "Ah!" Long Haoying cried out in pain, his body sent flying by the force of the final blow. Despite being severely wounded, kneeling on one knee, his eyes still burned with an unyielding flame. "I admit you're strong, but no matter how strong, you're just an NPC. Destined to die at the hands of players. I'm afraid next time we meet, you won't be so lucky." Yunqi's lips curled into a mocking smile, and he responded curtly, "Lucky?" Looking down at the dying defeated opponent, Yunqi lowered his voice and threatened. "You are the lucky ones. This time I didn't find a resurrection point. If I encounter him again next time, you should know what fate awaits Wang Tianhao." Long Haoying roared in anger, "You." Before he could finish, his body began to dissolve into data fragments. In an instant, this player, known as the strongest on the server, vanished without a trace, leaving only Yunqi standing alone in the vast desert. He let out a soft sigh of relief, and the black armor on his body gradually dissipated into the void. Phew, it's finally quiet. He truly is a master among players. If I hadn't accidentally damaged Long Haoying's weapon just now, who knows when this battle would have ended. Jiang Xiaoduo ran over from a distance, cheering excitedly. Boss Yun is truly both powerful and imposing. He alone defeated the 5 core members of the globally renowned Yellow Dragon Group. After this battle, I doubt anyone will dare to bother him again. Yunqi humbly replied, "This is all thanks to your help. If all 5 of them had attacked at once, I definitely wouldn't have been able to hold them off." After being praised, Jiang Xiaoduo looked up, a triumphant expression on her face. Hee, now that you mention it, I just realized I'm pretty amazing too." Yunqi could only shake his head helplessly, this girl truly doesn't understand modesty. On the sand, the mission handbook lay all by itself. Jiang Xiaoduo picked it up and asked, "Boss Yun, shall we continue?" Yunqi nodded, "Not so fast, our supplies are almost depleted. While the Yellow Dragon Group isn't causing trouble for now, I can quickly complete this mission." Maybe I can even get some supplies from the 7th military camp. So, the two continued their journey. The jeep sped along the desolate highway, kicking up clouds of dust. Sitting in the car, Zhang Xiaoduo focused on the 3D screen, confirming their direction. Yunxi commented, "Fortunately, the Titan system still retains a complete map of the old world, so finding the 7th military camp shouldn't be a problem." Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoduo shrieked, turning to look at him with a ghost-seeing expression, "Oh my goodness, Boss Yun, you're famous. All 5 of the Yellow Dragon Group's strongest members have been demoted." This matter caused a huge stir throughout the entire player community. The forums were almost crashing today. She pointed at the screen, and a red headline caught her eye: "By Xiaoxin's mysterious boss reappears, Huanglong Group's core faction collectively demoted." Yunqi quickly scanned the post, his expression growing serious. The entire process of the duel against Long Haoying's team was described in meticulous detail, as if the author had been live-streaming it. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Zhang Xiaoduo, you didn't post this, did you?" She immediately bristled, fiercely retorting, "How could I? Am I the kind of person who would betray my teammates?" Yunqi chuckled, teasing her, all right, I believe it wasn't you." Xiaoduo was still pouting. "Humph, do you have to make me furious before you realize you're wrong?" He shook his head and explained, "No, it's not that. I just thought that even if you're not smart enough, you wouldn't be foolish enough to post your own photos and attract more trouble." Just then, another sensational headline appeared. "By Xiaoshang is here. Rare, top-secret photos exposed. Come see the true faces of the mysterious big shot and the female player." Zhang Xiaoduo exclaimed in surprise, "What? My photos too?" However, contrary to her worries, the comments under the post were surprisingly positive. "I originally wanted to go in and scold that accomplice female player, but after seeing the photos, I suddenly don't want to anymore. I thought it was a scary masked man paired with a strange female player, but I didn't expect them to be a handsome guy and a beautiful girl. Isn't this masked man just too handsome? He's completely my ideal type. As people say, your judgment follows your aesthetics." Zhang Xiaoduo clutched her head in panic. "Oh no, I'm doomed. The entire server knows I helped him take down the Huanglong group. Will I be seen as a menace to this game?" Yunqi gently placed his hand on her head, comforting her with a warm voice. "It's alright. If they come for you, I will protect you. No matter who it is, I will help you defeat them." His sincere words left her stunned. She looked up at him, secretly wondering, no matter who the opponent is? Can I really trust him? Seeing her silence, Yunqi asked, She quickly resumed her usual playful demeanor, blinking and saying, "Alright, then it's a deal. You must protect me, Boss Yun." He smiled in response, "Okay." But he secretly wondered, am I overthinking this? That girl's gaze was a bit strange just now. As he drove, he continued to deduce, the person who posted this is clearly from Huanglong Group. What's his motive for deliberately leaking Jiang Xiaoduo's information? Long Haoying is indeed a cunning fellow. I should try to avoid direct confrontation with him in the future. But the most important thing now is to help Jiang Xiaoduo level up quickly, so she can protect herself when danger arises. An hour later, the jeep stopped in front of the gate of running camp number 7, a heavily guarded military base surrounded by barbed wire and towering watchtowers. As the car approached, the sentry on the tower immediately shouted, "Who goes there?" Other soldiers quickly moved into combat positions, their dark gun muzzles pointed at them. "Stop immediately, or we will open fire." Yunqi slammed on the brakes, and both of them got out of the car, raising their hands to show goodwill. He shouted, "Brothers, don't be nervous. We are from Nanjiang City. That city has been occupied by rebels. A commander led his troops to break out, but unfortunately, they were attacked by guardian beasts. Before he sacrificed himself, he left a message, asking us to find General Gang and deliver the news." Zhang Xiaoduo whispered in his ear, "Why are you saying so much? Couldn't you just say we're here for a mission?" Yunqi whispered back, "Big sister, you're a player, but I'm not. What if someone misunderstands that I'm trespassing on a military base and shoots me dead? Who would I complain to then?" A nearby soldier overheard the conversation and exclaimed in surprise, "This girl is really a gamer." He lowered his gun and ordered, "You two wait here for a moment. We'll report to our superiors." 15 minutes later, they were led into a simple reception room. A soldier opened the door and said, "Go in, General Shi is inside." A middle-aged man in a neat military uniform and wearing glasses was standing with his back to them, looking at a map. He was Shi Gang, the supreme commander of Camp Number 7. Without turning his head, he asked, "You two are here from Nanjiang City to deliver a message, aren't you?" Yunqi stepped forward and handed him the glasses and a notebook. "Yes, we found this on the body of a fallen officer." And Shin assessed that this officer's image was very different from what he had imagined. Shi Gang picked up the notebook, flipped through a few pages, and muttered to himself, "I really have to admit one thing. In the peaceful times before the apocalypse, how many battlefields were there to participate in? Only a very few, like the god of war Fong, could be granted the title of general based on true military achievements. He closed the notebook, turned around, and looked at the two with sharp eyes. I already have a general understanding of the situation in Nanjing City. It's a pity that after the disaster, more than half of my soldiers sacrificed themselves for various reasons. Now we don't have enough troops to attack the city. He paused, then coldly declared, no matter what your mission is. As a member of the human faction, I do not welcome players. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel angry, and stepped forward to question him. Hey, we risked our lives just to bring you this distress signal. Is this how you respond? Besides, our purpose in coming here is to help you rescue your compatriots. Ultimately, we are also on the side of humanity, do you understand? Gang sneered, that sounds good, but how do I know you weren't sent to lure me into a trap? Zhang Xiaoduo was indignant and wanted to retort, but Yunqi stopped her in time. His tone still exceptionally calm. Zhang Xiaoduo, is your mission complete? Zhang Xiaoduo looked down blankly. A mission prompt had just popped up. Apocalypse experience and rewards have been transferred to your account. Oh, it's complete. Yunqi stated decisively, there's no point in saying more. We've delivered the message. Whether he believes it or not is up to him. With that, he pulled Zhang Xiaoduo and turned to leave, not forgetting to meaningfully add, the general is very busy, so we won't disturb him any further. Zhang Xiaoduo huffily followed, muttering curses under her breath. As the two were about to reach the door, Gang's authoritative voice suddenly rang out, stop. Yunqi stopped, turning back to look at him with a complex expression. Gang spoke in an undeniable commanding tone, you may leave. But the camp is currently short on supplies. As commander, I will activate wartime regulations. And requisition your transportation and all your supplies. You two have no objections, do you? Zhang Xiaoduo widened her eyes and exclaimed, what kind of situation is this? It's one thing that you don't want to go rescue Nanjing City, but now you're not only shirking your duty, you're also trying to abuse your power? How can you shamelessly say such a thing? Yunqi gave Gang a meaningful look. In his heart, he secretly compared this fellow surnamed Shi to Captain Han Lianjie. It seemed he had already understood something, and figured it out. Gang stepped forward, and the surrounding soldiers all loaded their weapons, pointing them at the two. He threatened, you are currently on the territory of Camp 7. You'd best carefully consider the consequences of refusing. Zhang Xiaoduo secretly worried, oh no, I just came to carry out a mission, how did I get into trouble again? In contrast to her anxiety, Yunqi smiled slightly. He looked directly into Gang's eyes, his tone gentle but carrying immense pressure, of course we can hand over our supplies to you. But I'm afraid you and the entire Camp 7 will not be able to enjoy them. Gang raised an eyebrow and sharply retorted, boy, what do you mean by that? Yunqi began to analyze methodically, ever since we received the distress signal, someone has been intercepting us on the road. There must be someone in Nanjing City who gave them this mission, and that person doesn't want you to return. Gang sneered triumphantly, Camp 7 has 3,000 soldiers, with ample ammunition and weapons. Even if we don't return to the city, we can still dominate this region. Yunqi leisurely pulled over a chair and sat down, casually crossing his legs, are you sure about that? 3,000 soldiers without supplies will quickly deplete their food reserves. You are currently severely short on supplies, aren't you? Otherwise, why would you care about the meager supplies in our vehicle? Gang was speechless, unable to refute. Yunqi continued his psychological offensive. What's more, mutated beasts roam everywhere. Your military camp may seem well equipped, but it holds no advantage under the rules of the apocalypse. Given the current scarcity of supplies and the depletion of combat strength, whether Camp 7 can withstand a single mutated beast attack is a big question. He stood up and looked directly at the general, who was starting to sweat. General, how long do you think you can maintain this power? If you want to survive, the only way out is to immediately capture the city and lead the survivors to maintain production. Otherwise, once Luotian completely controls Nanjing City, you will have no more chances. Zhang Xiaoduo clapped her hands, praising, wow, that was so well said. Gang pondered for a long time, his brows furrowed. Finally, he sighed, seemingly convinced. You're right, I must reclaim Nanjing City. Zhang Xianyo was secretly pleased. This is what you call speaking beautifully, with sweet words. Isn't that exactly what it means? I never expected Yunqi to be not only skilled in combat but also so eloquent. This time, we finally escaped disaster. But to everyone's surprise, Gang suddenly turned hostile. He revealed a cunning smile, but I still intend to attack Nanjing City. To prepare sufficient supplies, your vehicles must stay. As for you two, not killing you is already this general's greatest benevolence. Now get out, don't force us to escort you with bullets. Enraged, Zhang Xianyo trembled all over. She gritted her teeth, oh my, these people are determined to remain bandits to the end. No one expected Yunqi to suddenly make a move. He let out a loud cry, summoning a destructive skilled blizzard. A terrifying storm of ice and snow instantly formed within the small conference room. Gang's eyes widened in terror, watching helplessly as the deadly energy rushed towards him. Ugh! A horrifying ice explosion engulfed the entire room. The soldiers outside rushed in a panic after hearing the deafening roar. General! General! But everyone was stunned into silence by the horrific sight and the biting cold emanating from inside. As the icy mist gradually dispersed, Jiang Shanyo stared dumbfounded at Yunqi, asking with a trembling voice, "Why did you do that? You killed their leader. Isn't this starting a war with their entire faction?" However, Gang was incredibly lucky. He wasn't dead yet. Despite being bruised and covered in ice and snow, he shakily stood up. A soldier shouted in surprise, "The general is alive." Yunqi coldly commented, "Not bad, not bad." He turned to the still-shaken general, clapped his hands as if he just finished a trivial task. "I originally didn't want to needlessly spill the blood of my compatriots. I just saw a bug on the ground and casually dealt with it. By the way, General, what were you saying just now?" Cold sweat poured down Gang, who immediately did a complete 180-degree turn. He stammered, I will immediately lead my troops to attack Nanjing City. But before deploying, we need time to prepare, so I plan to first send a few elite warriors into the city to scout. To understand the enemy's troop deployment. You two are very powerful. I wonder if you would be willing to accompany us?" Yunqi secretly pondered, "Things have come to this, I'm not an immortal, how can I reverse the situation?" However, Jiang Shanyo excitedly pulled his hand and exclaimed, let's go, let's go." Yunqi was surprised, so enthusiastic? She must have received a player quest again. Sure enough, a quest notification immediately appeared before Jiang Shaoduo. "You have triggered a rare quest, the General's Commission. Please infiltrate Nanjing City, confirm the distribution of the enforcement team's forces, and report to General Shi. Hidden quest, clear 7 or more ambush points within the city and disrupt the enemy's strategic deployment plan. Quest rewards have been upgraded to leader level. If you successfully capture the city with General Shi, you will receive a purple epic equipment." Jiang Shaoduo secretly rejoiced, epic equipment. Missing this opportunity would simply be disrespectful to heaven and earth. She turned to Gang, patted her chest, and guaranteed, "General Shi, you can rest assured, I will definitely handle this matter for you." An hour later, Jiang Shaoduo's motorcycle roared through the wasteland and into the city. The two stopped before a dilapidated road. Jiang Shaoduo looked around and couldn't help but sigh, it's utterly desolate. Can this even be called a city? Before them was the outskirts of Nanjing City, a scene of extreme desolation and ruin. Collapsed buildings and burnt-out vehicles were everywhere. Looking at the ruined scene before them, Yunqi said in a deep voice, his tone filled with regret, "Nanjing City, the administrative capital of Human Alliance District 105. A once prosperous metropolis with a population of over 10 million, the brilliant pearl of the south, a place as thriving as Starflag Land, has fallen to this state." Suddenly, Jiang Shaoduo cried out, clutching her head, "Ah!" Memories flooded her mind like a tide, and a familiar figure flickered in and out of sight amidst the ruins. She murmured unconsciously, her voice dazed, "It shouldn't be like this, none of this should be happening." Seeing her unusual expression, Yunqi called out worriedly, "Jiang Shaoduo." She suddenly snapped back to reality, responding in a panic, "Huh?" He patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Don't stand here. Go see if there are any survivors we can help." She nodded reluctantly. All right." As the two carefully navigated through the ruins, fierce shouts came from ahead, "Move! Don't stop!" They saw two people who looked like civilians trying to escape their pursuers. Yunqi immediately pulled Jiang Shaoduo behind a broken wall for cover. "Someone's here, let's hide first." He cautiously peeked out to observe. A group of fully armed individuals was escorting a line of civilians, gathering supplies. A guard shouted loudly, "Everyone listen up. Before dark, each person must hand over 10 liters of water and 10 kilograms of food. Those who don't have enough won't get dinner. General Luo has given the order, anyone who dares to escape will be dealt with on the spot." Is this General Luo's supply gathering team? Yunqi mused to himself. He observed the situation and commented, "Making unarmed civilians do this, it seems Luozhen isn't a good person either." He turned to ask Jiang Shaoduo. "Jiang Shaoduo, from a player's perspective, can you distinguish between ordinary NPCs and player faction NPCs?" She answered confidently, "Of course I can. Human NPCs like you are considered high risk, in our eyes, they all have red names. NPCs related to players are relatively safe, with yellow names, while players themselves have green names." She pointed at the group ahead. "Like the others, the guys with guns all have yellow names, clearly NPCs on the player's side. And those laborers being forced to work all have red names, and their red names aren't high level, mostly below level 5. At this moment, a soldier was roughing up a civilian. She continued to analyze. The strongest among this group is the guy who looks like the captain, he's level 10. The captain yawned and grumbled, damn, this is so boring. Yunqi said seriously, the situation in Nanjiang City is still unclear. No matter what, we must remain silent to avoid being discovered. Suddenly, a soldier grabbed a young girl, covering her mouth, and said, come play with me for a bit. I'll give you something to eat. How about it? The girl screamed in fear, no, I don't want to. Let me go, let me go. Amidst the desolate scene of ruins, a desperate hand reached out. Accompanied by a mournful plea for help, save me. A man tried to comfort her with a trembling voice, darling. Don't move, stop struggling. Captain Wang isn't someone to be trifled with. However, a female soldier nearby nearly snorted, full of disdain. Oomph, what a coward. This insult made the attacked woman roar through her tears, her face contorted with anger and humiliation. What did you just say? She pushed the soldier with all her might, yelling with extreme disgust. Don't touch me. Get away. Her actions further enraged the soldier. He roared, oomph. You brought this upon yourself. He retracted his words and slapped her hard across the face, leaving her only enough time for a pained cry, ah. With a sinister grin, he grabbed her, since you won't listen, I'll deal with you right here. At this moment, the desperate girl could only cry out in anguish. Just as he was about to act, a sharp, emerald light suddenly struck. Before the soldier could react to what happened, one of his arms was cleanly severed. He let out a horrified shriek of pain, ah. The woman collapsed to the ground in extreme fear, while another soldier cried out in panic, Captain. Yunqi and Jiang Shaoduo emerged from the darkness. He looked at the woman and said coldly, didn't I just say you should endure whatever happens? He turned, his gaze sharpening, except when dealing with beasts. The other soldiers quickly sensed the threat and shouted, who dares attack the enforcement squad? They opened fire simultaneously, golden laser beams shooting towards Yunqi and Jiang Shaoduo. Yunqi, fearless, raised his hand and released a deadly emerald energy, then unleashed his death vortex skill. The energy instantly swept forth, carrying away the soldiers along with their weapons. They cried out in terror, what? To the astonishment of the ordinary citizens, all the firearms flew from the soldiers' hands, clattering to the ground. They whispered, guns, guns. What does this mean? Yunqi turned to the oppressed citizens and declared sternly, those who do not wish to perish, stand up and resist. This world has no place for cowards. His words ignited a spark of hope. A man spoke up, that's right, with weapons, we can do it too. But fear still lingered. Another person interjected worriedly, but can we really fight them? What if we face retaliation later? Another retorted, don't be ridiculous. How could someone who isn't a cultivator use a gun? You say it so easily, but how are we supposed to resist? The woman who had just been attacked gritted her teeth, her heart filled with resentment. With knives, with fists, with our own strength. She stood up, and though tears streamed down her face, a determined fire burned in her eyes. Only by resisting do we have a chance to survive. Doing nothing will only lead to the same outcome as before, being trampled upon. With that, she picked up a sharp stone from the ground. With an angry roar, she charged at the soldiers, go to your end, you fiends. Ah, blood splattered as she plunged the stone into a soldier's body. Her brave act left the other citizens stunned. The soldier's blood splattered everywhere. Inspired, the remaining citizens also rose up in resistance. An old man shouted, this young woman is right. We cannot continue to be bullied like this. Another woman added, they are unarmed now. Let's take this chance to deal with these monsters. The old man quickly picked up a rifle. The remaining soldiers were instantly overwhelmed by the enraged citizens. The brave woman continued her attack, screaming, you scoundrels, you all deserve to be gone. Another young girl, wielding pink energy, also joined the fight. None of you will escape. Ah, a tall soldier tried to resist, roaring, a mere 8th level horned demon dares to block my path? I'll eliminate you all. But he was quickly subdued. Yunqi, watching from a distance, swung his sword through the air, finishing off a soldier attempting to flee. A man who had just been rescued stammered his thanks, thank you, thank you. The ordinary citizens, now armed, had become a true army. They charged forward, shouting in unison, I'll help eliminate those demons. Standing beside Yunqi, Jiang Shaoduo finally understood his plan. So this was why he didn't eliminate all those villains from the start. He wanted everyone to learn to resist on their own. It was then that Yunqi asked, what about you? Why didn't you come to help just now? Shaoduo immediately put on a mischievous expression and replied, I knew you could handle it. These citizens are truly fighting, but I'm just a player. I don't want to stand out and draw their resentment. Yunqi glanced at her, chiding, not only did you not help, but you also went invisible. The city was shrouded in smoke and chaos. 20 minutes later, the battle ended. Though exhausted, the ordinary citizens had won the victory. One person panted, phew, they're all gone at last. Another cheered excitedly, "This is great. I won't be bullied anymore." The woman who first initiated the resistance and a friend stepped forward to thank Yunqi. "It's all thanks to you." Her friend then added, "Hero, if it weren't for your help, we don't know how much longer we would have endured the humiliation from those creatures." "Yes, thank you." Yunqi looked at the citizens who had just regained their freedom, his voice calm yet impactful. "It was the choice to resist that freed you from your predicament." He turned and asked the brave woman, "How did Nanjiang City come to this? Where are the other survivors in the city?" The woman burst into tears, pain and loss etched on the survivors' faces. "Where are there any others? Except for us, the entire city has been wiped out by Luoxian and his fellow players." This cruel truth made Yunqi gasp. "What? The entire city is gone?" The woman's voice was full of bitterness as she continued her story. "Amidst the ruins of the apocalypse, most of the city has been leveled by artillery fire. Only the central area remains intact, but it's occupied by players and the traitor Luoxian. The entire area was sealed off and is now called Central City." She continued, as images of enslaved people appeared. "In Central City, countless people like us are forced into labor, but this is less than 1% of Nanjiang City's population." Because horrific memories flooded her mind. She recalled Luoxian standing amidst a scene of devastation. After the demons descended from the sky, they began a rampage. To appease the demons, Luoxian himself eliminated countless people, treating them as mere commodities. She clutched her head, screaming in extreme fear, They are not human at all." Yunqi gritted his teeth, anger burning in his chest. "These monsters!" He almost roared, "It seems we must speed up and assist your gang in quelling the rebels." He turned to the woman still sitting on the ground and asked, "While you were in Central City, did you notice how many enforcement officers there were, and their station locations?" Yaoi replied, "Alas, for ordinary people like us, just surviving each day is a struggle. How could we have the energy to care about anything else?" Suddenly, a man from the crowd stepped forward. His voice hoarse but firm, I know." He explained, "Actually, before the apocalypse, I was also part of the enforcement team. But because I refused to betray Earth, I didn't follow Luoxian and the players." He continued, "When the apocalypse arrived, Luoxian reorganized the team and created a defense map. I remember that map was locked in Luoxian's office. Perhaps it could be helpful to you." Yunqi nodded. "The deployment map. I understand." He turned to the survivors and ordered, "Everyone, pick up your weapons. If you don't have blades or guns, find rocks and iron rods. You'll need them later. Then, find a safe place to hide in these ruins." A vision of mutated wolves flashed through his mind, and he added, "This wilderness might harbor all sorts of mutated monsters. If you want to survive, it's best to stick together and trust your companions." A survivor responded, "Understood." The brave woman from before asked worriedly, "Brother Ing, what are you planning to do? Do you need help?" "I still have the strength to fight. I'll fight to the end." Others also chimed in, "That's right, we can fight too." "Me too. I'm a mage." Yunqi smiled, reassuring everyone, "No need. I saved you so you could live better lives, not to send you to your deaths. Don't worry, you won't need to hide for too long. General Shi will soon lead his army from the 7th camp to retake Nanjiang City." With that, he and Jiang Xiaoduo turned and left. "Before that, I need to go to the city center and question those who oppress the people of Earth." In the city center, ordinary people were still suffering from forced labor. "Hurry up and work. You must finish before dark, or you won't get any food." A man looked despairingly at the meager reward for his task. A beginner village quest, for half-esteemed bun, earning 1 apocalypse point. He cried out in despair, "What kind of ridiculous quest is this? The reward is too little." To conceal their identities, Yunqi and Jiang Xiaoduo put on hooded cloaks and successfully blended into the city. After observing, Yunqi sighed, "Although we finally made it into the central district, I didn't expect the people's lives here to be much better. Only by fully controlling Nanjiang City can they truly reclaim their freedom." He looked around, pondering to himself, "The city is heavily guarded. It's almost impossible to get the defense map and then escape unscathed. Fortunately, I have Jiang Xiaoduo, my living cheat code." He turned to her and suggested, "Jiang Xiaoduo, let's split up." She asked in surprise, "Why? Isn't it safer if we act together?" He explained his plan. "Don't forget, our mission is to scout the military strength of Nanjiang City and assist your gang in launching an attack. With your invisibility ability, obtaining the defense map is a completely feasible mission." Jiang Xiaoduo understood his meaning. She said, "I'll be waiting for you outside to provide support. If necessary, I'll create some chaos to help you break through the encirclement." But she still couldn't hide her worry. "Are you crazy? A normal person doing something like this is practically asking for death." Yunqi said firmly, even if it's dangerous, it must be done. Alright, let's begin the operation. As he was about to step forward, she quickly called out to him, wait, Yunqi. Suddenly, a high-grade shield appeared before him. Zhang Xiaoduo said with a face full of worry, hey, if you die, my S-rank mission will be ruined. I'm giving you this shield of friendship. You absolutely must come back safely, understand? Yunqi took the shield Zhang Xiaoduo handed him and hid it under his cloak. A warmth surged in his heart. He secretly thought, it's rare for this girl to worry about me so much. I might not even have to fight the guards, why are you so nervous? He confidently added, besides, if it really comes to a fight, they're no match for me. Zhang Xiaoduo shouted angrily, I'm worrying about you, and you're not appreciating it. Yunqi waved his hand, saying as he walked, alright, you be careful too. You've been removed from the guild, so watch out for other players trying to catch you for a reward. She angrily retorted, how can you even say that to me? You're clearly just making excuses. After saying that, she showed a confident smile. Besides, I have invisibility. How could I possibly get caught? Today, I'm going to show Yunqi what I can do. The scene shifts to a modern skyscraper office building, now serving as a command center. Inside, 2 soldiers stood guard in front of a door. One side, the former law enforcement office is now a temporary command center for players. Before the apocalypse, we were soldiers, but after the apocalypse, we've been reduced to gatekeepers. The other soldier quickly gestured for silence and stopped him, shoo. Although we're on the player's side, our status isn't much higher than ordinary NPCs. He warned, if the players heard that, you'd be in serious trouble. The other person continued to complain, man, I'm just so bored. No one's been around here for ages. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. One of the soldiers was startled, who's there? After speaking, he immediately turned and ordered his companion, I'll go check it out. You stay put. He then quickly ran towards the sound. However, a cold blade was already pressed against the neck of the soldier who stayed behind. Xiaoduo whispered, where's the defense map? Speak up, or you're dead. The other soldier was terrified and quickly confessed, I'll tell you everything. The defense map is in the 3rd drawer of the table in the room, it's locked. The key is. Zhang Xiaoduo raised an eyebrow slightly, showing displeasure. It's locked too? How troublesome. The soldier pulled out his gun without hesitation, turned to attack, and yelled, go to hell. Zhang Xiaoduo easily dodged the attack and said angrily, I didn't want to harm you, but you want to take my life? Get lost. With that, she waved her hand and sent him flying. Hearing the commotion, the other soldier rushed back. Dalu, what happened? He was shocked to see his companion knocked to the ground. By then, Xiaoduo had successfully retrieved the map. She stood by the window, a confident smile on her face. Don't waste your bullets. Zhang Xiaoduo declared confidently, no one in this world can catch me. With that, she quickly vanished. After speaking, she immediately jumped off the building amidst the soldiers' exclamations. Where did she come from? An intruder has broken into the temporary command center. At this moment, Xiaoduo also thought to herself, that was too easy. Time to meet up with Yunqi. Moments later, a splash of dark red blood splattered. Longhao stood by the window, gazing at the desolate city. Behind him stood 2 solemn-faced guards. A subordinate named Guan Jin angrily kicked the table leg and scoffed. Someone actually stole the defense map right under our noses. These NPCs are truly useless. Contrary to his subordinate's anger, Longhao smiled mysteriously. And slowly turned around. No need to be angry. This is actually a good thing. Guan Jin asked back, confused, a good thing? Longhao explained, his tone full of calculation, didn't they report that the intruder was a female player with invisibility skills? Han now narrowed his eyes, recalling his battle with Yunqi and Zhang Xiaoduo. I remember now. Besides the Zerg that could make people lose levels, there was also a female player with similar abilities. Guan Jin slapped his forehead, immediately understanding the problem. Oh, you mean that Zerg and that female player have already infiltrated Central City? By the way, an enforcement team that went out to collect supplies was attacked and went missing on the way. It's highly likely they were behind it too. Inside the command center, Longhao revealed a smug smile. Except for that Zerg, no one dares to go against players. Since that's the case, we'll use their plan against them and nip it in the bud. The scene shifted to the gloomy, desolate streets of Central City. Yunqi, completely wrapped up, leaned against a model wall. He thought, what a pity, NPCs don't have their own chat channel. Otherwise, I would have contacted Zhang Xiaoduo long ago to ask about the situation. Suddenly, a noisy crowd ran past, breaking the silence. Angry shouts rose, don't let her escape. Catch that female thief. Yunqi was startled. Female thief? He immediately became alert, sensing that something was wrong. How did she get exposed so quickly? However, when he squinted and clearly saw the person being chased, he felt confused. That's impossible. Even if discovered, that petty thief would surely find a secluded place to escape, not run out into the main street. The woman in the headscarf was panting and staggering, clearly exhausted. She struggled desperately, trying to break free from the encirclement of the fierce mob. As she passed his hiding spot, Yunqi clearly saw her face and confirmed it was definitely not that petty thief. He suddenly realized, oh no, it seems the players in Central City have discovered our intrusion. They set up this act to lure me into their trap. The pursuing crowd grew larger, and shouts echoed around the street corner. Don't let her escape. Go after her. If we catch her, we might even get something to eat. Hidden in the dark, Yunqi calmly analyzed the situation. There must be players ambushing nearby. If we leave now, our position will be immediately exposed. At the top of a tall building, the sniper rifle's scope glinted faintly. Guan Jin, the sharpshooter of the Yellow Dragon Group, was closely observing the situation through his scope. He asked doubtfully, "Boss, are you sure that kid will show up? Would an NPC really risk everything for a player?" Long Haoying, standing beside him with his arms crossed, said confidently, "He will definitely come. NPCs in apocalypse-themed games usually have highly developed personalities and emotions, almost indistinguishable from real people. As long as that kid is still in this city, he will never stand by and let his companion be in danger." He decisively ordered. He might have already blended into the crowd. Once he shows himself, eliminate him immediately. His subordinate, in full armor, respectfully replied, "Yes." Guan Jin didn't miss the chance to flatter him. "If boss gets that kid's sword, you'll be unstoppable. By then, even the tombstone goddess will have to yield to you." Long Haoying returned a meaningful smile. "I don't want her to yield to me." Just then, a loud voice came through the loudspeaker, stirring up the chaotic situation and attracting their attention. "Come quickly and help catch the thief. Commander Luozhen has ordered that whoever catches the female thief will be rewarded with 10 caddies of rice and 3 buckets of clean water." The promise of food and water acted like a stimulant, driving the hungry and thirsty common people into a frenzy. 10 caddies of rice and 3 buckets of pure water. If we catch the female thief, we'll have food. What are we waiting for? The crowd surged towards the woman in the headscarf like hungry beasts. She desperately shouted, "Get away! Are you all crazy?" Guan Jin frowned and reported, "Boss, the situation is getting out of control. Damn it, there are too many people, we can't find any trace of that kid at all. Who exactly orchestrated this?" Amidst the chaotic crowd, Yunqi quietly blended into the flow of people, unnoticed. He secretly calculated that the more people there were, the easier it would be to fish in troubled waters. He observed the common people driven mad by hunger. If there were only 1 or 2 people, they might not dare to attack the players. But what if the number reached hundreds, or even thousands? Driven by hunger, some people had no choice but to take desperate measures. The woman, pushed to the brink, desperately shouted, trying to use her identity to threaten them not to approach. "I am from the Yellow Dragon Legion." However, this threat was like adding fuel to the fire, making the crowd even more agitated. Angry roars erupted. "I want food. I want to eat. Catch her for food." With no other choice, she had to act. A dazzling pink energy enveloped her hands. "Whoever dares to block my path shall face this fate." She immediately struck down a man who rushed forward, causing others to scream in terror. "Ah, this demoness has taken a life." To add fuel to the fire, Yunqi incited the crowd, "Kill her. Whoever takes her down will be rewarded with 3 caddies of meat and a pot of wine." The temptation of meat and wine pushed the crowd's frenzy to its peak. Meat to eat? Kill her? I'll risk it all. One of Long Haoying's soldiers witnessed this scene and was shocked. With such overwhelming numbers, they could have easily crushed her, even without lifting a finger. But would a group of low-level NPCs really dare to attack a player? He aimed his gun at the crowd and roared a threat, "Are you tired of living? Then I'll send you on your way." However, before he could pull the trigger, a chilling cold instantly enveloped him, freezing him into a rigid ice sculpture. Another soldier cried out in horror, "Li Ping!" Long Haoying immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Seeing a player attacked, the crowd became even more ferocious. Someone shouted, "These players are accomplices of the demoness. Kill them all for wine and meat." "Ha! Get out of the way." Long Haoying and Guan Jin were dumbfounded. They actually brutally attacked the player. Are these NPCs crazy? Who is orchestrating this chaos? Guan Jin noticed a familiar sign, a chilling aura. That guy must have made his move. Just then, a system announcement appeared before Guan Jin again. After reading it, his expression became extremely serious. He turned to Long Haoying and said, "Boss, Li Ping was demoted by 1 rank. That guy must be behind it." Long Haoying didn't hesitate. He immediately gave orders, relaying the command. The entire Imperial Dragon Legion should gather nearby comrades, stay away from the rioting crowd, and assemble at the temporary command post. Han Feng coldly looked down at the chaotic crowd below. Since these people dared to harm our members, there's no need for them to live. Notify Luojian to return to the city and deal with all of them. From a nearby rooftop, Yunqi silently observed the entire event, clearly hearing Long Haoying's ruthless command, eliminate them, eliminate them. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him. He turned around, astonished. Jiang Xiaoduo was standing there, a mischievous smile on her face. Jiang Xiaoduo, aren't you surprised to see me? Yunqi looked confused. What's there to be surprised about? Ah, no, I am surprised. But how did you know I was here? Jiang Xiaoduo recalled what she had overheard from the Imperial Dragon Guild members. She said proudly, I'm not stupid. She proudly explained, the Imperial Dragon Gang arranged for that woman to pretend to be me and escape. It was probably to lure you out. I secretly followed her, and as soon as you made a move, I found you. Aren't I clever? Actually, I was worried you'd be tricked. I didn't expect you to be not so bad after all. You turned the situation around with just a few words and even dealt with all of them. Let's not talk about that for now, Jinshi said. However, before he could finish, Xiaoduo interrupted, but I'm not bad either. Saying that, she pulled out a scroll of paper and solemnly announced, I got this. Yunqi was greatly surprised, the defense map of Nanjiang City. You got it so quickly? She answered happily, her eyes narrowing, hee, as long as I give this to Shi Gang, they'll definitely be able to successfully capture Nanjiang City, and my mission will be complete. Yunqi looked at her, thinking to himself, I never thought that she, who is usually unreliable in battle, could be so clever and efficient when doing other things. Suddenly, he raised his hand and ruffled her hair, making her let out a soft ah. He said sincerely, Xiaoduo, you've really helped me a lot this time. She blushed, a little flustered by his gesture. He decisively ordered, we can't delay any longer. You immediately give this map to Shi Gang and have them look for an opportunity to attack Nanjiang City. She asked back, what? What about you? Yunqi turned around, his gaze sharpening as he looked towards the command center. The Imperial Dragon Legion put on such a grand show for me. How can I just leave like this? I'll stay here and liven things up for them. Meanwhile, in the command center, Long Haoying was issuing orders through the communication screen. Squads 1 and 3, guard the respawn point. Do not let anyone get a chance to steal kills. Kill those who gather before us. Prepare for battle. To appease his teammates, he made a generous promise. Anyone who loses a level during this period will receive unified compensation after the event. This promise immediately received an enthusiastic response. Suddenly, Guan Jin urgently reported, Sir, something has happened. Long Haoying asked sternly, have you found any trace of that leader? Where is he? Guan Jin replied, his exact location has not yet been determined. But it's almost certain he's hiding at the junction of the city center and the suburbs. No sooner had Guan Jin finished speaking than a terrifying ice explosion occurred outside the command center. Yunqi has already made his move, a blizzard of ice and frost. Another member of the Imperial team hastily added, furthermore, all players who were killed in lost levels were afflicted with a negative effect called Mark of Death. All attributes are reduced by 10%. Long Haoying angrily slammed the table and roared, he still dares to provoke us? Gather all members of the Imperial Dragon Gang in the city center and prepare to confront that leader. But we can't kill him. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind, why is Commander Long so angry? The person who walked in was wearing a military uniform, it was none other than Luojian. He said sarcastically, it's a great honor to send these esteemed players to hunt down such an ordinary bug. Why don't I deal with him personally? Long Haoying glanced at Luojian, nodded in agreement, alright. He secretly calculated, it's not bad to have a vanguard wear down the enemy's stamina. In any case, I must be the one to deliver the final blow to that bug. On the other side, standing amidst the ruins, Yunqi observed coldly. He had already killed many players, and he believed that even someone as calm as Long Haoying would soon be unable to sit still. Luojian roared, fire! A volley of bullets instantly rained down on Yunqi. He was hit repeatedly, and damage notifications kept popping up, warning, you are taking heavy damage. Armor durability reduced by 2%. Yunqi raised his ironclad arm, steadily blocking the barrage of bullets. The shield Jiang Xiaoduo gave him worked perfectly, blocking most of the damage. Observing these bullets, Yunqi noticed a strange phenomenon, these bullets contained no energy. Could they be earth guns? They must be earthlings. Jin and his team emerged from a portal, and he mocked. Kid, you're quite fast at dodging. You're just an NPC, why are you being so aggressive and confronting players? You're just asking for trouble. He revealed an arrogant smile and said dismissively, why not surrender to me sooner? I have some connections with the leader of the Imperial Dragon Gang. If you are willing to become my subordinate, I, Ling So, will personally step forward to guarantee your safety. Yunqi sneered, responding disdainfully, Ling So? I haven't even looked for you yet, and you've delivered yourself right to my doorstep. His tone turned cold, full of condemnation. As a soldier, you should be protecting the country and its people. Yet you betrayed your own kind, massacring them just to curry favor with those players. Yunqi concluded his accusation with a contemptuous remark, ultimately, you're nothing but a dog for the players. A dignified soldier, fallen to such a state, what a disgrace. Deeply insulted, Luozhen roared, trying to defend his actions. Not everyone is as fortunate as you, possessing powerful characters and skills. We allied with other players simply to survive. What's wrong with that? He pointed to his soldiers, you only see us siding with the enemy. But you don't see how we gathered and protected our surviving compatriots. Do you think the tens of thousands of citizens in Nanjiang City could have survived without my protection, Luozhen? What do you think? Yunqi turned, his voice filled with contempt, stop trying to sugarcoat your actions. You kept them only to make them laborers, to gather resources for you, not caring for their lives at all. He recalled scenes he had witnessed, meager rewards were thrown out to incite violence, just a few barrels of water and a few pounds of rice were enough to turn a group of hungry and thirsty people into frenzied mobs. And you still dare to say you protected them? Luozhen was momentarily speechless, but a cruel smile slowly appeared on his lips. He spoke with a vicious tone, it's a pity I couldn't deceive you. Since you cannot be used by me, I have no choice but to eliminate you. Yunqi responded coldly, as he activated his skill, I'm afraid you don't have what it takes. Death Vortex. A deadly emerald energy instantly struck Luozhen and his troops. They screamed in panic, ah! Ah! The energy pierced through a soldier's body, causing a spray of blood. Luozhen watched in horror as his subordinate fell. He quickly ordered, hurry, take him down. But it was too late, his soldiers fell, bleeding heavily, only managing a final cry. Ah! Enemy attack! Ah! Luozhen snapped back to reality, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. What's going on? The recently slain soldiers slowly rose, their eyes glowing with an eerie light. The dead have risen. These living dead immediately turned their weapons on their former comrades and opened fire. Luozhen desperately roared, quick, eliminate him. However, his troops were completely in chaos, starting to turn on each other. He roared in anger, damn it, we've been tricked. Amidst the chaos, Yunqi once again summoned an ice storm, sweeping away the remaining enemies. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Severely wounded and isolated, Luozhen realized he had no chance. He gritted his teeth and said, damn it, this guy is too strong. I must return to the city and settle this with him. But when he turned, the city gates slammed shut before him. He desperately roared, damn it, Long Howie closed the city gates again. This was clearly meant to push him into a desperate situation. Another emerald energy blast struck him, sending him flying into the iron gate. But Luozhen still struggled to his feet, his tone full of defiance, do you want me to die so easily? I will never just wait for my end. Yunqi rushed forward, determined to finish off this traitor, but unexpectedly, he dodged the attack. No matter what, I must get rid of this scoundrel today. 15 minutes later, on an empty highway, a flock of crows circled in the dark sky, as Luozhen, exhausted and severely wounded, fled in despair. Yunqi pursued closely, shouting, Luozhen, you can't escape. Suddenly, a giant zombie crow descended from the sky, diving down like a missile. It lunged at Yunqi with its sharp talons. He merely snorted coldly, meeting the 7 zombie crows with his sharp sword, get lost. However, his movements suddenly froze, his eyes wide with horror. Humph! His gaze was fixed on the ground, where the silhouettes of the deceased stretched out, deeply imprinted on the dark red, blood-stained earth. What kind of color is this? Such a vast area. He looked around at the horrific scene, and a terrible truth gradually emerged in his mind, could this be where the players landed and caused such devastation to the city's residents? Meanwhile, Luozhen, who had been left behind, was desperately fending off the frenzied attacks of 7 hungry crows. He roared in despair, his voice piercing the night sky and carrying far. All you monsters, get away from me! Suddenly, Yunqi appeared, standing on a towering rock, his gaze as cold as ice, looking down at Luozhen struggling in panic. Surrender, Luozhen, you have nowhere left to run. Luozhen roared hoarsely, his eyes bloodshot, what exactly do you want? What good does it do you to end my life? Can the deceased be brought back to life? Or will those who are struggling to survive lead better lives because of this? Yunqi gritted his teeth, anger burning in every line of his face. He lunged down like lightning, striking Luozhen hard in the abdomen. Even now, are you still so stubborn? Luozhen groaned in pain, collapsing to the ground, coughing violently. Yunqi grabbed his hair, yanked him back, and pointed at the blood-stained ground. Look closely at this land, and think of the people buried beneath it. Countless people perished, their blood staining this land. Do you not feel even a trace of guilt or remorse? Luojian still retorted stubbornly, his voice hoarse, what did I do wrong? They chose to defy the players, so they deserved what happened. I'm going to perish sooner or later anyway, so why can't I turn this demise into my own achievement? He let out a frenzied laugh, full of anger. He, who do you think you are? A great hero who eliminates evil and brings peace? What's the point of ending my life? He continued to provoke, his eyes full of challenge. There are still many people in the central city. If you're truly capable, why don't you eliminate all the players and rescue them? Can you do it? I am different from you, but I don't need to prove anything to you. Yunqi replied coldly, his voice like death's final judgment, let your flesh and blood appease the resentful spirits of this land. His sword plunged into Luojian's shoulder. Blood splattered. Luojian let out a piercing scream, ah. What are you doing? Yunqi pulled out his sword, leaving Luojian to collapse on the ground, barely breathing. Above them, crows circled, awaiting this feast of flesh. Even pain and death aren't enough to atone for a fraction of your sins. So, properly repent for those who have passed. Why? Why aren't you killing me? Luojian asked weakly, his voice fading into the void. Hordes of zombie crows immediately swooped down like black arrows, and the zombie carriage was smashed to pieces in the horrific scene. 3 minutes later, only a lone skeleton remained, lying in this land of death. Yunqi stood silently observing. The strong scent of blood in the air seemed to have significantly diminished. Perhaps those wronged souls could find some peace after witnessing their enemy's demise. Suddenly, a system announcement popped up. You have successfully triggered a special event and obtained the hidden skill, Will of the Deceased. This skill possesses extremely powerful passive and active effects. Yunqi couldn't help but be shocked by its power. It can amplify mental power 20-fold and boost skill effects 10-fold. This power is incredible. He stood in the center of the battlefield, contemplating such an overbearing skill, if only it hadn't been obtained this way. Suddenly, he sensed someone's presence. Poof! He immediately swung his sword and shouted, I seal. A cold energy shot out, knocking the figure hiding in the shadows flying. Ah, it was the female mage from Long Haoying's team. She pleaded in terror, trembling as she backed away. No, don't kill me. Yunqi squinted, recognizing the acquaintance. Isn't she the female mage who was with Long Haoying? Why is she here alone? Yunqi approached, asking coldly, has Long Haoying gone mad? To let a nanny like you track me alone. She hastily explained, her face as pale as paper. No, it's not like that. The captain didn't send me. I was originally planning to return to the city, and I accidentally saw you chasing the zombie carriage, so I followed you all the way here. She looked at him with complex emotions, both fear and curiosity. I know you must resent us for harming your kin now. She recalled the terrifying scene at the beginning of the game. She said, trembling, as a healer, I witnessed that tragedy with my own eyes. My teammates all said they were just monsters, but I didn't believe them. Every movement, every expression of those people was like a real human's. And these past few days, your image has been all over my mind. Yunqi was slightly surprised, He didn't expect this girl to have such thoughts. She continued, her tone full of doubt, you entered the novice village alone and defeated Huang Tianhao. How could this be an NPC's behavior? Just now, you defeated Luojian again. Sometimes I really can't help but wonder, are you monsters, or truly flesh and blood humans? Yunqi answered directly, his gaze firm, I cannot convince you that. NPCs in your game are also people. But I can tell you with certainty that at least most players cannot be considered human. The girl took a few steps closer, her tone earnest, I didn't come here to hear you judge players, I just want to ask. She looked directly into his eyes, asking with a worried tone, after defeating Luojian, where do you plan to go? You absolutely cannot overcome the Huanglong family. Let alone confront all players alone. You'd better focus on survival. Faced with this sudden advice, Yunqi couldn't help but burst out laughing. You, a player, are actually trying to teach me how to live? Suddenly, the sound of golden lasers cutting through the air came from afar. 2 members of the Huanglong team had discovered their location. Is that the Huanglong team? Reacting quickly, Yunqi immediately pushed the female mage out of the trajectory. He pulled her behind him for cover. What are you doing? The girl exclaimed in surprise. He explained in a cold but firm tone. Originally, I truly had no intention of targeting players. But if justice can never be served, and evildoers go unpunished, this world would have long since decayed. His gaze sharpened, filled with murderous intent, so today, everyone on the Yellow Dragon team must perish. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly turned, and his longsword struck the female mage. And she was grievously wounded. In extreme disbelief, she only had time to utter a faint question, why, before dissipating into data fragments. Witnessing Yunqi's decisive and ruthless action, the 2 soldiers were terrified. Yunqi turned around and whispered a farewell to the empty space, "Goodbye." He mused to himself, this girl still has a conscience. I actually didn't want to harm her. But if I let her go without any punishment, I'm afraid she'll find it hard to integrate with other players later on. This defeat will help her resolve her doubts. He roared at the two trembling soldiers, "Go back and tell Long Haoying. If you still want to use a honey trap on me next time, at least send someone more qualified than that companion just now." She wasn't up to standard. The two soldiers turned in a panic and desperately fled back to the city center. Running to deliver the message? Too slow, Junqi muttered. He immediately blocked their path, an orb of frost condensing in his hand, emitting a biting chill. "Let me give you a ride." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his skill, Blizzard Freeze. A violent ice explosion instantly engulfed the two, leaving no trace. "This is indeed much faster," Yunqi calmly remarked. He looked towards the city, a confident smile on his lips. "I just wonder if Long Haoying has enough courage to stake the lives of the entire Imperial Dragon Legion on this battle against me." In the command center, Long Haoying angrily slammed the table. "Unreasonable!" He roared at those who had just revived. "You found that traitor. But instead of reporting to me immediately, you let him defeat you." He pointed directly at the female mage, his voice filled with disdain and disappointment. "Especially you. As a mage specially trained by the Imperial Dragon Legion. You lost 2 levels in one day. Do you think you're worthy of my investment in you?" The girl just lowered her head in silence, thinking to herself, "Do they really think this is a honey trap? What a ridiculous idea. And someone actually came back to report such a story. Even if this was meant to help me, it's truly heartbreaking." Long Haoying's anger subsided slightly. He cleared his throat. "But you still have some use, at least you brought back the traitor's location. Hoji, is everyone assembled?" Hoji stepped forward to reporting, "Sir, everyone has assembled at the respawn point downstairs. We are ready to depart as soon as you give the order." Long Haoying nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent." In front of the command center, the entire force of the Imperial Dragon Group was ready for deployment. A team member shouted loudly, "Captain! All of us have upgraded to the strongest equipment. This time, we must completely eliminate that monster." Long Haoying, clad in shining armor, declared forcefully, "Very good. As long as the Imperial Dragon Group stands united, there's no reason we should lose to him." He gave his final instructions before departure. "Before we set out, everyone must maintain at least 1 meter of distance during combat to avoid the opponent's area of effect spells. Remember, you must not stray from the team, or he will defeat you one by one." From a hidden corner, Yunqi observed Long Haoying's army gathering with great fanfare. He mused to himself, "The members of the Imperial Dragon Group have indeed gathered. Now, Jiang Xiaoduo must have already sent the message to Shi Gang. It will take them at least half an hour to arrive as reinforcements. By then, perhaps I can try to wipe them all out at once. Fortunately, there's a powerful combat force right here." He raised his hand, and a green energy enveloped a corpse. The dead revived. Meanwhile, Long Haoying was motivating his army. "Once we defeat that traitor, we can solidify the Imperial Dragon Legion's leading position among the core. Everyone, move out." However, his words were interrupted by sudden gunfire. Team members fell one after another amidst cries of pain. Long Haoying turned back in alarm. "That scoundrel is here." Guan Jin quickly reported, "Officer, he's using bullets. Usually, it might be one of his accomplices." Long Haoying immediately ordered, "All shooters, hold your positions and find the sniper immediately. All nurses, please remain vigilant and treat the wounded promptly." Suddenly, a wave of cold air struck, instantly freezing all of them. Yunqi, hidden in the darkness, had already unleashed a new skill, Meteor. Countless sharp ice shards shot out like rain, pinning the players to the wall. A soldier reported in a panic, "Captain, we've lost a level. The guy who caused us to lose a level has already made his move." "Damn it!" Long Haoying roared in fury, trying to provoke Yunqi into showing himself. "If you have the guts, come out and fight me one-on-one. How can a respectable expert hide like a clown? Don't you feel ashamed?" Faced with this clumsy provocation, Yunqi merely sneered. "Is Long Haoying insane? Such a childish trick, does he really think it can fool me?" He decided to stir up the situation again. Immediately, a ball of emerald green flame ignited in his palm. The surprise attack from two sides plunged Long Haoying's troops into extreme chaos. "Ah! Run! Don't panic!" A soldier equipped with a sniper rifle carefully searched for a target. "Found it!" He pulled the trigger, and the bullet accurately struck the head of Yunqi's summoned creature. A notification appeared in his mind, "Your undead companion will revive within 3 minutes after the unit is defeated." He thought to himself, "That guy's name is Hoji, and he's not some formidable character. Why is his marksmanship so accurate? This forces me to summon another undead subordinate. However, fortunately, every subsequent step is going according to plan. He quietly observed Long Haoying and his troops. Given Long Haoying's personality, he would never just sit back and do nothing. It's highly likely he'll act soon, especially after the boss's subordinate was taken down. This is a golden opportunity. Long Haoying immediately ordered, determine the boss's location. If found, absolutely do not engage directly. Report immediately. His troops quickly took cover and spread out to search. He continued to instruct that all members of the Yellow Dragon Legion must conserve their strength and refrain from any reckless actions. Suddenly, a chilling sensation swept over them. What's coming? Prepare to attack. A military truck, laden with oil drums, sped towards them at an alarming rate. Long Haoying roared, shoot! Stop it! Countless bullets struck the truck, but it still charged forward like a wild beast. Bro, there's no one inside. It looks like it's in autopilot mode. In reality, one of Yunqi's assassins was behind the wheel, driving and continuously shooting at the players. Oh no, get out of the way. Long Haoying urgently ordered, everyone, scatter. Scatter immediately. Sniper squad, take him down. A bullet struck an oil drum, triggering an explosion and a terrifying chain reaction. Successive explosions turned the entire area into a sea of fire. Players caught in the blast could only scream in despair. Damn it! Run! Run! A player, severely injured and bleeding, cried out in pain. Ah! Meanwhile, Yunqi, hidden in the shadows, unleashed another blizzard, sweeping through and eliminating countless players. Seeing his teammates fall one after another, Long Haoying gritted his teeth. Damn it! A nearby building was also destroyed by the blast, and the fire spread further. Players trapped in the inferno screamed. Ah! It's so hot! It's burning me! Help! Where's the nurse? Please, save me. My energy is almost depleted, and healing magic isn't working. The survivors in the distance watched the scene in shock. They looked at each other in confusion, discussing the fire attack. Which powerful player could inflict such terrifying damage on another? Meanwhile, the common people who had risen in resistance cheered joyfully at the oppressor's downfall, feeling these demons deserved it. They should have died a long time ago. Another person excitedly said, quick, start a live stream. Let everyone see. It shows that even NPCs can eliminate players. Yunqi watched from afar, his face cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. He mused to himself, burning others was indeed inhumane, but compared to the crimes those players committed against Earth's humans, it was nothing. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual energy fluctuation. He quickly moved to a new position, muttering, when it comes to stealth abilities, I doubt any player's skill can surpass Xing Xiaodua's. He suddenly struck, his body enveloped in a verdant energy. Good people had better master their stealth skills before coming for me. Death Vortex. His attack directly hit a group of assassins in stealth, forcing them to reveal themselves. Meanwhile, Long Haoying still hadn't recovered from the shock. Damn it! That scoundrel tricked me. Fortunately, I had already sent assassins ahead. Once they pinpoint his location, they can eliminate him. However, his assassins suffered a crushing defeat, reappearing one after another at the resurrection point. He roared in anger, why are you all back at the resurrection point? Didn't I instruct you not to engage in direct combat? An assassin reported tremblingly, Commander, we weren't exposed at all, but that scoundrel seemed to have the ability to see through everything. He forced us to reveal ourselves and eliminated all of us the moment we appeared. Upon hearing this, Long Haoying gritted his teeth, finally realizing how formidable this opponent was. He can eliminate players and reduce their levels, and even see through stealth. What kind of game anomaly is he? If this continues, the Yellow Dragon family will gradually weaken. And under his level suppression, they will eventually be forced to submit to others. After a moment of thought, he immediately ordered everyone to gather. Follow me and break through to the north. If anyone is accidentally killed, do not rush to rejoin the team after reviving. Find a safe place to hide and wait for me and the others to return. To boost the wavering morale of the army, he loudly reassured them. I, Long Haoying, guarantee everyone that as long as we overcome this ordeal together, all losses incurred by our brothers will be generously compensated by the corporation. The Yellow Dragon Corporation will never abandon any member. His promise indeed worked. Everyone shouted in unison, yes, Commander. However, just as they were about to act, a massive wall of fire suddenly rose from the ground, blocking their retreat. Long Haoying ordered, attack immediately. However, they didn't expect that they had fallen into another trap. Suddenly, Long Haoying sensed something was wrong. He quickly ordered, stop moving. A companion asked, boss, what's wrong? At this moment, Yunqi's body was enveloped in a dazzling ball of fire that suddenly appeared before them. He smiled proudly, the night is still young, there's no need to rush. A massive green energy sphere gradually formed in his hand, exuding a chilling pressure. Today, I won't let you go easily, players. I'm going to give you a good time. Long Hao-Ying roared in despair, you used despicable methods to kill so many of my subordinates, and now you finally show yourself? Monster, go to your end. Yun-Chi easily deflected the attack. He counterattacked, thinking, Commander Long, your strength has dropped by 2 levels. You can no longer threaten me. The overall strength of the Yellow Dragon Gang has been greatly weakened. This is the perfect time to take their heads. The female mage in the back shouted, all healing mages, fully restore the guild leader's health. He was surrounded by healing light. Long Hao-Ying confidently declared, I have the entire Yellow Dragon Legion as my backing. I cannot possibly lose. Monster, you will eventually fall by my spear. However, a critical damage notification suddenly appeared, warning, you are taking extremely strong attacks. Armored durability is only 13%. Trapped within the encirclement of the Yellow Dragon Legion, Yun-Chi also realized his predicament. After the mage's simultaneous healing, the situation became a bit tricky. If Lu Xian were still here, perhaps I would still have some advantage. Suddenly, a surge of green energy enveloped him. Is this healing magic? A continuous stream of remote recovery energy flowed in, helping him regain his strength. He found that although these skills weren't high level, they were numerous, and he could feel their power constantly surging. It was his compatriots from the Blue Star faction, coming to his aid despite the danger. The ordinary citizens, just rescued from afar, were doing their utmost to support him. A girl shouted, Go, hero! Drive these demons out of the city. Another man encouraged him, keep going. People on the World Channel are organizing an army to come. Another person, holding a salvaged gun, yelled, we must wait for the right moment, we might be able to launch a counterattack. That's right, it's time to teach these so-called players a lesson. Yun-Chi smiled confidently, you have the Yellow Dragon Legion backing you, but I have the people of the entire Nanjiang city as my support. His sword emitted a dazzling blue light. Then, let the battle officially begin. He swung his sword and roared, Blizzard. Long Hao-Ying hastily ordered, disperse immediately. Everyone scatter. A massive wave of frost swept across the square, knocking countless players back and freezing them. Long Hao-Ying roared in anger, we can't let him attack again. Everyone charge. Ha 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 ha. But Yun-Chi was a step faster, he leaped up and kicked the opponent in the face. The opponent screamed in agony, my eyes. He charged directly into the center of the enemy formation, continuously striking them down. With the Death Vortex skill, he continued to defeat more players. Seeing his numbers rapidly dwindling, Long Hao-Ying felt utterly desperate. In just a few breaths, they've almost wiped out my people. If this continues, the Yellow Dragon Gang will become the laughingstock of all players. He decided to risk everything on one powerful strike. The only way to turn the tide is to defeat this leader. Ignite. Yun-Chi didn't dodge, raising his sword to block the attack head-on. He showed a provocative smile. Is this all the power of Dragon General's full-force attack? With just a wave of his hand, he easily sent Long Hao-Ying flying. What? Long Hao-Ying's shoulder was pierced through, blood gushing out. Ugh, ah. He fell to the ground, dissipating into data points. Yun-Chi looked down coldly. Next, I just need to guard the respawn point and eliminate all the enemies. Suddenly, Shi Gang sent an urgent message. Yun-Chi, did you see that? The situation is urgent. Evacuate Nanjiang City immediately. Zhang Xiaoduo, if there are players with you, tell them Long Hao-Ying has called for help in the player channel. Hundreds of players are gathering to besiege us. The first wave of attack is about to arrive. Yun-Chi, do you hear me? Wen Kai thought, Madame Quang actually thought of contacting her through the NPC World channel. She must be really anxious. He turned around and saw a massive army of players approaching from behind. It seemed the first wave of attack had already arrived. As a large number of players began to team up and other Legion leaders arrived, someone scoffed, is this the guy who wiped out the Yellow Dragon family? He looks too weak and frail, nothing special at all. Immediately, another person spoke up to claim dominance. This head must belong to our Spirit Amber Legion. Yun-Chi quickly analyzed the situation. The strength of this group is still unknown. Fighting here is clearly disadvantageous for us. However, there's a plan that can wipe them all out in one go. With that thought, he unleashed Death Vortex again. The surprise attack hit one of the commanders, making him feel shocked by its astonishing power. Indeed, it's a terrifying force. It's clear this guy didn't defeat Long Hao-Ying by luck. It seems today will be a tough battle. However, Yun-Chi had no intention of confronting them head-on. Instead of a direct confrontation, he turned and immediately fled. This action left the players dumbfounded. He actually ran away? Immediately after a shout rang out, everyone chased after him. As he lured the enemies, Yunqi subtly revealed a mysterious smile, calculating inwardly. As long as he led them to that spot, his chances of victory would reach 90%. However, before achieving victory, Yunqi still had to run for his life. Behind him, a group of players chased frantically, shouting loudly. They urged loudly, "Don't think you can escape. Where are the brothers? Surround him." One of them said to the archer next to him, "This kid's agility is too high, he runs faster than a car." The archer fired, forcing him to slow down. The person next to him immediately replied, "Understood, big brother." Suddenly, Yunqi slammed on the brakes, quickly drawing his weapon to block the incoming bullets. Yunqi was not to be outdone. He immediately turned and unleashed several ice novas at his opponents. Whether by luck or coincidence, the driver was hit directly in the chest by this attack. The vehicle lost control and tumbled several times on the road. The two who had been so aggressive moments before could only crawl on the ground, muttering, "Oh, this boss is too tough to deal with. If we actually get killed, the loss will be huge." Suddenly, the bald man shouted loudly, "Look, something's happening ahead." It turned out that a giant blue pillar of light had appeared before Yunqi, illuminating the entire space. Even he couldn't help but be surprised and puzzled. What in the world is this? Just by getting close, he could feel the powerful magical energy contained within it. The game had just begun, and someone was already able to control such powerful magic? Just then, a voice called from behind, "Yunqi." Yunqi turned around and saw it was Zhang Xiaoduo. He asked in surprise, "Zhang Xiaoduo, what are you doing here?" Xiaoduo immediately replied, "General Gang has already recaptured the city with his troops. I heard a group of players were chasing you, so of course I came to take advantage of the situation." "Ah, no, I came to help." Before the two could exchange pleasantries, the pillar of light violently exploded. Yunqi quickly reminded her to leave, the farther the better. Xiaoduo immediately retorted loudly, "What are you talking about? Am I the kind of person who is disloyal? No matter what happens, I'll face it with you." Yunqi was stunned by her words. He thought to himself, this girl usually runs faster than anyone when danger strikes. So why is she choosing to stay by my side now? I have to say, this is quite a surprise. At this point, a faint smile appeared on Yunqi's lips again. He took Xiaohua's hand and walked forward, saying, "All right, then let's go together and see who this formidable opponent is." At this moment, seeing Yunqi holding her hand, Xiaohua couldn't help but blush shyly. Putting aside the romantic moment, the two quickly turned their attention to the increasingly dazzling light source. At this time, an extremely powerful light sphere, a Rasengan, appeared in the sky again. Immediately after, an army appeared. And leading them was none other than Lu Xin. She looked at him and asked, "Long time no see, Junqi, how have you been?" Yunqi asked, "Lu Xin, is that you?" Xiaohua couldn't help but wonder, "You know this girl?" Yunqi immediately replied, "She used to be my teammate." Lu Xin then continued, "I thought you were avoiding the player faction just like you avoided me, but the person next to you seems to be a player." Soon, Yunqi stepped forward to shield Xiaohua and responded, "She's different from other players. But this has nothing to do with you. Did you bring so many people here to kill me?" At this, Lu Xin's hands trembled as she clenched her fists. She replied, "If I could, I truly wouldn't want to be your enemy, but all of this means, the King of Light. Since I am the King of Light, I have a responsibility to lead light to victory over darkness." Yunqi secretly doubted, when did this girl become the King of Light? She must be lying. However, at this moment, Xiaohua also spoke up to warn him. "This girl gives me an extremely dangerous feeling." Yunqi was still confused, asking, "Dangerous? Lu Xin is a healing mage, she probably doesn't have much offensive power." However, before he finished speaking, a blue spiraling light had already appeared on Lu Xin's fingertips. Immediately after, she raised her hand to the sky, and a blue light instantly raged like a storm. Spiral Shuriken. This left Xiaohua dumbfounded, exclaiming, "This power is absolutely terrifying. She's actually a healer? Yunqi, you didn't get it wrong, did you?" Yunqi remained silent, but doubts also began to well up in his heart. How could Lu Xin have become so strong in such a short time? Lu Xin looked at him calmly and said, "Yunqi, it's not too late to surrender. As long as you surrender, I can guarantee your absolute safety within the player faction. By then, you and I can start over." Wouldn't that be good? However, Yunqi paid no heed. He immediately raised his shield and responded, "That sounds wonderful, but unfortunately, I don't want to choose that. Just unleash whatever moves you have." Hearing this reply, Lu Xin's face showed disappointment, saying, "This path is your own choice. Yunqi, I hope you don't blame me." No sooner had she finished speaking than a mysterious power surged from Lu Han again. Xiaoduo asked worriedly, "Yunqi, what should we do?" He immediately replied, "With such immense power, escaping on foot is likely impossible." He couldn't help but think, Should I take a gamble and hold Luhan hostage? Suddenly, another gust of wind howled, leaving the two somewhat confused. In the sky, a Super Vipro aircraft appeared from who knows where. A voice from inside asked, what faction is this again? A reinforcement poked his head out and shouted, brothers, wait a moment. Central reinforcements have arrived. Upon seeing him, Yunqi happily replied, such reinforcements couldn't have come at a better time.